right, here we go. Ready?
Yeah.
All right. The Committee on Public Education will come to order. Clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley.
Here.
Vice Chair Allen.
Present.
Allison.
Here.
Cunningham. Dutton. Harris.
Here.
Harrison. Hefner. Hinojosa. King.
Here.
Longoria.
Here.
Schaefer.
Here.
Talarico.
All right, members, we have a quorum. We stopped this morning after a bill we finished up, so we're starting with a new bill. So the chair lays out House Bill 3928, recognizes Representative Toth to explain the bill. The chair offers committee substitute.
Chairman and members, thank you so much. I'm more excited about this bill than anything I've laid out this year. This is a bill that we passed out of this committee 13-0 last session. We passed it out of the House with 144 green lights, no red lights. And if you spent any time watching me yesterday on the House floor, I spent all my time at my desk attached to my phone monitoring a lawsuit, a TEA lawsuit, a process hearing between a family and Conroe Independent School District that were forced to sue CISD over their dyslexic child because Conroe Independent School District had forgotten that their child was dyslexic. No kidding. That's what it was over. Parents having to sue their school to get services for their dyslexic child. No one walks away as a winner when that happens. The dyslexic child has already been suffering from not getting services they're required to by law. The school district is spending money on legal services that could and should go towards a better use. And the community also loses. The school district is spending taxpayer funds to deny services. And when the ISD would rather spend money to go to court than to offer dyslexia services, the community loses trust in the district as well. Sadly, this lawsuit isn't the first one. And like other cases in my district against CISD, I expect the parents will prevail. So why should a parent have to do that? That's really the question. In 2021, the state, through the State Board of Education, set out to correct the steps a school takes with dyslexia through its handbook. But I don't consider my dyslexia to be a disability to me. As I've learned from these children, it's really, truly a superpower. I've learned so much from these young people. Now I want to just really quickly walk you through the intent of the Beckley-Wilson Act, so named after the moving testimony of Beckley-Wilson in the 87th session. After I walk you through the main points, there are a few key witnesses that are here that I'd encourage you to spend your time asking questions to. You've got a handout. Did you get a handout from the committee clerk? Okay. The Beckley-Wilson Act states that dyslexia is a specific learning disability, and thus dyslexia satisfies the first prong under IDEA. The second step in this is the bill makes it clear the need for intervention for dyslexia, which meets prong 2. Step 3 in this is it updates the school boards. It ensures that school board members have a clear understanding of the brief essential policy regarding dyslexia. Schools can figure out what to do rather than sift through hundreds of pages of guidance currently available. Step 4 puts trained dyslexia personnel at the table. Step 5 includes parents into the decision. And some people have said, well, the problem with this bill is that it labels children. This bill does not label children. This bill puts parents in charge. Puts parents in charge of deciding whether or not their child is going to be tested, not the district. Step 6, it informs parents on the student's progress. And step 7, it resets checks and balances. And again, with that, I ask for the opportunity to close. I know you've got a long day ahead of you, so I've truncated my opening remarks.
All right. Thank you, Representative Toth. We have a question from Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Toth, you said that this bill is named after hearing from or testimony from last session. So is it identical bill, similar?
It's been changed greatly. So what we did was I shouldn't say greatly. The intent the intent really truly mirrors what we did in the handbook, which was from the other bill. But we've added a lot more clarity to it that was asked by a lot of the stakeholders. We wanted to make sure that, you know, people weren't just excited about the bill because it was what it was about. We wanted to make sure it functionally hit all the bases so that everyone was on board with it. We do have some really good expert witnesses, policy experts, to be great resource
Great,
witnesses.
thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? Or seeing none, we'll proceed with public testimony. We have a 2-minute time limit on public testimony. Just as a reminder, Chair calls Grace Calvas. Okay.
Hi, I'm Grace.
Hold it, just 1 second. I'm going to ask you a question, okay? We show you registered as Grace Calvas.
Yes.
On behalf of yourself.
Yes.
And you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin.
Hi, I'm Grace Calvis. I'm 11 years old and I live in Katy, Texas. I'm here for the dyslexia bill. I'd like to share my story because it's the same for a lot of kids in Texas. When I was younger, I had a very hard time with reading, writing, math, and focusing in class. I even had to fake read so no one would laugh at me. My mom and dad learned that dyslexia runs in my family, so they asked my school for help. I had a dyslexia-only test, and they gave me a 504 plan. Things were still really hard, so my mom and dad learned about a full evaluation. This is when they learned I had dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, and ADHD. Even though these learning differences, my school would not give me an individual education plan to help me. My family had lots of things to help me learn to read. We even had to live in another state so my mom could learn how to teach me to read. Today, I go to a private school where they know how to teach kids with learning differences, like me. 2 years ago, I came to the Capitol with lots of other kids like me. We asked for your help, and we still need your help. I would like to please ask again for the Beckley-Wilson Act to help kids with dyslexia. We're really smart and can help make Texas a better place. Everyone should get the chance to learn to read. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this extremely impressive witness? All right. Thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Jill Highland. We show you registered as Jill Highland on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Jill Hahn, and I'm testifying for House Bill 3928, the Beckley-Wilson Act. I am an 8th grader from Houston, Texas. In many ways, I am just like other 8th graders, but I'm also different from most of them. I am a dyslexic. I have had dyslexia my whole life, and I will have dyslexia for the rest of my life. Thankfully, my parents recognized I had a problem when I was young, and I was able to get help. My mom tells me I was a very happy kid, always smiling and laughing. One day, not long after starting 2nd grade, I came home on the bus crying and telling her that I was stupid, I was dumb, and no one liked me. Of course, that wasn't true, but when you are 7 and can't read, that's what you think. My mom called the school immediately. She asked for a full individual evaluation, but as Texas school districts like to do, they told her no. They would give me a dyslexia screening instead. I was put on a 504 plan and started getting reading help from my school. Later, my mom was called in for another meeting. The school said, now we want to give Jill a FIE. In addition to my dyslexia, I found out I also had ADHD, dysgraphia, social communication disorder. I was finally given an IEP. I can read well now thanks to my awesome teachers, Dr. Chris, Miss Jenny, and Miss Greta. I still have trouble reading some words, and my spelling and grammar are definitely not my strongest skills. I need to be able to read because high school is going to be tough next year. But this isn't just about me. I also have 3 dyslexic cousins. So far. My 2 cousins that live in Houston, Texas near me have had a much worse time than I have. Their schools wouldn't even test them at all. My aunt paid a lot of money to have them tested. The schools wouldn't accept their testing, but did finally agree to test them. Since they weren't failing their classes, the schools still said they didn't qualify for help. They could not read, but the school would not help them. Now they both go to private school to get the reading help they need. At least they are finally able to read. The new dyslexic handbook tells schools what to do. The schools know what they need to do, but we need you to make sure they'll do it. Please help dyslexic kids by passing the Beckley-Wilson Act. All kids deserve to be able to read.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We really appreciate you being here. The chair calls Wyatt Franklin. All right. We show you registered as Wyatt Franklin on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay.
My name is Wyatt Franklin, and I'm about to finish third grade in Conroe ISD. I'm dyslexic and have dysgraphia. I have an uncle and a grandpa that are also dyslexic. My school said that I did not qualify as dyslexic through a 504 or an FIE. This makes me frustrated because I have to work a lot harder to get my schoolwork done and have to learn to read. Sometimes I get embarrassed when others see my handwriting and spelling mistakes. My parents refused to give up and requested an independent evaluation where I got to meet with Dr. Desidier, and she diagnosed me with dyslexia and dysgraphia. This was exciting to me because someone is finally understanding how I learned. But Conroe ISD still says that I do not have learning disabilities and did not agree with Dr. Desidier. My school is giving me some of my accommodations through 504 services, but they cannot say that I'm dyslexic or have dysgraphia. My parents have been working hard to get me help for 1.5 years. I hope that you pass HB 3928 so that other families like mine don't have to go through what we went through. Passing HB 3928 will help students with learning disabilities, and that's why I came today. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this incredible witness? Well, I just want to thank you for being here, Wyatt. Thanks for coming up and introducing yourself. You've battled your challenges and you're doing extremely well. I can't do it that good. Watch my hearing. I can't do as good as you. You'll see it here in a minute. So anyway, but I appreciate you being here. Thanks so much.
You're welcome.
All right. All right. Chair calls Amanda Afifi. Amanda Afifi. Okay. We're going to show Amanda Afifi on behalf of the Texas Association of School Psychologists and herself, registered. Whoop. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. We show you registered as Amanda Afifi on behalf of the Texas Association of School Psychologists and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to provide testimony. Again, my name is Amanda Afifi, and I am the chair of the Government and Professional Relations Committee for the Texas Association of School Psychologists, and we're speaking against the bill. Texas Administrative Code 891040B1 states licensed specialists in school psychology are one of the professionals licensed or certified in the state of Texas to complete special education evaluations. Part of an initial evaluation is to complete assessment in all areas of suspected disability. It is not uncommon for students with dyslexia to also be diagnosed with other disorders or conditions. Some students with dyslexia also have ADHD, dysgraphia, dyscalculia, executive functioning disorders, and/or anxiety. Current research suggests that approximately 20 to 40% of children with the inattentive subtype of ADHD have reading problems. Co-occurring disorders also include a specific learning disability in areas of math and written language. Students with dyslexia report greater generalized anxiety than their peers without dyslexia, and students with dyslexia exhibit higher rates of depression. Our current understanding of comorbidity further promotes the recommendation of comprehensive and thorough evaluations of students with dyslexia. As LSSPs, we are the only licensed professional in the school setting qualified to conduct comprehensive academic and behavioral assessments. I conduct numerous assessments that look at suspected learning disabilities in reading like dyslexia and other areas, emotional disturbance, and another health impairment for ADHD. I complete cognitive testing, achievement testing, rating scales, classroom observations, interviews, and any other additional measures necessary to gather information for each area of assessment. It would be inappropriate for a professional not licensed to conduct these assessments to sign off on evaluations completed by LSSPs. The bill states a licensed dyslexia therapist would need to sign off on reports completed by LSSPs. However, they did not complete any of the assessment and are not trained to interpret all of the data that may be gathered for the assessment. We urge you to reconsider the bill. We need more school psychologists to complete comprehensive evaluations to ensure students are assessed in all areas of suspected disability. And we want to ensure students receive support and services in all areas of demonstrated need, and this can only be accomplished if the assessment is completed by personnel trained and licensed to conduct these type of assessments. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we thank you for being here.
Thank you.
If you press the drop down, that PubMed. Like the list view. Click the drop down for PubMed at the top. Or just exit out of the app and go in again. It should refresh.
Okay, all right, where's that? Can we get here? I'm missing this person. It's not on here. Chair calls Kelsey Thies or Thies. Kelsey, Theis, Thies. Okay, we're going to show Kelsey Thies on behalf of the Texas Association of School Psychologists and herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Archer Thompson. All right, we show you registered as Archer Thompson on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, you may begin.
My name is Archer Thompson, and I'm 11 years old. I have dyslexia, dysgraphia, and ADHD. In first grade, I started to really struggle in school. Reading, spelling, and handwriting were really hard for me. I began going to the nurse with stomach aches daily and was no longer wanting to go to school. The school kept saying that it wasn't necessary to test me for dyslexia. Frustrated, my parents paid thousands of dollars for a full evaluation outside of my school. After being denied services and battling to even get tested by my school, they told us that they don't do dysgraphia. Even though my mom showed them, it was in the Texas Dyslexia Handbook. The next few school years were not much better. By fourth grade, I was falling further behind and completely miserable at school. I had completed my school's dyslexia program, but I still needed more help. December of that year, my parents decided to pull me out of my public school and to move me to my private school for kids with learning differences. Instead of walking to school, I now had an hour round trip drive to my new school. Plus, I no longer got to go to school with my best friends. I was here at the Capitol 2 years ago to help promote the Beckley-Wilson Act in hopes that it would help kids like me. I'm here today in support of it again because I still see friends and neighbors reaching out to my mom for advice because it's not getting better, and they're having the same problems I had when I was in public school. The reason I'm able to read this speech aloud to you today is because I've gotten a full evaluation to diagnose all of my learning differences, and I'm getting the interventions I need for my private school. I now love to read and I'm doing well in school. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could give the gift of reading to all dyslexic kids in Texas?
Wow. Thank you, Archer. Very, very well done. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Elizabeth Wilson. We show you registered as Elizabeth Wilson on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Wilson. My daughter is Beckley, for whom the bill is named. Unfortunately, Beckley couldn't be here today. She is on a school trip. So she's asked me to come and read some of her testimony. If you want to hear it in her own words, on the little collage she made you, she put a QR code Kids are clever. So in lieu of her being here, I wanted to read her words. I am hopeful that this bill will pass and that every kid who is suspected of having dyslexia, regardless of their color and economic background, will receive a full and individual evaluation under IDEA. I'm hopeful that when we are identified as having dyslexia, that we are allowed to have an individualized education plan that clearly states dyslexia. I am hopeful that the most qualified dyslexia therapists will be helping to do the evaluations and remediation. But mostly, I'm hopeful that every kid can learn to read. Reading is the most important skill we all need to develop. Supporting this bill gives every child that chance. So on behalf of all kids, I say thank you. Thank you for not giving up on us. Thank you for Beckley. And I hope you, on behalf of all of these kids, vote the bill out of committee today. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness?
So sorry.
All right, we thank you for being here, and give our best to Beckley.
She'll be home tonight.
All right.
Sorry, she's missed you.
Thanks a lot. Chair calls Linda Whitman. And then we'll have Rebecca Holmes, Maddox Castillo, and then Julie Pickren. All right, we show you registered as Linda Whitman on
Yes, sir.
behalf of the Texas Dyslexia Coalition and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and Vice Chair Allen. Good to see you again. Thank you very much, representatives, for your time. My name is Linda Whitman. I am a retired administrator with experience as an elementary principal, middle school principal, and director of secondary education. I retired after 36 years and quickly became an advocate primarily for dyslexia. I have helped families in 44 school districts in the state of Texas since 2016. Many of them are here today. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of other advocates, and we highly encourage you to vote yes for House Bill 3928. There's my dyslexia, right? We have serious concerns as advocates that districts subjectively interpret the dyslexia handbook, which tends to fit their needs instead of meeting the needs of the students. We have witnessed a large number of rural and urban school districts tell parents that the dyslexia handbook is just a guide. And as you see, it says handbook. It's a guide. Districts report in meetings that they create their own guidelines and policies. And for example, when we ask to provide a standard dyslexia program, schools will state, we don't do that here because we specially design our own. Sometimes I'll read page 31, figure 3.7. You can see I've got a lot of Post-it notes. I use this. And I read it in a meeting, and it clearly explains that a child can have basic skills in reading, but most definitely still be dyslexic. Many schools do not realize that that's in the handbook. A lot of time is lost due to repeated testing and multiple meetings. Over time, the child falls further and further behind. When the handbook is unused and misinterpreted, many students end up as unidentified and underserved. Unfortunately, this handbook has hindered more than it has helped. Revisions to the handbook will not generate the essential consistency as long as schools consider it as a mere guide. We have parents calling on a daily basis for advocate support more than in previous years, and I say it's
Please
not
wrap up
due
your
to COVID.
testimony.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir.
Your 2 minutes.
Yes, sir. Parents are exhausted. They need our help. So we're asking you to vote yes and to support the House Bill 3928, the Beckley-Wilson Act, and help our students receive the services that they need through a thorough evaluation.
All right, thank you very much.
sir.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you,
Let
sir.
the record show that Chairman Dutton and Representative Hefner are present. Chair calls Rebecca Holmes. All right, we show you registered as Rebecca Holmes on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and members of the House Public Education Committee. I'm Rebecca Holmes, and I am testifying for the Beckley-Wilson Act as one of the parents helping lead the effort for the Texas Dyslexia Coalition. Our bill began last session with our local representative, Representative Meyer, and with Representative Dutton. Our bill was voted out of House Pub Ed on the day it was heard and then passed the House floor unanimously, but died in the Senate. Fast forward 2 years, and now some people say that Texas dyslexia is fixed because the Texas Dyslexia Handbook has been updated. The updates in the handbook were significant, and they absolutely moved Texas in the right direction. However, as Linda said, many school districts disregard the handbook as optional guidance. Equally challenging, Texas is hoping that more than 1,000 school districts wade through hundreds of pages of dyslexia guidance and come to the same conclusions, and it's not working. I know that because I'm in daily conversations about this bill, and I hear people express concerns about things that are in our bill that are actually already in the guidance they're supposed to be following. And I would say that some of the testimony you've heard today falls into that category of concerns around how dyslexia eligibility is determined. IDEA is very clear that no one person determines eligibility for a child, that it's always a team effort, and that multiple professionals bring their assessments into the room for that eligibility. And specifically in Texas, we do have great guidance that says, in addition, when you're looking at dyslexia on that committee, you should include members who have specific knowledge of the reading process, dyslexia and related disorders, and dyslexia instruction. And that's read straight out of our handbook. And that's the intent of the language in the bill, and it draws heavily from IDEA and the handbook. The questions that I get a lot of the time, I realize the problem is why we're here is that too many schools either aren't reading this or they're drawing the wrong conclusions.
All right, actually, you registered for the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, we thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Chair calls Maddox Castillo. We show you registered as Maddox Castillo on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Let me begin.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Maddox Castillo. I am here in favor of HB 3928, the Beckley-Wilson Act. I am a high school student. I was diagnosed with dyslexia, and it never ceases to cause me struggle. I was fortunate enough. I had a family who could afford to send me to 100 hours of tutoring and to private school to learn to live with my disability. Many families cannot afford this necessity that their children need in order to learn properly. I can only imagine the struggle of students who do not have access to these resources. The sleepless nights learning to read, all that time spent thinking to yourself, why was I born so stupid? They rely on a public school system to teach them and give them aid in their battle against their affliction, a system which has frankly failed them. 80% of prisoners in Texas are functioning illiterate, and almost 50% are dyslexic. It seems evident that untreated dyslexia is a road to prison paved by a lack of action. Making dyslexic identification and services more easily accessible for children who need it to ensure a good future for themselves should not be a political issue or matter for moral debate. It should be a given. Streamlining the Dyslexia Handbook into law and holding districts accountable for aiding these students will improve the lives of thousands of dyslexic students in Texas. Before I leave you today, committee, I will ask you one simple question. Who says these children should not be given an equal and fair chance to learn? Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? Maddox, how old are you?
I am 16, sir, going on 17 this month.
You're a great writer, by the way. That's outstanding. Come see me when you're old enough, you can intern and write some speeches for me. That's outstanding.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for being here. All right, chair calls Julie Pickren. And then we'll have Natalie Blassingame, Robbie Cooper, and Teresa Thomas. We show you registered as Julie Pickren on behalf of the Texas State Board of Education, District 7, and yourself testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Buckley and representatives and members of the Texas House of Representatives Public Education Committee. As Texas State Board of Education member District 7, I serve the residents of the following counties: Brazoria, Chambers, Fort Bend, Galveston, Hardin, Jasper, Jefferson, Liberty, Newton, Orange, Tyler, and a portion of Harris. The constituents of SBOE 7 expect a quality education for all children. Unfortunately, many special education students, including dyslexia and dysgraphia students, are not receiving those supports. Now I'm going to talk to you as a mom of a child with dysgraphia. My journey started much like many of the moms here. My son was screened in kindergarten and first grade, but was not identified with dysgraphia until I requested an additional screening in the third grade. I insisted he go through an additional screening because he simply could not write. When I attended my son's ARD meeting, I asked to see his testing results from kindergarten and first grade because obviously there was a huge problem, and I was informed I was not allowed to see the testing results. Fortunately, at the time, I was a sitting trustee who knew the law and knew this was not accurate. After receiving the reports, my son was clearly identified as dysgraphic in kindergarten. What that meant to my son was 3 years of punishments and ridicule for not finishing his work, including missing recess, missing awards he had earned, timeouts, and grades that did not reflect his academic accomplishments. My incredible son, who is also gifted and talented with a 170 IQ, was so discouraged at 8 years old, he begged me not to send him to school. As a mom and representing thousands of dyslexic and dysgraphia students in SBOE 7, I want to thank you for your consideration on Representative Steve Toth's bill, House Bill 3929.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here, and thank you for your
Mr.
service
Chairman.
to 5.2 million Texas school children and the folks in your district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Natalie Blassingame. Wow, that was awesome.
Good evening, good afternoon.
Hold up just 1 second.
No problem.
We show you registered as Natalie Blassingame on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Chairman Buckley, members of the House Public Ed Committee, I'm testifying as a citizen, a parent, and a 30-year Texas educator in support of the bill. I serve kids, all kids, and they deserve us to do our best, especially in this most fundamental area of education literacy. I serve as a trustee in the largest A-rated district in the state of Texas. We serve 118,000 students, and per our 21-22 accountability data, in the area of STAR ELA reading, we had 3,711 African-American kids, 6,345 Hispanic kids, and 9,409 economically disadvantaged children who were only reading, who could not read even at the approaches level. Let that sink in, A-rated, leaving 10,000 kids behind. There's an NHS study that the young gentleman already referenced, where 47.8% of our Texas inmates, when tested in a random survey, had word attack skills deficiency in that area, which is the key marker of dyslexia. And even 85% of juveniles who interface with the court system are functionally low literate. This is the school to prisons pipeline, and we have to do better. Student outcomes don't change unless adult behaviors change. This bill facilitates those changes and gives structures to the handbook. It's true that we need to have this strength, but also hold people accountable for implementing what comes out of committee today. And on an interesting personal note, my great niece today sat in an ARD for the first time in Spring Branch ISD with the label of dyslexia. And these bills will help her to get the services she needs. And so I ask you to please pass this out of committee. Our kids are counting on us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Blassingame. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we really appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Robbie Cooper. We show you registered as Robbie Cooper on behalf of Decoding Dyslexia Texas, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And I'm going to make it short because it's a late day for y'all. I support the bill. I've been working on this issue for 15 years at the local, state, and federal level. And I can assure you that this bill is concise. it's targeted, and in no way does it eliminate the LSSP or diagnostician from their duty or role in the evaluation process. It simply brings in somebody that has expertise in dyslexia to collaborate, as should be done through the IDEA process on determinations of eligibility, of disability, and also they can still help guide the IEP process as far as what kinds of services are needed. Our kids need a full eval because they have co-occurring conditions that need to be uncovered, but they also need the expertise of a qualified individual that understands dyslexia. We should be writing dyslexia into our IEPs because Texas knows how to serve dyslexic kids. And it's important that schools and families have that in their documentation. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions offline when you have time. I'm available. So thank you, Steve, for championing this bill.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. All right. Chair calls Teresa Thomas. We'll have Michael Webb, Judy Dehan, and Sheila Hemphill after that. All right. Risho, you registered as Teresa Thomas on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I just have to say I can offer nothing greater than the students that you've heard. But I do want to speak for the previous generation and my brother, who at age 60 still reads at a 3rd grade level. Our generation did not have testing and accommodations. And to see my brother, what could have helped him is being denied too many of these. So sorry. Being denied too many of these is heartbreaking. I saw my brother struggle, and that struggle continues today. He has poor wages and living conditions, yet I have not met any man that works as hard as he does, doing manual labor to not be dependent on the government or others for sustenance. He is my hero. His name is Roger Foster. Please don't let this happen to another child when the interventions are available. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
One last thing. My 12-year-old grandson was just diagnosed. We don't know where to turn.
Okay.
And if we do turn, will we run into what these children have run into? Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Chair calls Michael Webb. All right, we show you register as Michael Webb on behalf of T-Case and yourself, and we're have you testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
We are in favor of the bill after the release of the sub-bill.
Okay. All right. Let me get that changed. Okay. All right. So Michael Webb on behalf of T-Case, you're now registered for the bill. Okay, you may begin.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Michael Webb, and I'm the Chief Academic Officer in Tomball ISD and an adjunct professor at Sam Houston State in the areas of cognitive and academic testing, which includes the assessment of dyslexia. Originally, we filed as neutral with House Bill 3928. We are now in favor after reading of the sub-bill. Dyslexia is one of the only disabilities in schools in which there is a known, agreed upon, and effective treatment that can be applied by trained school personnel. When early intervention occurs, substantial reading growth can be achieved. Recent regulation changes by the state of Texas have resulted in a rapid rise in special education enrollment, specifically in the area of dyslexia. In Tomball ISD, in the last 4 years, the identification of dyslexia has increased by 87%. From 576 to 1,077 students in a district just under an enrollment of 22,000. These are all positive data trending in the right direction as the result of strong legislative decisions. The original bill outlined in subsection D required the evaluation team to include an individual with dyslexia certification or a credential. The sub-bill does allow for a district who does not have those credentialed personnel to be in compliance with the Texas handbook and commissioner's rules. For this reason, we believe that the current evaluation teams that are in compliance with the Texas dyslexia handbook, commissioner's rules, and IDEA will suffice for the assessment of dyslexia.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Judy DeHaan. We show you registered as Judy DeHaan on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank
You
you,
may
sir.
begin.
Yes, I'm Judy DeHaan, speaking for the bill. And good afternoon, Chairman Buckley, committee, and especially Representative Toth for bringing forth this bill. I'm speaking in the gap for my grandson, who has been diagnosed with dyslexia and dysgraphia. He has struggled at times to keep up with work, not provided the required accommodations, and has become frustrated that he just can't get the help support to succeed. Yet he has not given up, and as a senior, wants to continue his education and go to college with his friends. Therefore, I appreciate the opportunity to shed light on this status plaguing our current system and request that you please pass this bill and provide hope for all of our children. Thank you again, Representative Toth and the committee for your consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Sheila Hemphill. Sheila Hemphill. Okay, we're going to show Sheila Hemphill on behalf of Texas Right to Know and herself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Misty Odenweller. Misty Odenweller. Oh, there you go. Okay.
I'm passing out my testimony because I'm barely holding on to my voice.
That's fine. We show you registered as Misty Odenweller on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Hello, my name is Misty Odenweller. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you as a parent of a dyslexic child and a son-in-law who is dyslexic. And if you know anything about dyslexia, that means my two little grands are genetically dispositioned to be dyslexic as well. I'm a retired educator and one of 3 moms who are overwhelmingly elected in November to serve as a school board trustee for Conroe ISD. I am here on my own time and dime for myself to express why the Beckley Wilson HB 3928 and Senate Bill 2140 are important to me as a board member. I have only served a short time, but what I can tell you is there isn't enough time in the day to adequately read, prepare, and be sure we follow and understand all that it takes to serve the students of our district and all their individual needs. I know many would say that is why you have an administration you can trust. However, I acknowledge the fact that the buck stops with me and my students' needs. In addition, based on what I've witnessed and researched over the last year, parents are at a deficit in the school districts. The system is not working. That is why we need to stand up. I don't blame 100% the districts in our states. It is expensive to run a school district, especially when you consider all that we try to offer our students. It can be just as daunting to them as it is to the parents. The dyslexic handbook is overwhelming and only an instructional guide to districts. And the Beckley-Wilson Act will simplify that to just the musts on a few 5 pages to clarify for schools, families, and school board members like me. That doesn't mean, I'm almost done, we can't do more, but it does give teeth to the musts and draw attention. We cannot kick the can down the road another 2 years. I can only ask, why would anyone be opposed to helping students?
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Stephen Yearout. Stephen Yearout. Okay, we show you registered as Stephen Yearout on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This comes full circle for me to hear these young kids sitting up here testifying about their dyslexia. I was identified in 1983. Texas had its first dyslexia bill in 1984. I received 0 help through school. I am one of the statistics that we hear about dyslexia. I dropped out of high school. I flailed with jobs here and there. And it wasn't until 2 of my 3 boys were identified with dyslexia that I started digging into what is going on. One of the young men said that we have 50% of our population in prison has dyslexia. I looked at the numbers today from PEAMS. We only show 5% of our students out of 5.5 million kids as being identified with dyslexia. We're missing a ton of kids. We're failing our kids. We're causing them to stumble. I had to start a podcast so I could do knowledge transfer to other parents and help them understand, how do you work with your districts? How do you force them to do what they're legally responsible to do? This has given me the opportunity to go around and speak all over the country. 2 weeks ago, I was in New York and had the opportunity to speak with the chancellor, deputy chancellor, and assistant deputy chancellor for the New York school system. They want to know what's going on here in Texas. They want to write a dyslexia handbook, much like we have. We say the eyes of Texas are upon you. The country is watching what Texas is doing, and
Will you show you registered for the bill?
Correct.
Correct. All right. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Chair calls Michelle Roy. We show you registered as Michelle Roy on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Roy, and I am speaking in support of the Beckley-Wilson Act. I am a licensed dyslexia therapist, a certified academic language therapist, a reading specialist, and a former classroom teacher in a Texas public school for over a decade. 7 years ago, I started a reading and dyslexia center in Dallas with a mission to provide one-on-one specialized instruction for kids with learning disabilities. Over the past year, my center has served 106 different students. Our students represent more than 26 different zip codes in North Texas. Of those 106 students, 84% of the students have been diagnosed with dyslexia. 77% of those students have been diagnosed with a comorbid condition such as language disorders, anxiety, dysgraphia, speech, autism, all that you've heard before. Denying a student with suspected dyslexia a full individual evaluation means that we as a state are failing our child-find responsibilities to identify and serve all the needs of our students. A trained and licensed dyslexia therapist is required to complete 2 years of post-secondary coursework, 800 clinical hours, 10 demo lessons, and yearly continuing education requirements. Most are trained to administer, recognize, and identify dyslexia in an evaluation. A dyslexia therapist can recognize certain patterns within the errors that students make when the scores alone don't paint a clear enough picture, but they are not trained to recognize and diagnose other comorbid conditions, as previously mentioned. The depth of knowledge of a dyslexia specialist offers, paired with the breadth of knowledge of a dyslexia of a diagnostician, creates a much more comprehensive look at the student and prevents missing critical parts of the equation, as many evaluations do. Your general practitioner would recognize high blood pressure, but would not be able to properly diagnose a heart condition like a cardiologist would. Nor would a cardiologist be able to determine the cause of chronic migraines without the full picture that a general practitioner can provide. This is why dyslexia has to be identified using a full evaluation with multidisciplinary team that includes dyslexia therapist, specialist speech therapist, or diagnostician. The Beckley-Wilson Act will close these loopholes that we see happening across the state right now. Thank you for your time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3928? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Toth to close on the bill.
Members actually printed an article. All the witnesses so far have been wrong about prison illiteracy rates. It's actually, in most studies, it's showing at 85%. And actually, the person that so encouraged me and so motivated me came out of my freshman year was Chairman Dutton. And his impassioned plea from the front microphone when he said that upwards of 80% of his kids drop out by their sophomore year. This is a universal problem for kids all across the state of Texas. The problem is that only the haves are being taken care of. The have-nots are not being taken care of, which is why our prison system is filled with illiterate children, or illiterate adults that we fail to identify as children. Guys, we keep talking about juvenile diversion programs. This is the ultimate juvenile diversion program. If we pass this bill, it will start a new day in Texas where we identify these children early on and we give them the help that they need so they can live a meaningful life. And I hope and pray that you'll vote it out right away. Time's running out. God bless you, and thank you.
All right. Members, any questions for Representative Toth? All right. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 5167 and recognizes Chairman Wilson to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And out of respect of your time today, I have reduced my presentation from 26 pages to 24. Just joking. But I have reduced my presentation simply because we got some good people who's going to be able to justify this bill far better than I can in their testimony. Committee substitute to House Bill. You don't have to leave. It's really a good bill. Okay. Sorry, I don't mean to be disruptive, Mr. Chairman. Committee substitute House Bill 5167 clarifies the language of the Interstate Compact on educational opportunity for military children and extends the amount of time children of service members can participate. The Interstate Compact was established in the 81st legislature to remove some of the unique challenges to educational success imposed on children of military families. The additions proposed in the bill brought to us by Pearla Hopkins, a mother, a Texas educator, and an Air Force veteran who is with us here today will do these three things. One, it will require local school districts and open enrollment charter schools that have websites to post an easily accessible link to information on the compact. Secondly, if a family's connection to the military is served, either through discharge, retirement, or the death of a uniformed service member, this bill will extend the window of time for which Texas continues to grant the benefits of the compact to the family from 1 year to 4 years. And that's pretty important, especially when you consider if you lose your spouse and you're at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, but you've been settled there for a 2-year assignment and you lost the service member and you're just not ready to move, but at a certain point in time, maybe 2 years, it's time to go home to the parents or whatever it may be. That's why we're looking towards that extension in terms it can be available to those survivors. 3, it will add the children of members of the Commission Corps of the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration and U.S. Public Health Service to the list of those to whom Texas grants these benefits. And I'll be happy to answer more questions in that regard. Requiring our schools to provide easy access to information on the compact helps to ensure the military families, and in this case, the uniformed services, know what resources are available to them. By affording them more time to access these resources, we can help in easing the burden of frequent military and uniform moves or the loss of a family member in a line of duty. Finally, specifying what constitutes the uniformed services in which children the compact applies to, and also clarifies the original legislation from the 81st. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members, and I respectfully request the right to close.
All right, members, any questions for Chairman Wilson? All right, Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson, for this bill. Why are we bringing in NOAA and the...
No, that's a great question. And, you know, things have changed significantly since our services have gotten smaller. The missions have gotten larger, but at the end of the day, there was some federal change to Section 101 of Title 10 of the U.S. Code, which basically defines uniformed services to include not only the armed forces, but also the Commission Corps of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, as well as the Commission Corps of the Public Health Services. And when you look at the stats...
It's just conformity with federal law.
Exactly. Conformity to federal law. And I tell you, I was pretty amazed to see that about 80% of NOAA Corps officers go to sea. 80%. And when you look at it further, They do just like the military does, or armed forces, 2 to 3 years for mariners and 3 to 5 years for aviators in terms of how often they move from land base to land base to land base. And of course, health services is tightly connected to the Coast Guard.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, hearing none, we'll move on to testimony. Chair calls Teresa Thomas. All right, we show you registered as Teresa Thomas on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm a resource witness for Mr. Hilton and the Department of Defense.
Okay.
He couldn't be here today because he had another thing, so he's asked us to read his letter before you.
Okay, you have 2 minutes.
Okay. Dear Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, members of the House Public Education Committee, on behalf of the U.S. Department of Defense and military families, I am writing to express strong support for House Bill 5167, enhancing Chapter 162 of the Texas Education Code, Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children. The Education Compact eases interstate education transition challenges encountered by the children of service members, such as enrollment, eligibility, placement, and graduation. Texas joined the Education Compact in May of 2009, one of the first states to do so, and as a testament to Texas Texas state leadership supporting military children. In 2022, Blue Star Family Survey released 3 weeks ago noted the majority, 74% of active duty military families with at least one child enrolled in grades K through 12 report they do not know about the Interstate Compact on educational opportunity for military children. However, those who have used the Interstate Compact to advocate for their child report positive outcomes. House Bill 5167, requiring a MIC3 tab, is required to be placed on Texas Education Agency and each local education agency websites to make the compact easily accessible to these families and district personnel. It plays an important role in ensuring teachers, administrators, leaders, and military families receive the critical information. Recently, the Military Interstate Children's Compact Commission noted there was technical error present in the original promulgating documents associated with each Texas Education Code Compact, including Texas. I've attached the memo written by the Commissioner's legal team. As the memo notes, Texas is priority 1 state. Texas, and I will stop here.
All right, we have you registered for the bill. We appreciate your testimony. All right, members, any questions? All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Shan Turner. I want the record to reflect that the chair has offered a committee substitute on this bill, so we're in testimony on the committee sub. All right, we show you registered as Shan Turner.
Yes.
On behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Texas is a priority 1 state. Texas represents a good opportunity for the Commission to establish and refine its approach to correcting a standard citation error and to ensure compact coverage for a significant number of NGR children while doing so. The request amendment to HB 5167 is amended to effect this needed technical change. Section 2. Section 8, Article 3, Chapter 162, Education Code is amended to read as follows. Except as otherwise provided in Section B, this compact shall apply to the children of active duty members of the uniformed services as defined in this compact, including members of the National Guard and Reserve on active duty, orders pursuant to 10 U.S.C. Chapters 1209 and 1211. The Department of Defense is appreciative of Texas' ongoing commitment to support members of the military and their families who sacrifice much in service to our country. It is noteworthy that this critical legislation impacting the welfare of military children is being considered this month, since April is the official month of the military child, as established by the Secretary of Defense in 1986. To underscore the importance of military children and the sacrifices that they make for their parents and their country. Thank you to the members of the committee for taking time to consider my comments, and thank you, Representative Wilson, for considering this legislation, sponsoring this legislation.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being
Okay,
here.
thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5167? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Wilson to close. Oh,
Sorry, I was the invited testimony.
okay, are you?
Registered as not testifying.
Okay, I'm sorry, we had you registered as not testifying. Okay, let me, okay.
They each get.
We got it. Sorry about that. Chair calls Perla Munoz Hopkins on behalf of Moms for America and herself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, you may begin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the Public Education Committee for supporting our military families and the Interstate Compact on Educational Opportunity for Military Children. During the month of April, like Mr. Hilton's testimony provided, it is the month of the military child, and so we purple up. The color purple blended together comes from the colors of red, white, and blue. And so it's very significant for me and for military families because our children just move 5 to 9 times, usually during their K through 12 experience. And so the compact is so very important. The problem is that no one really knows that it exists. In 2009, it was signed by the state of Texas, and all the rest of the 49 states have also adopted a compact. Like Mr. Hilton's testimony that I have provided for you from the Office of the Assistant Secretary of Defense in your packets, Texas stands to make a national impact. HB 5167, if we add an MIC3 tab to every single school district's website, imagine the compliance and the awareness that will create. Also, the law firm has found some errors, and so if we go back and we change this through the state of Texas, the rest of the states will follow. Texas happens to be the second state, second to Virginia, to serve military kiddos. So everything that we do here that you support for our military families will make a difference, especially when it comes to enrolling our children, that will facilitate them being placed in special education programs, gifted and talented programs, and continue their academic careers as if they had not, had to change. Sometimes this happens their senior year of high school. So Representative Buckley, thank you so much. And Representative Bernal and this committee last session, y'all passed HB 3932, which also strengthened the compact and increased awareness in having the Commission Council meet more regularly. And so we cannot thank you on behalf of the 2 million of us veterans that call Texas home for your invaluable service to our families. And I would be happy to answer any questions. I have sent you all the originals of the testimonies and extensive research through the JBSA education team that I served on since last legislative session.
Right.
And thank you, Representative Wilson, for supporting our military families.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? We really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 5167? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Wilson to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to leave with you 2 facts. 24 February 2020, the Secretary of the Air Force announced quality of education provided by local school districts would be a factor in future strategic basing decisions. The second one, the average child from a military family will move twice in high school and anywhere from 6 to 9 times between kindergarten and 12th grade. With that, I close.
All right. All right. Members, Chairman Wilson, thank you very much. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Okay. All right. Do 4210. Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 4210. Recognizes Representative Lujan to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee members. Texas is known for its strong, I'm sorry,
Do you have a committee substitute?
not at this time.
Okay.
We'll be getting one in.
Okay.
Texas is known for its strong support of the military personnel and military school districts. Ultimately, the districts operate and function the same as a traditional ISD. However, one main difference is how their school boards are composed. The Texas Education Code stipulates that a commander approves a list of eligible candidates to be sent to the Texas State Board of Education for consideration and selection, rather than the candidates being elected. Stakeholders have voiced concern of the ambiguity in statute regarding who has the authority to submit that list. Simply put, HB 4210 seeks to ensure that the authority remains at the local military ISD level to ensure that the community's best interests are represented. The bill also states that if an appointed military board member retires during their term, the member can serve out their full term. We are working, Chair, on a substitute to address some of the concerns raised, including term length and some unintended effects. However, we have not yet received the language. Members, it is important to know that there are only 3 districts in Texas that have these unique standards. HB 4210 simply seeks to ensure that military school district boards have representation from the community it serves. I believe there's some witnesses here that can speak with better detail about the issue. However, I'm happy to answer any questions and respectfully reserve the right to close.
All right, members, any questions? If not, we'll move on to public testimony. Chair calls Brian Holt. We show you registered as Brian Holt on behalf of Randolph Field ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin.
Representative Lujan, thank you. Chairman Buckley Committee, appreciate your time. We're requesting that Randolph Air Force Base retain control of board member recommendations to the state board. Since 1932, the individual bases, and for several decades, through some excellent base liaisons are seated right over here, have utilized a well-established and successful process to recommend school trustees. The success is demonstrated by the excellent performance of the schools. Randolph has been called the crown jewel of the San Antonio area, and the military families strive to get into the schools. These families are provided an excellent Texas public education. Our on-base servicemen and women provide superior support for planning, contingencies, and emergencies. This successful process has minimized federal overreach and maximized student outcomes. In 2009, the San Antonio area bases merged some of their support functions into Joint Base San Antonio, JBSA, while retaining their individual commands and missions. The structure has been confusing even for the military. For the first time ever, this merger has become an issue due to potential overreach and a failure to send board member recommendations to the state board promptly. JBSA is trying to conscript board member recommendations into the larger multi-base organization of JBSA without communicating with the schools or the state board. JBSA has manipulated the Texas Education Code to their will and neglected the individual governing bodies. Their interpretation allows for one JBSA lead officer who resides and works on Fort Sam Houston to make trustee recommendations for all 3 districts. It's a clear overreach and a conflict of power and control. 4210 seeks to revise the Texas Education Code to account for current and future circumstances. We're asking that trustee appointments remain the business of the base communities. Randolph Field wants to honor the military and serve their families with pride while simultaneously preserving the authority of the state of Texas and the local control that makes these Texas schools exceptional. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jimmy Cornelius. All right, we show you registered as Jimmy Cornelius on behalf of Randolph Field ISD Board and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
All right.
Chairman Buckley Committee, thank you for the privilege to speak to you today about House Bill 4210. As Dr. Holt just explained, that the importance of Randolph and the other 2 ISDs retaining control of each of our board member recommendation processes. It's been the way it is for at least 12 years because I've been on the board for 12 years. Each district has a basic liaison that has always been on and are intricate parts of the board member recommendation process as many other duties. All 3 liaisons from the bases are present. Our liaison is Ms. Angela Green, and she's fantastic. She always goes above and beyond what is expected of her and is on top of many issues that ensure our district is properly taken care of. In case you didn't know, our district is within the fences of our respective bases and posts. And as such, we rely solely on federal impact aid and the funds you graciously send our way. There's another aspect of the bill that I would like to bring to your attention. Nearly all ISD board members in our great state of Texas have a 3-year term. However, we on the 3 San Antonio area military boards only have a 2-year term. This originally was put in place in the early 40s, I believe, because the military was moving every 2 years. However, by state law, that only 2 active duty can be on the board at a time, and the rest will be civilians. Board can be made up of civilians, as we currently are. This will probably be the only time you'll ever hear me say this, but in this instance, we would like to be like the other ISDs in the state. Therefore, we're asking to have our terms increased to 3 years. I do represent the board team of 6, with Dr. Holt included. All 5 of us have voluntarily served our country, and we have over 127 years of combined service to the world's greatest Air Force.
All right, I show you registered for the bill, and we thank you for your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Chair calls Mark Malone. We show you registered as Mark Malone on behalf of Randolph Field ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
So first, I'd like to thank you and the committee for listening to us. Both these men just spoke pretty eloquently about the situation. So the speech I was going to give you, I'm not going to do that and be very brief. Our concern is this. Texas has consistently stated that our schools should be under local control. And what this move that's happening with the Joint Base Commander is moving it away from local control. To make this make more sense, one of the schools, Lackland, is more than 40 miles away from us. So we don't even share boundaries or borders. And so one of the concerns is if one person's making a decision who's not in our community, doesn't share the same connections with our community, but they're making it for our community, we feel that they won't be represented. The other thing that I am concerned about is, again, Miss Angela Green she's been wonderful. She works individually with the families on these military bases. Specifically, she works at Randolph. So they are trying to work her away from being able to be part of it, so it can be basically a power grab. And so we would like to ensure that someone who is actually a part of the community and communicates with the community can still do so.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we really appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4210? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Lujan to close on the bill.
Members, thank you for your time today. I ask for your favorable consideration on HB 4210, and I close.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. The chair lays out House Bill 3028 and recognizes Chairman Meyer to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. In 2019, HB 3 eliminated the early agreement credit that entitles a school district who pays recapture to reduce the total amount required to be paid by 4% if they pay their recapture early. Currently, recapture is due August 15th. This bill reintroduces the early agreement credit of 4% if the district pays the amount not later than February 15th. This is a simple way that the state can collect revenue 6 months earlier than under current law, while allowing local school districts to keep more of the revenue they collect. This bill would benefit almost 250 school districts throughout the state of Texas. The committee substitute, and we do have a committee substitute, I believe, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
For HB 3028, simply add specificity on how TEA calculates the credit. I believe we have a few witnesses to testify for the bill. Thank you, members. I'm happy to take any questions, and otherwise I respectfully reserve my right to close.
All right. Thank you. And the chair does offer a committee substitute.
Thank you, sir.
For that clarification. All right, members, we're going to move on with, if you have no questions, we'll move on with public testimony.
Thank you, sir.
All right, chair calls Zach Simmons. We show you registered as Zach Simmons on behalf of Gregory Portland ISD and the Texas School Coalition, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Zach Simmons, and I am extremely proud to serve as an elected trustee in Gregory Portland ISD. Today, I'm here to testify on behalf of Gregory Portland ISD for House Bill 3028. Currently, recapture is paid by school districts with no prepayment discounts. In contrast, for-profit corporations and businesses benefit from prepayment discounts that are provided for sales tax, given its pass-through nature. This law was likely adopted because it is to the benefit of the state if taxes are paid early. The same benefit to the state is possible with a similar option applied to school recapture payments. HB 3028 would give local school districts the same opportunity that for-profit corporations and businesses have in Texas, with pass-through taxes that are mutually beneficial. The opportunity to keep 4% of the recapture payment our district sends to the state would support our efforts to continue providing innovative and high-quality learning experiences for our students. It would also allow us to address the need to adequately and thoughtfully compensate our teachers for the important and heroic work that they do, raising the next generation of leaders. The benefit of paying recapture earlier with the savings afforded by this bill would be well received by our taxpayers in our communities and in the other roughly 160 districts paying recapture. On behalf of Gregory Portland ISD, I want to thank you for your time and express our gratitude for your leadership and support of Texas school children, their teachers, families, and the communities who contribute to ensure education is a high priority in the state of Texas. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Douglas Killian. Chair calls Douglas Killian. We show you registered as Douglas Killian on behalf of Pflugerville ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the interest of time, I will ditto the last presenter and say that we really appreciate the opportunity to early pay the state of Texas for our recapture payment. And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Okay, we appreciate your participation. Chair calls Nicole Nolan.
I defer to Zach Simmons.
Okay, we're going to show you registered as Nicole Nolan on behalf of Gregory Portland ISD and the Texas School Coalition. You're registered for the bill and not testifying. Correct. All right, thank you. Chair calls Mark Gullaby. All right. Show you registered as Mark Gullaby on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may
Thank
begin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Gullaby. I'm here representing my grandchildren. HB 3028 by Ways and Means Chairman Morgan Myers is truly appreciated, but the issues with Texas recapture payments go way beyond a credit for early payment. The Supreme Court of Texas ruled in 1989 that Texas needed to achieve wealth equalization. It did not dictate that it had to be achieved on the backs of school districts deemed to have excessive revenue. In visiting with Texas senators on the issue, a statement was made $3 billion is only 3% of the Texas public school budget. I appreciate the sentiment, Senator, but it represents 30% of Spring Branch ISD, 31% of Grapevine, 24% of Dilley, 40% of Galveston, Three Rivers, 56%. These school districts are giving up a big portion of their education budget, okay, for recapture. If it's only 3% to the state, maybe there's a better way to look at financing recapture. Interestingly enough, the school districts that are able to use Chapter 313 property tax abatements have found it an effective means to lower their recapture payments. How can a recapture be a true effort by Texas to achieve wealth equalization if very rich property tax districts like Barbers Hill can so manipulate their property values and only pay 6% of their school district budget in recapture? I have attached some resolutions from various school districts that we have gathered, and they are asking basically that we go through and take a look at a better accounting of these funds. As the funds seem to be garnished today, the comptroller commingles them in the foundation school program in such a way that it does not transparently reveal the cost of Texas incurs to equalize school district wealth. Fundamentally, the issue is whether the 160 or so school districts paying $3 billion in Chapter 41.
We show you registered for the bill, and we thank you for your testimony.
Okay, I'd like to close with that. We do pass HB 3208, but we also include that Texas Comptroller Office and TEA provide a clearer accounting for the funds.
All right, we appreciate you being here. Members,
thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much.
You bet, sir.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3028? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Okay. Okay, are you?
Should be in there.
It's not, we don't have you here. Your name?
Christy Realm on behalf of the Texas School Coalition.
No, we don't have you registered.
Can I register after, or you want me to do it before?
No, you have to register before.
Gave me a duplicate warning, but I'm going to.
All right. Chair calls Christy Rome. We show you registered as Christy Rome on behalf of the Texas School Coalition. Chair calls Christy Rome. We show you registered on behalf of, testifying on behalf of Texas School Coalition, and you'll be for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the mix-up.
Okay.
But I do thank you for this bill and hearing this bill. And I think that you've heard today that we have a recapture problem. And this is a bill that helps to address that, helps to give a little bit of help on recapture. We also know that this legislature is working to help to reduce recapture this session. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on that. And we think that that's going to help the fiscal note on this bill. So if you see that and are scared by that, understand that that is based solely on the assumption that every district in the state would take this advantage of this provision. I first of all don't think that every single district would. And secondly, as recapture is reduced, then the cost of this prepayment discount is reduced as well. So we think it's a win-win for schools and for the state, and that's why we're supportive of the bill.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3028? If not, Chair recognizes Chairman Meyer to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I think the witnesses did a great job stressing the need for this throughout the state of Texas. And I look forward to your favorable consideration. And with that, I close.
All right. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending.
Thanks, sir.
Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 83 and recognizes Representative Zwiener to explain the bill.
Thank you so much, Chairman Buckley and the members of the House Public Education Committee for giving me the opportunity to present House Bill 83 today. House Bill 83 seeks to allow schools to opt into a writing portfolio assessment as an alternative to the standardized reading and English 1 and English 2 assessments. This is a bill we passed out of the House with overwhelming numbers last session. We're just trying to get it across the other side of the dome one of these days. Members, standardized testing serves a purpose. However, it is not a good fit for writing assessments in particular. I have personally worked as a writing educator, and we have to undo a lot of the teaching that we teach our kids to get them through the standardized writing assessments. They also teach kids to resent writing, and a much better form of evaluation that people have been moving towards is a writing portfolio assessment instead of one single standardized test. This bill builds off work done through a pilot that was authorized last decade that was worked on by Representative Van Dever and seeks to make that pilot available across the state and every school district who chooses to opt in. The difficulty TEA ran into the pilot was challenges scaling reviewing all of the portfolios at the TEA level. So this bill instead contemplates allowing ISDs to handle that review process themselves. And we're working on some language for a future committee sub that would allow TEA to verify the efficacy of those local assessments. So members, if there are any other questions, I believe we have one witness.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for Representative Zwiener? All right. If not, we'll move on to public testimony. Chair calls Rachel Session. Did I get that right? Is it Session?
Station,
Session. All right.
like
We show you.
sensational.
Okay. That's a good name. We show you registered as Rachel Session on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
My name's Rachel Sation. My son was part of the pilot program in Dripping Springs. He was in 4th grade at the time. He's a junior this year. And he will tell you that he is an excellent writer, and it goes all back to 4th grade in Miss Crossett's class. To give you a little bit of background, I'm an attorney, but I took a decade off to stay at home with my children. And as it turned out, that was also going to be being a full-time volunteer at the school. So I've averaged about 25 hours at different campuses throughout the last 10 years. So I've seen what it's like during STAR testing before the pilot program, during that pilot program, and in the time since. When they did the pilot program, there was significantly less anxiety in those kids during those days and less stress on the school to have one less testing day. Even though they were timed assessments, timed writing things, because it was a pretty regular occurrence. It was just like going to music class for them, and it gave the students an opportunity to really see from beginning of the school year to the end of the school year their progress. They took agency, they took ownership of their work, and they came out better writers at the time. And I wish that we had kept it going, because my younger son, who's not such a gifted writer, would have really benefited from this program. And I would like to point out, in addition to having these schools being able to, or districts be able to opt in and use this, whether if it's good for their communities, is one other really powerful benefit. When they were working together and having these conferences about their writing, it was one more opportunity for the student to have a touch with the teacher and build that relationship. And you'll see that the number one protective factor for youth mental health is knowing that there's an adult that cares about them. And that tiny incremental touch, I think, is an incredibly powerful benefit, making this an altogether a powerful tool. And as a parent, I would request that you give my school districts every possible tool for our children. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 83? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Zwiener to close on the bill.
Members, writing portfolios are a better form of assessment that our school districts who participate in the pilot would like to have the opportunity to participate in again. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I close.
Thank you. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 2615 and recognizes Representative Gates to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Chairman and members. This bill is a refile of my CTE bill from last session, which passed the House 132 ayes. It creates a new diploma referred to as a trade diploma, and it's a much improved bill. I do plan to offer another committee substitute for the chair's consideration. I will change the bill to require students for the CTE diploma to take the end-of-course exams for all 5 courses, just as they would under the Foundation School program. We will also be adding additional courses, including construction, property management, and HVAC. Because the committee substitute limits the courses that qualify for this diploma, it will significantly reduce the physical note. Expanding CTE programs is my top priority and will remain so. I want Texas to have a robust CTE program that the other states will want to emulate. This bill is focused on preparing high school students to enter the workforce with skills in a field that has high growth and high wage opportunities for skilled labor. These graduates will begin their careers with starting salaries in the $50,000 to $70,000 per year range, with the potential to earn $100,000 plus within 3 to 5 years of employment. My interest in developing a more rigorous CTE program is partially a result of my own experience. At 19, as a high school graduate, utilizing the construction skills learned in high school and through summer jobs, I began buying and repairing rent houses and eventually apartments. Along with me, 98% of my employees have no college education, yet they are welders, electricians, managers, and plumbers, and others making $70,000 to $150,000 a year, all skills in short supply. My wife and I were blessed with 13 children, 11 were adopted. My own experience in watching some of our kids mature in the workforce has been a testament to the fact that college is not for everyone. We have a son who went all the way through law school and academic scholarships, and a 40-year-old daughter who is challenged, functioning only on a 4-year-old level, and all the other kids fit somewhere in between. Our family business has offered our kids the ability to develop their own skills and interests, as some of them are mechanics, construction workers, property managers, and HVAC professionals. Members, this state's economy engine fully depends on workforce jobs being filled with qualified individuals. I have visited many CTE facilities in Texas, and recently I sat down with Commissioner Morath while preparing this bill, and we reviewed the current success or lack of success in our current CTE programs. The one handout on the one side shows that in 2019, we had 382,000 kids that graduated high school in Texas, but only 457 kids were able to take 2 or more classes in all those fields that are listed there. That's electrical, HVAC, plumbing, pipe fitting, oil and gas, diesel, and chemical processing. Job openings there that show there was over 30,000 job openings with no college degree needed, ranging from $50,000 to $75,000 for a starting salary. You know, in the annual report that the TEA puts out, it shows all the kids and what CTE programs that they are taking. And it's not really based on real-world demand for those skills and whether they really provide a living wage. Over 4,000, one of the top programs is florist. Over 4,000 kids took florist. That's 10 times more than it took combined in that chart I just showed you. Our current system is mainly based on providing what is the cheapest program to implement while maximizing enrollment, because the reimbursement from the state for CTE bonus is the same for a floral design or whether it's a diesel mechanic program, of which not one kid in the state of Texas was able to be a completer in that program. The other handout on the other side, it shows what my bill is the course curriculum that kids would be taking to obtain a trade diploma. It consists of 24 credit hours and requires courses in entrepreneurship and businesses and requires 120 hours of internship. There's no mandate for school districts to participate. It's designed to not duplicate any P-TECH program. It will allow school districts to partner with industry, junior colleges, technical institutes, and state colleges, and any other post-secondary institutes. Schools can use state funding under Chapter 48 to pay tuition costs, and they can apply for grants as P-TECH. And before a student can enter this program in 11th grade, they have to have successfully completed 10th grade. They have to sit down with the counselor along with their parents, and they have to agree in writing to enter this program. School counselor will instruct them on the benefits of a normal graduation and a trade diploma and what courses they may be lacking if they decided that, to switch out of the program. There are 3 levels of oversight. The commissioner in an annual report must measure the outcomes in achieving the credentials, training and post-secondary occupational programs, the success of entering the workforce and the salaries that the kids get, and the success of reducing outcome among students from different racial and ethnic groups and socioeconomic backgrounds. The second oversight will be the State Board of Education, who will prepare an annual study on implementation and effectiveness of the program, and it's to be submitted annually. And there will also be a third legislative oversight. It will have 3 Senate members and 3 House members who meet twice a year to receive the reports, request information, review recommendations, monitor effectiveness, and file a report with the governor, lieutenant governor, and the speaker. This diploma would be accepted by any higher education institute in Texas. Imagine if we put the current high school diploma under this same kind of scrutiny. Mr. Chairman, I've asked one of the resource witnesses from Texas State Technical College to explain how part of their funding is predicated on these kids staying employed for a number of years in the field of their credentials before they get paid. And thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to answer any questions and ask for the privilege to close.
All right. Thank you, Representative Gates. Members, any questions? We'll reserve your right to close, and we'll move on with your invited testimony. Go on. Okay. Is it here? Where is it? Okay. Chair calls Joe Arnold. All right, we show you registered as Joe Arnold on behalf of Texas State Technical College, and you're testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and members. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Basically, we would approach this as we do any of our other dual credit programs that we do with independent school districts now. For our purposes, state law already allows for ISDs and IHEs to be funded for dual credit programs, and we also charge a tuition that we charge the school districts. The tuition rate for our dual credit programs is $33 per credit hour. So for a 3-hour program, $99. I think the piece that the representative is interested in us talking about today is our funding model and the way that with the student graduating and getting a good job, that TSTC doesn't get paid until our graduates get paid, which forces us to look at high performing jobs, jobs that are in demand and that will result in a good job for our graduates. All of our dual credit programs are pathways to degrees that would lead to a good job. So we would view that as something that we could contribute to if this bill passes.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Mark Bosher. We show you registered as Mark Bosher on behalf of the Career and Technical Association of Texas, testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
First of all, thank you, committee members, for having me. My name is Mark Bosher, testifying on behalf of the professional education members of the Career and Technical Association of Texas, and we're testifying on the bill. While CTAP members appreciate the sentiment of this proposed legislation, our members have a few questions and concerns. Number one, we'd like to state that CTE students reflect every possible post-secondary occupation. CTE students already own diplomas and endorsements in business and industry, public service, and STEM. In this bill, the industry credentials that are referenced in the proposed legislation do not align with the certifications approved for TEA and fall under A through F accountability. So in theory, it could put the districts in a bind playing with two separate lists. House Bill 2615 also falls short in providing the academic foundation expected of Texas high school graduates, especially in the areas with just 2 maths and 2 sciences. The 9 credits of career and technical education credits required far exceed the 4 credits required to be a program of study completer. Most programs of study would fail to even have the requisite courses available to offer 9 credits in a particular pathway. The 1 credit internship requirement that is mentioned in the bill does not currently exist. What we currently do in career and technical education is provide practicum courses where students earn a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3 credits over multiple years possibility. The literal reading of the bill seems to eliminate any courses approved for a PTEC. I know this isn't the case, but it could conceivably eliminate all CTE courses, and I know that's not the intention. There's a mention of a limit on the career tech allotment with that's really not needed. Career tech students currently have a maximum of 6 contact hours per student as a maximum allotment that currently exists. There are numerous provisions in the legislation that are currently available to CTE students. Examples include partnerships with post-secondary institutions like the gentleman from TSTC. A lot of our schools partner with TSTC and community colleges in the area. Industry certification reimbursement already exists. Flexible CTE teacher qualifications already exist, and business and industry partnerships and work-based learning opportunities exist. So while we appreciate the sentiment, we think that there's place possibly for a bill like this, we do have those questions and concerns.
Chair calls
Jonathan Einstein. Okay. Mr. Einstein, we show you representing the Career and Technology Association of Texas.
Oh, no, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Little tech problem
okay.
here. You representing the State Texas Director, the Education Trust?
That's the one.
Okay, and show that you are against the bill. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You may proceed.
All right. Well, first I want to start by thanking the author for the time that he's personally taken to discuss the bill and to hear out concerns. I'm here to testify on behalf of Ed Trust and a wide range of student, parent, teacher, business, and education organizations that you can see reflected on the handout. We are all united in our commitment to ensure all Texas students graduate from high school equipped with the knowledge, skills, and options to succeed in our state's rapidly evolving workforce. I believe the author's goal is a worthy one, to expand students' access to quality CTE pathways that prepare students for high-wage, high-demand careers. However, HB 2615 is unnecessary. It's unlikely to accomplish this goal, and it's going to cause far-reaching disruptions to our state's assessment and accountability system, our college and career readiness framework, and conflict with related strategies and investments. I think most important of all, though, by lowering the bar for high school graduation and sacrificing rigorous core academic requirements, the bill is more likely to limit students' post-secondary options. Even though the bill states that students would only be eligible after 10th grade, the less rigorous alternative diploma track risks negatively impacting expectations and opportunities for students far earlier in their educational journeys and may lead schools to prematurely enroll them in less rigorous courses. Critically important questions remain about the implementation of this bill. It's worth remembering that the students who opt into this track will be 15 and 16-year-olds. If and when their aspirations change during their 11th and 12th grade years, they will be left further behind and less likely to meet the requirements of the foundation program. And if they transfer at any point during those years to a district that doesn't offer this program, they will be left without credits that do not transfer and that are less and then therefore be less likely to graduate on time. I think now I am. So happy to answer any questions and appreciate all the members who've engaged on this really important bill.
Members, are there any questions? Who is that? Representative Schaefer.
Would you acknowledge that we're not doing very well on vocational training in the state of Texas?
Absolutely.
This seems like a bold step in that direction.
Well, I think everything that's in the bill is possible under current policy. We don't need to create an entirely separate...
If it's possible, why isn't it happening?
Well, I mean, I think if we look at our policy framework for college and career readiness, under our current accountability system, 70+% of students are deemed college and career ready. Are they? If we're offering CTE courses in Flores, should we be, if they're not leading to those pathways? The 9 credit hours in this bill are doable alongside the foundation program. They don't need to be in lieu of. And if you look at the details in the bill, it proposes adding 4 new elective courses that would substitute for 4 core academic courses.
What are those 4 core academic courses?
They are English sorry, let me get out my sheet. I have it, 1 second. So the foundation program would also include 2 more additional years of English, so English 3 and another English course, and 1 more additional year of math, which in a lot of cases would be geometry beyond Algebra 1.
Okay, so let's talk about math for a second.
Okay.
So you got a young man or woman that's out there learning to plumb.
Yeah.
Or take an electrician's course. Is that not applied mathematics?
It absolutely is.
So why not let them go take an applied mathematics course in lieu of that math course that you just mentioned?
My point is that they're complementary, right? So we don't have to limit that student's options to pursue plumbing while also, we have this idea that like academic knowledge and workforce exposure and skills are somehow not complementary. They absolutely are.
There's a time factor there. If you're in the classroom, then you're not out in the shop.
Yeah, and my point is the 4 elective credits that are introduced in the bill, Money Matters, Intro to Business or Business Management, Entrepreneurship, Internship, those would still be required courses under this alternative program. My point is, students can take the core academic courses that are more rigorous, and they can take the CTE courses that are in the bill. We don't need the bill. That can already be done if we replace the 4 electives being proposed here with the ones we already have in the core foundation, and we don't run the risks that I tried to outline in my testimony, which is when students want to have more expansive choices and options in their 11th and 12th grade or after graduation, they aren't stuck without them.
Well, they can always go to a community college and get caught up. So if he goes into this program, gets to the middle of his senior year and says, you know, I wish I'd have gone the traditional route, just goes to local community college, takes a course online or in person and gets caught up. I mean, they've still gained the experience of whatever they did in this high school program. They change their mind. Students do that, but they're not in a position where they've lost anything.
Well, I would want to check with the author about something he mentioned in the layout, which is that the course diploma being suggested here will be, accepted for entry into post-secondary or higher education institutions. I'm not aware of
Community college is open enrollment.
Yes, sir. And
so if they don't have a per se high school diploma, you can walk into any community college, get the credits that you need, and you're back on track.
Respectfully, you do need to demonstrate academic readiness to take credit-bearing courses in a community college.
Right, but they have all the remedial courses that you need. So in other words, he gets into, let's take your fact pattern. You're taking a worst-case scenario. Student has regrets. He's halfway through his senior year. I wish I'd have gone the traditional route, and I don't have that traditional high school diploma. Okay. He still learned all this stuff that he learned. Now he goes to the community college, takes 1 or 2 remedial courses, and he's back on track.
I understand. And respectfully, your point about time is the same in that instance too, right? That time and money in this case to pay for community college is going to be lost as a result of needing to take those remedial
coursework. It's not lost in the sense that he or she gained whatever experience that they had when they were out in the shop, when they were learning one of these courses, HVAC, electrical, any of these things. It's not lost time. That's just time spent on a different pursuit. This is part of growing up. Young people try things, decide something different, and try different things. So, we worry about the data that's collected. We worry about how it fits into accountability ratings and the way funding streams are. We need to be talking about the young people who need to get out there and learn to turn a wrench. A turn a wrench can turn life around. And we're just not giving them that opportunity.
I agree.
In my opinion.
I agree. And that's not my intention.
So, I'm not worried about them missing out on that 3rd math class if they're actually learning the proper pressure in a pipe or learning about volts and amps, stuff that you've got to really use your noggin to figure out. And, I don't know how many times I've used the Pythagorean theorem in my adult life, but let me tell you, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, I've used a lot.
Oh, I agree 100%. And as far as I know, again, I don't see us disagreeing about the goal or about, how to go about. We do need to create more high-quality sequence CTE pathways. My point is, let's continue to look at what's already possible under the current framework, and let's talk about why we are not doing a better job creating those opportunities. I don't think it's because of the Foundation High School program. I think it's because we haven't gotten targeted and aligned and focused in what these pathways can be and make sure that they're available to our students. So we agree on that for sure.
All right. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Let the record show that Representative Schaefer and I have had some pretty high-level discussions. Maybe not Pythagorean's theorem, but we've done. That's tomorrow, maybe. Righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. That's hilarious. All right.
We're on Ryan.
Oh, we are? Okay. Chair calls Ryan Franklin. We show you registered as Ryan Franklin on behalf of Educate Texas, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. At our organization, we work extensively on increasing degree and credential attainment, and think both parts of that are critically important to the future workforce of Texas. I think the House took a major step forward last week with your vote on transformative community college finance reform, and I think that was one of the critical barriers we've seen in expanding access to career and technical education, particularly that workforce-aligned career and technical education. And so I believe that this bill is largely duplicative of programs and opportunities that are there within current law, and I'm concerned, as several of the other witnesses have said, about closing off options to students or not giving them the same opportunities. And I believe that models like P-TECH allow on and off ramps for students, and whether that P-TECH student is just pursuing a degree or is just pursuing the workforce credential, or they're pursuing the applied associate's degree, that there are opportunities built in within those models and within our CTE programs across the state. As someone who's used Pythagorean theorem when cutting hay with a tractor to get the hay cutter lined up right, that's how I've kind of used that in the real world, and think there's a lot of opportunities there for hands-on practical math and those sorts of things, and think there are opportunities within the current curriculum and structure, and just worry about where we place incentives with this bill and us creating incentives that close off opportunities for students and that don't create additional opportunities for students. So appreciate the opportunity to testify, and appreciate Representative Gates being willing to talk with us on this.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Schaefer.
What opportunities would be closed off?
I think the opportunities that we're concerned about are the opportunities for that student to efficiently go on into credit-bearing courses in higher education. So the role of community colleges play in remediation is critical in getting our kids back on track if they're off track, and there's way too much of that going on right now with kids who are taking the current foundation program. But we know that every time those students have to go back, the rate of ultimate success, whether it's degree or credential attainment, is very low and becomes much harder, particularly as people age out and have families and have additional responsibilities. It gets harder and harder.
Well, I see a lot of that opportunity lost, as you describe it, happening in college, where a lot of young men go in there and they start taking these college courses and they don't like it at all. And then they drop out and they go get a job plumbing. That's happening more often than this would happen. So I think maybe we're forgetting about all the wasted or the inefficiency that's in the higher education. They're leaving high school and they don't know about turning a wrench. And they go sit in college classrooms and wish they were turning a wrench and making money, and they leave and they've got student loan debt and they've wasted time. I would much rather err on the side of giving them exposure to that opportunity earlier, at an earlier age, especially if they have an interest in it and they've sat down with their parents and a counselor and signed a piece of paper saying, this is the route I want to go. I don't see anything lost. I just do not find an opportunity lost with what Representative Gates is trying to do here. I think more opportunities are being lost by the young men and women who are floundering with student loan debt and college time and getting no degree. They leave college, they have the equivalent of a mortgage, but they have no house when it comes to the debt. And this leads to high-paying jobs and people who have purpose and confidence and skill. And I just don't, I don't see an opportunity lost. I guess I would just disagree with you on that.
All right, members, any more questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls, I always mess this up, Ray Pianzik. Ray Pianzik.
Used to write on the board, it is a peon with a zik, and that's how my students learn to say it.
All right, we show you registered as Ray Pianzik on behalf of the Agriculture Teachers Association of Texas and yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Again, as he said, I represent the Ag Science Teachers of Texas. And again, when this bill came up in the last session, we felt that we just couldn't see all the positive as to where we were going with this. And I would make several points against it. We don't need to lower our standards for any students in our schools. We need well-prepared workforce and need well-rounded students with all the general skills, soft skills, or whatever it might be, with regular diplomas. I could give countless examples of students who went through CTE programs, and one of them I would use is my daughter. She went through our ag science program, and she found her way in food science through the food science contest, and now she's a product development manager for Frito-Lay PepsiCo, and that's just in her 3rd year, and they have identified her as what they call a hippo in the industry, and they want to keep her around and promote her. So there are many positive things going on in our schools where we're training kids at the highest levels. I know he said he would correct this in the bill, but schools and students already have so many options on their plate. Currently, a school could offer 54 programs of study and the P-TECH options. Many of these career tech and programs of studies are left out of this list. I'm glad to hear he's going to fix that and make them all as part of it if this goes through, because there are many skills jobs that are not listed, and I think he mentioned construction, manufacturing systems. I would, too, echo that 9 credits of a career tech course, and it's just not possible under our current system that we have in the programs of study. If you would look at any program of study and try to find 9 credits, it would be a challenge for that, especially then to get that, no one knows have those other courses. These courses are also expensive, so we probably have to find more funding if we're going to push more. Then again, the other problem is what happens to students if they decide their junior year or after that and they don't want to take, and they're going to have to figure out how to graduate because they are going to be behind. One other point I would say is in the 70s and 80s, we used the word vocational, and we got away from that to take that stigma away. And now we're going to have that stigma again put on them with the type of the diploma.
All right.
Thank you. I'll stop there then.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you so much. Chair calls Steve Kimgang. We show you registered as Steve Kimgang on behalf of the Intercultural Development Research Association and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Against the bill, Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. We need to change that. Hang on. Okay, so Steve Kimgang of IDRA and yourself against the bill.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Chair Buckley, Vice Chair Allen, and honorable members of the committee, my name is Steve Kimgang, and I have the honor of serving as an Education Policy Fellow at IDRA, a nonprofit dedicated to preparing all students to access and succeed in college. IDRA strongly opposes HB 2615, which seeks to create vocational educational pathways as an alternative option for eligible high school students. Vocational education leaves students unprepared for college or advanced careers. Historically marginalized students, including Black and Latino students and students in low-income households, have been academically tracked and away from college-ready pathways or advanced coursework. This legislation will perpetuate a tracking model that could target marginalized students into pursuing vocational tracks instead of college-ready pathways. Texas already has racial disparities in college readiness rates. 53% of Texas students graduate college-ready overall, but 49% of Latino students graduate college-ready, and only 35% of Black students graduate college-ready. And 44% of students in low-income households graduate ready for college. These students often face financial barriers, leading them towards vocation education because saddle them with years of expensive remedial education to further their post-secondary education for their careers of education. This bill relies on counselors to inform students about the consequences of enrolling in the vocational education program. IDRA's research with Texas counselors concluded that they had insufficient training in advising students about their full college and career choices in early grades, struggled with large caseloads, and often had insufficient time for all counseling duties. This, in consequence, for students' high school options and lifetime opportunities. This is consequential for students'
right.
high school options and lifetime options.
All right, Mr. Kimming, I'm going to show you registered against the bill. Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate it. Okay. Chair recognizes Jaime Puente. Jaime Puente. We're going to show Jaime Puente on behalf of every Texan and himself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 2615? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Gates to close on the bill.
Thank you. Yeah, I had to do the math. 457 kids in the state of Texas in 2019 were able to take three courses of CTE in the following combined: electrical, HVAC, sheet metal, plumbing, pipe fitting, oil and gas, diesel, and chemical process. I had to do the math because that is 0.001% of the kids. This program is designed for those fields. It's not like this is every kid's going to go into this. What we're trying to do is create a pathway where, and this isn't closing off. I mean, we are talking about a very small segment of kids that would probably be going into this because it's written in the bill that it is only for these programs. So, I've belonged to the Energy Caucus here in the House, and I talk with all these people who provide energy, from nuclear power plants and so forth. In fact, I was on a panel with the nuclear power companies, and they were telling me for every engineer they have, up to 8 jobs that they could fill with just high school graduates if they had the proper credentials. And we're talking about helping to be a plant operator, that they start out at $70,000 a year. These are this is 50% of kids don't even go to college. And of the kids that go to college, 50% of them don't get a degree within 5 years. That's who I'm trying to reach. And this is totally separate. We have looked at P-TECH. This is designed to not conflict with P-TECH. It's a different type. And these people that talk about lower standards, I mean, tell me that somehow a kid that gets a high school diploma and that's it, is somehow as a lower standard as someone that is on their pathway to a master plumber or master electrician in our society, that the average age is 59 to 60 years old. I mean, you ask businesses all over when I talk to businesses and I say, what's your biggest problem? They say, finding skilled labor. That's what I'm trying to produce through this bill. We've spent billions and billions of dollars on our CTE programs, but virtually the number of kids that graduate with the actual credential is in the 2% to 4% range. I'm trying to focus on certain careers that you walk out of high school with no college education, and you can be well on the path to $50,000, $70,000 as a starting salary. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
All right. Representative Schaefer.
I just want to thank you for your work and your passion on this issue. I think the pendulum kind of swung in this state and in the country away from, they call it a stigma to say the word vocational training. I go to schools in my district, and I go in the classroom, and every one of them will have a college banner up in the classroom. A college banner, not a tool belt, not a picture of a shop, not a picture of someone who started a business, a college banner. So the stigma is against the students who don't go to college. That's what happens, is we've developed a stigma against students who don't go get a 4-year degree. They're basically being told, unless you go that route, you're not being successful. I think a college degree is one way to be successful. And you're absolutely right. I like, even if your bill is not perfect, the idea of starting an approach that would unify a student's education towards a skill and a job that the student chose, because your bill is all about a student making this choice to go this different route. And what we're doing as a state has not been working. And at some point, we're going to have to disrupt what's not working and create new options and try something different. And so I applaud your effort.
You know, the part about the academic standards being reduced. We know that so many kids who come out of college or come out of high school that go to college got to take remedial classes. Well, why is that? You know, why pick on this pathway when 50% of our kids that aren't coming out of high school, what skills do they have for today's job market? You know, I think the statistics bear out that the kids that come out of high school and they aren't going to go to college, you know, figure out why they're not able to be employed in a productive way. Focus on that. You know, that we haven't been very successful in being able to prepare kids who are not going to college right now. This is really try to focus and getting life skills at an earlier age. And this diploma is acceptable in this bill to a higher education if you decide you want to go.
Mr. Chairman, can I add one thing? There's a trend that I hope members are aware of, and most people are not right now. What's happening is enrollment is declining in our universities nationwide, okay? Read the Wall Street Journal articles about it, et cetera. Our universities in Texas are changing their tactic. And you look at your regional universities, like University of Texas at Tyler and other regional universities, they're basically becoming open enrollment. They have dropped their requirement to take an ACT or an SAT. They're now getting into the lane of our community colleges. Community colleges are about to get run over. And some of them don't even realize it because the University of Texas systems and the other systems, they're dropping their standards. So now to get into UT Tyler, all you have to have is a C+ in high school. And so our universities are just going to lure them in with advertising. They're going to go to every high school counselor and tell them they can come to UT Tyler. Don't worry about going to Tyler Junior College or somewhere else. Come here. And then they're going to struggle. And they're going to get student loan debt. And so I just think this all fits in together with the idea of letting students try some things while they're in high school and they're younger. College will always be available to students who think they need to go that route. It'll always be available to them, but learning a skill early. And, you know, there's a term in business, fail fast. Well, I think it's better to fail, quote unquote, if you could even call it that, but to fail while you're in high school around adults who are watching your progress and looking out for your best interests. So let them fail in high school and go a different route. That's all your bill is doing, is giving them another option. And so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions? Yeah, Representative Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Gates, you had a similar bill last session, right, that dealt with the same issue?
Right. This was based off of that, but the biggest difference is now this is more focused in a smaller area of job skill sets.
Okay, so it's a more narrow version. What happened to that bill last session? You made it all the way through the House, isn't that right?
Right. It was 132 to 11 out of the House.
And then it got gummed up in that other chamber.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but you've been working on this particular bill for almost 2 years. I mean, as soon as the session was over, you started work on this version.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating, the ones that come up, because I have been flying around the state of Texas, meeting with everyone that would have an interest on the academic side and from the CTE side to help create this. And I think everyone that I saw that just stepped up made their first outreach to me yesterday. Mm-hmm. And now they show up today. And, that's frustrating. I have been working on this for a long time and have always been involved. And I'm available now. But, I think at the end of the day, what they're not fully understanding is this isn't for the entire spectrum of kids in high school. I really do believe if I was able to get 1% of the kids to actually enter this program, that would probably be a success. Because as I just said, only 0.001 of the kids even took 3 or more courses in the classes that we're trying to create this trade diploma for. And over time, in fact, I didn't mention aircraft. There are so many aircraft mechanics. That was another one that was added. That's part of this bill. There are so many of these high demand skills that we don't even touch. And the reason we don't have them in our high schools is because a high school is also in the business, just like anyone else. They want to minimize their cost and maximize their income. They get the same money from the state if they did an aircraft mechanic program versus a floral program. Well, how many kids are you going to have in an aircraft? So we never had these kind of programs. That's why this is contemplating involving Texas State Technical College and Texas A&M. I've talked with them because they had the facility and can draw from a number of other school districts to bring kids to one of these classes. And, I've talked with industry and manufacturers. This will not work if manufacturers and industry doesn't participate in that, because they've got to bring the skills to try to and the capital to help do some of these programs, because this is a very intensive type of capital investments in time, and they're going to have to help bring the instructors, and that's why I want higher education involved, because they can help provide some of those instructors. And it's going to take time to build this throughout the state of Texas. And I think there's a misunderstanding that somehow this is just going to be a small, narrow, just like P-TECH. There's not that many kids that take P-TECH. In fact, in our Texas State Technical College, there's 10 campuses throughout the entire state of Texas, and there's only 11,000 kids enrolled in the entire system. And even if all of them got their right credentials, there was 30,000 job openings just in these seven courses here. So we're way deficient in being able to prepare kids for the jobs that are out there today.
Thank you. I know that you've spent a lot of time working on this issue, and most of us, when we're working on a piece of legislation, doing well would be to be meeting with the stakeholders for the few weeks before our bills are laid out in committee to try to get consensus. And so, I just want to make sure everybody here knows that you've been diligent in working with every stakeholder you get your hands on to try to build a product that would work for the entire state, and you've been doing it for a year or more now. So I just appreciate all the hard work that you've done on it.
I appreciate that.
All right. Members, any more questions? Okay. Committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 3832 and recognizes Representative Lopez to explain the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for your time today. I would like to address a simple issue of the current statute that forces school districts to notify the commissioner of any instructional materials that it disposes of. While the intentions behind the statute may have been well-meant, it has led to unnecessary work and inefficiencies for both the school district and the agency. The current process of disposing of discontinued instructional material involves notifying the commissioner of what material is being disposed of. This process creates unnecessary work and extends the time needed to dispose the instructional material that has already been deemed disposable. As you can imagine, over 1,000 school districts would need to be notifying the commissioner. So this is both a burden on the school district, who is entrusted with the responsibility of removing old material, and the agency, who is in charge of monitoring the process. So in conclusion, this bill, all it does is just remove that middle tape that is taking place right now, and allowing the school districts to be able to make that decision on when to dispose of material that is outdated already. I'm open for questions.
All right, members, any questions? All right, and we'll reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
So we'll move to testimony. Chair calls Mark Terry. Mark Terry. We're going to show Mark Terry on behalf of the Texas Elementary Principals and Supervisors Association and himself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3832? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Lopez to close on the bill.
Thank you, members. I ask for your support in this bill.
All right. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending.
Ms. Lopez, that was a very concise closing. Good job.
Which one? What is it? 4522. Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 4522 and recognizes Representative Lozano. Chairman Lozano would explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and members. I appreciate the opportunity to present House Bill 4522, which deals with clarifying the language used in school district bond election propositions. In 29, state law was amended to mandate that school districts include the statement, "This is a property tax increase," on all ballots containing bond propositions. However, the problem lies in the fact that in many cases, the bond proposition will not result in a tax rate increase. In fact, in some cases, even with the approval of the bond, the tax rate may actually decrease. The school district officials hold the paramount responsibility of providing transparent and factual information regarding school bond proposals. This is crucial in helping voters understand the bond they are voting on. So House Bill 4522 aims to address the lack of transparency and information by clarifying that the statement about a tax rate increase must be included on the ballot only if it is expected that the district's interest in sinking tax rate will increase due to the passage of the bond proposition. If the tax rate is not expected to increase, then the statement is not required. It's a pretty straightforward bill, members. However, I know that there are different opinions from some very good people. However, I do look forward to working with everyone on this issue, and I do believe we have some great witnesses as well.
All right, members, any questions for Chairman Lozano? All right, if not, we'll proceed with testimony. Chair calls Michelle Cavazos. All right, we show you registered as Michelle Cavazos on behalf of Gregory Portland ISD and the Texas School Coalition, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Michelle Cavazos. I'm the proud superintendent of Gregory Portland ISD, and I am here to testify for House Bill 4522 on behalf of our district as well as the Texas School Coalition. I'm grateful for the clarity that this bill would provide the taxpayers that we serve in our respective roles and offices. I've worked in 5 different districts in Texas, in the Houston area, the San Antonio area, Central Texas, and now the Coastal Bend. And there have been districts that are large urban, suburban, large and small districts. And each district has very unique circumstances, and the current ballot requirement does not provide clear communication to voters in each unique district and causes distrust between communities and districts. For example, the current required language is inaccurate for those individuals who receive the 65 and over exemption, as they have a tax ceiling on their primary residence. In our community, 23% of our registered voters are 65 and older, and they vote consistently in each election cycle. Because of the tax ceiling for this age group, bond referendum outcomes have no impact on their taxes. Another example is that our district has gone out for bonds in 2012, 2015, and 2020, and now in 2023, and they were all called with no increase to our total tax rate, and nor any increase to our INS tax rate. In fact, our tax rate has actually decreased 14 cents over the last decade. A growing number of our school districts across the state of Texas are currently experiencing moderate to rapid increases in student enrollment and may only have the option to build new schools for those students through debt service revenue that can only be accessed with voter approval of a bond referendum. The opportunity with this legislation to account for the fact that school districts and therefore their taxpayers are experiencing economic growth may ease rather than hinder the taxpayer burden in the long term and not mentioned or implied in current ballot language. Is that my time?
All right, we're going to show you registered for the bill, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Gary Teal. All right, we show you registered as Gary Teal on behalf of yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
I will.
Okay.
This similar bill was discussed in the Senate last night, and I testified against it there too. There is no confusion with the current language. The problem with it is that it's very clear. It says this will be a tax increase. And to my way of thinking, you can't borrow $100 million and not tell the taxpayers that they're going to need to pay it back. The language is accurate, and there's no evidence that it's killing all the bonds. There have been bonds passed with this language. I know that districts can do education about a bond, but they're not going to emphasize the fact that there's a tax increase. The rate that's going to be paid is not at all the only factor in your tax burden. The rising values for people's homes in Texas means that what we really should be doing is educating the taxpayers that your tax burden is your property value times the tax rate. If the property values were to go down sometime in the next 10 years, you can bet that the rate would have to be raised to raise the amount of money needed to pay the bond off. And then everyone would be saying, don't look at the rate, don't worry about the rate. Your tax burden will be about the same. These measures are being passed and paid back over a 40-year period. I'm not going to pay these bonds off, and most of us aren't, but the people who will be paying them off are not yet 65 and do not have an exemption.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Amy Hedke. Amy Hedke.
That's me.
Oh. We show you registered as Amy Hedke on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this is very accurate, even for Gregory Portland. There's $22 billion in ISD bonds on the ballot, and this is the bond order, the official legal language for every single one of them. These bonds do not ask if you're going to pay taxes. It authorizes the levying of a tax on everybody in the district. This language applies to everybody. Here is Gregory Portland's. The proposition itself authorizes, shall the Board of Trustees be authorized to issue and sell bonds? It goes on. This is all one sentence. It's about this long. And shall the Board of Trustees of the district be authorized to levy and pledge and cause to be assessed and collected annual ad valorem taxes on all taxable property in the district sufficient without limit as to rate or amount to pay the principal and interest on the bonds. That language about the rate is on every single one of these. Every single one. It's required by law because it is a legal reality. A lot of people don't like fine print. What they hate worse than fine print is when we point it out. Y'all have a copy of this Midlothian one. And if you open it up, on the very back inside, you're going to see the voter information document is not intended to and does not create a contract with the voters. These are contracts. This bill should actually be called on a point of order because the ballot language must substantially express what is in the proposition. There is no guarantee of any rate at all.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We thank you for being here. Chair calls Tisha Crow. Tisha Crow. Okay, we're going to show Tisha Crow on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Tom Nobis. All right. All right. We show you registered as Tom Nobis on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, thank you. I originally wasn't going to testify, and I'd registered, showed its duplicate, but then it accepted, so I'm good.
Hold up just one second. I'm sorry.
We have him registered as himself in Texas or just himself?
Okay, we have you registered twice, one on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas.
Take that one out.
Okay, so we have your permission to remove the Republican Party of Texas registration. Okay.
Right.
All right, so we have you registered as show you registered as Tom Nobis on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You may.
So originally, I wasn't going to actually do testimony here, but I'm against it. When the testimony said, well, we're not going to raise the tax rate because of this, that just said, wait, it's not a question of rate, it's a question of tax. You're taking a bond And we've got to repay this money at some point in time, and the only place it's coming from is our taxes. I'm a taxpayer. That's why I'm concerned. And like I said, it extends over time. Somebody else is going to have to pick this up over time. I just think that clarity on the statement to the taxpayers when they go and actually add more debt that they're going to have to pay back is, I think, appropriate. I'm still trying to understand why Harris County's $2.1 billion bond package that they approved in November did not have it on their bond package as a tax increase. It just said, go ahead and pay for more money, or let us go get more money so we can charge you later. Thank you for the time.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions to this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4522? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Lozano to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. My ultimate goal is just to provide as much clarity on the language as possible. I look forward to working with everyone on this, and I'm available for questions, members, if there are any.
All right, thank you. There's no objection. I'm sorry, Representative Harrison.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Representative Payne. I appreciate very much your commitment and your desire to provide clarity to this.
Yes.
In what instances, when would this, so it would not be, this new phrase, this is a property tax rate increase, it would not be required to be on all bond packages anymore, is that right?
As long as they weren't increasing the tax rate, it wouldn't. Yeah.
So, but not the taxes. Like their taxes could go up, but this language, but this ballot language be not on the ballot anymore. Is that, am I reading this correctly?
Yeah.
Somebody's tax liability could increase, but this language would be stricken from the ballot in at least some instances. Is that?
Yeah, it would hinge upon strictly on the tax rate. That's what the language. Of course, I honestly, the more information, the better. So if you look at it this way, in many cases, the passage of that bond is not going to increase taxes. In some school districts, like in mine, they've reduced the tax rate by 14 cents. And so when you...
They reduced the tax rate or they reduced people's taxes? Because
tax rate. Yes,
in your first, just a second ago, and by the way, I agree with what you said. I want more clarity. The more clarity, the better. But am I misunderstanding something that when bonds are passed, a tax rate can go down, but because of the increase in property valuations, people's tax bills can go up? Am I understanding that right?
That's correct, but the school district doesn't determine those values. And that's where we're, not being as transparent as we can with the people that are actually voting, because they're voting on that bond. And we're asking, for example, the school district to do what essentially is impossible, which is to raise funds for a growing school district. In order to make that palatable to the voters, they reduce their tax rate. In my district, there's tons of industry. They carry about 90% of that tax burden. The residential homeowners carry only 10% of that tax burden. And so we've reduced taxes of 14 cents in over a period of years. So
the rate has gone down over that 14-year period, right?
Yeah, they've been reducing.
Have your property tax payers had their property tax bills go down?
Again, the property tax rate is not the appraisals is not the school district. That's the appraisal district.
Correct, but what is determined first, the appraised values or the tax rates? Which gets determined first?
Honestly, it depends what time of the year the election is.
No, but unless I'm misunderstanding something, having lived this with my local officials, the appraisal, the county appraisal office, they let the taxing entities know, they have to know this because otherwise there's no way to calculate what would be the no new revenue rate or the effective rate or the de minimis rate. Those rates are known before the tax rates are voted on by the taxing entities. Is that right?
Yes. What I was saying is that the appraisal district, obviously and the school district are two separate entities.
Absolutely. Correct.
The school district has no idea what the appraisal of a home is going to be. They don't go to a home and ask, hey, what is your home currently valued at? The school district is solely there to educate students, to provide them buildings. But So if you wanted the most transparency and you wanted to keep the statement, this is a property tax increase, you should also allow them to put a statement that says, this is not increasing the tax rate. Isn't that transparent?
Would you be okay with, because I share your goal of transparency, and I'm trying to find a way to have, maybe we can work together
Yeah,
on
like
some
to put
language
the
here. But
most language on there
Right.
that's fair to everyone.
would you be okay then with some kind of a modification that allowed for the ballot language to read, this is a property rate decrease, but it's a property tax increase? Could they go together? Because both would be
I'm
true,
open to
right?
that. Yes, sir. I'm open to that.
So
Both- if
clearly
both-
putting on the language that this is a property tax increase.
If both are true,
Yeah.
because there are some cases where the taxes would not be increased by the passage of that bond.
Because where I do agree with you, there is massive confusion
Yeah.
for my constituents on like what's going on, because they keep hearing that the tax rates are going down, but every single year the check they write's bigger.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And so it isn't, but I want to go back to this because the order matters. The appraisal district, which is different than the taxing entities, they set their appraisals before the ISDs
Yes,
and the
that's
cities and the
correct.
counties set the tax rate.
Yes.
Correct. So even though and because property values have been going which direction, right? They've been going like
everywhere.
sky high,
Everywhere.
correct? There is nothing in, let me maybe ask this as a question. Is there anything in state law that requires that just because a property appraisal value increases, property tax liability increases? Is there anything that requires that?
No.
No, there's not, right?
No.
So they could, because they're all lowering rates, right? The values are going up this much, the rates are going down. And we, in fact, we as a state have required the calculation of what's called a no new revenue rate. That used to be called last year's effective rate. So if they're lowering the rate, but they're not lowering it down to the no new revenue rate, is that not effectively a tax increase?
If it's not requiring for that bond, so it's gonna depend on the bond. Not all bonds are gonna lead to an increase in taxes paid, like the bond itself. But for that bond, not all of them are gonna increase.
So I want to understand how you get, because I hear this, right, that bonds don't increase taxes, but, I mean, are buildings free?
But no, not all of them. You know, there's already a tax rate. There's projected revenue based on the tax rate,
Yeah.
and that's
But somebody's paying for the buildings, right?
yeah, everyone that's paying taxes.
Right,
Sure.
and that's whatever, if the building is X dollars, taxes have to go up by X to pay for the building, right? Unless the implication is that a building is free, somebody's paying for the building.
That's correct. Yeah, it's paid by the tax.
So taxes are higher than they would have been if there were not a bond.
If you look at, not every bond is the same. Not every district's the same.
No, but in principle, forget if it's a $1 bond or a $15 billion bond, taxes would have to go up by either $1 or $15 billion.
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
So every bond effectively is a tax increase.
Okay, so you have, let's just break it down to this way. You have revenue coming into a school district. Some money is from the state, some money is from property taxes, okay? It used to be 30% was from the state and 70% was from local property taxes. We in the legislature, we're not doing our part to adequately fund public schools. Now, it's about 55% of public school funding is coming from the state.
Yeah, we're about to make the
45%.
most historic investment in public education in our
That's
state's
correct.
history, aren't we? Yeah.
That has helped the local school property tax because they're buying down their property tax rate. So the school district has this pot of money, the state funds, local property tax funds.
Right.
From those funds, and they have accountants that project future income, they can tell themselves, hey, we can build a new high school because we've outgrown one high school. There's a school district 15 minutes from here that needs another high school. We can afford a new high school with our existing funds. We can actually decrease our tax rate and still be able to make the payments and interest on that.
No, right, but I think what gets lost and where my heart breaks for so many of my constituents, and I know Texans all across the state, that are losing their homes. They don't know if they're going to be able to stay in homes that have been in their family for generations, even if they're paid off.
Yeah.
Because the property taxes every single year are in fact going up. The taxes, but where you're correct is that the tax rates are going down, but the problem is the taxing entities aren't lowering them down low enough to offset the increase in appraisals, which are known before the tax rates are set. So I don't have to monopolize any more of the time here.
I understand what you're saying.
Right, and that's why, because I want transparency. I believe you want transparency for your constituents.
Absolutely.
If I'd love to maybe work with you offline, it sounds like you're okay, because just because a tax rate goes down, it is not only the case, it's most of the time frequently the case that their taxes go up. And so maybe if you and I, could we maybe work offline to find a way to, if you want to change this a little bit, make it more clear in the interests of transparency to add some language that this will increase your taxes?
Absolutely. And it's all about that transparency.
Okay.
Letting the voters know when they're filling out that ballot, voting for or against that bond, that they have the most information that's fair to everyone.
Yeah.
And that tax rate is, I think, is a key part of that as well.
Well, Representative Lozano, I greatly appreciate your stated commitment to transparency. It's a goal I share strongly and would look forward to working with you offline.
I agree. I personally pay property taxes, school district property tax, in 4 different counties. My kids go to school in just one of those counties. And so I'm one of those that when I only vote in that my homestead, but I would want the most information possible. And I also want the state to fully fund its share of public education as well.
Right. Well, I just want to make sure that I think the biggest point of ambiguity and of confusion comes from people being told their tax rate went down, but their taxes went up. And we've got to find a way to clarify that. So I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you very
absolutely.
much. Thank you, Chairman.
Any more questions, members?
Any more questions for Chairman Lozano?
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. All right.
I think that tab 1 is.
All right. Chair lays out House Bill 4402 and recognizes Representative Bell to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee members, I appreciate the opportunity to lay out House Bill 4402. TEA provides annual academic accountability ratings to independent school districts, charter schools, and individual campuses. The academic accountability system examines performance in these areas under 3 domains: student achievement, school progress, and closing achievement gaps. The performance of districts and campuses under the current accountability system determines district and campuses accreditation status, distinction awards, availability of programs, including virtual learning, sanctions, and intervention by TEA to improve performance, and more. Despite this system's intent to ensure the highest quality public education for students, the system errs by disproportionately weighing standardized testing to the detriment of students, parents, campuses, and districts across the state. The revision of standardized testing in 2012 with the creation of the STAR test incited public concern over high-stakes testing from one test on one day. In the decade since the implementation of STAR, our accountability system has exacerbated these concerns by calculating the student achievement domains from grades 3 through 8 and closing the gaps domain for all grades by performance on standardized testing alone. In 2015, House Bill 2804 was passed by the 86th legislature, establishing the Texas Commission on Net Generation Assessments and Accountability. The commission was tasked with developing and recommending new systems of student assessment and public school accountability. Their report contained multiple recommendations, considerations for further study, and a long-term vision statement for public education in Texas. It's my belief that House Bill 4402 is an implementation of several of these recommendations set forth by the Commission in 2016, moving Texas forward toward a better assessment and accountability system. The statutory language within the Every Student Succeeds Act ensures the accountability systems use multiple measures of school success, including academic outcomes, student progress, and school quality, and give states the flexibility to create their own educational innovations and include new measures of school quality and student success. The proposed amendments of House Bill 4402 would align with ESSA and will help to reduce the burden placed on students and parents through high-stakes testing and enable school districts and charter schools to focus on their initiatives and programs that emphasize student success in a holistic areas of growth and development. This bill codifies through-year testing and replaces benchmark testing required by 3906 and 86th for grades 3 through 8. The TEA commissioner will weigh each of the 3 tests, and then a summative score of the test will be calculated. Additionally, the bill adds new indicators for consideration for grades 3 through 8 in domains and 1 and 3 to account for student participation in extracurricular and co-curricular activities, the results of a parent and student canvas, and success in advanced mathematics, specifically 8th grade Algebra 1. Finally, HB 4402 caps the percentage of any accountability rating that may be attributable to student performance on required assessments in grades 3 through 8 to 80% on the various indicators down to 20. So therefore, 80% on the assessment and 20% on these 3 new indicators. These changes to the existing law strive to create an academic accountability system that is not solely focused on standardized testing, but instead takes into account the totality of the students' opportunities and successes in a well-rounded educational program. HB 4402 is necessary to ensure that kids, campuses, and school districts are not judged on one test taken on one day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, for your consideration. I'm glad to answer any questions, and with that, would respectfully have the right to close.
All right, members, any questions for Representative Bell? Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you, Representative Bell. I know you've worked real hard on this bill, and I appreciate your aim here and what you're doing. You and I had a conversation about this on the House floor. My son's taking STAR today. He was nervous about it, even though I tell him, doesn't matter, just like any other day. Don't worry about it, just go to school. It's a walk in the park for you, do your best. But kids get nervous because schools get nervous. There's so much testing and such a huge focus on testing in our schools, and I think it's unfortunate. And I think it takes away from actual teaching and learning at this point. One of the things that our school district has implemented is through-year testing with what's known as the MAP test, right? And what I worry about is having additional testing put on top of what's already happening. And so can you explain to me and the committee how this change to the STAR test broken up throughout the year might impact school? Because I think a lot of school districts are doing this MAP testing.
Right. Sure. Thank you. That's a great question, Representative. And one of the things we did codify, besides having a STAR test at the end of the year in April, we did benchmark testing. And that's a product that's purchased by a lot of school districts to do these benchmark tests. And then, therefore, we use that for interventions to know where the child needs to go. The 3906 passed in the 86th, created through-year testing as a pilot so that you'd use a STAR test type product 3 different times and use it in the same method. So what I'm proposing in 4402 is to codify the pilot that was created in 3906. Therefore, it would do away with that MAP test. And so no more additional tests. We've already codified that we'll have 3 tests annually with a 3 through 8th grader. If you put this in place, it's the same 3 tests total, but they're taking the STAR test 3 times. Just like when we're in high school or in college, you bomb a test on Friday and you get a retake on Monday. It's my belief the more times these children see the same test, same product over a period of time, then we take the angst out of it, because it's the adults, as you described it, put the angst on this, because it is high stakes on the educator, the child, and on the parent.
And I hope with each session we can remove some of the high stakes, because I don't think it does a service to our kids in schools. But the other thing I wanted to ask you about is, now that one of the challenges with the STAR test is we don't get results until it's too late to do anything about it for that class. So a teacher didn't get the results to be able to use to make changes and to address some of the gaps for children. I don't know if that's going to change with this now all online STAR, and I'd be interested in if you have any insight on that, whether we'll get that data back now. But I'm also wondering how through-year testing might help get us some information that teachers can actually put to use.
And that is part of the product. The items are to be released on an annual basis. So with the transparency for educators see what that is. But on the through-year testing is that information is released on what the child missed or didn't, or attained. And then that would be utilized to determine the interventions. Whether that's even the interventions that we do to get these children back on track that has been required by other bills that we've passed.
So teachers will be getting real-time feedback to be using throughout the year.
That's correct. And then one of the things that you see in recommendation number 1 of the Texas Commission on Next Generation Assessments and Accountabilities was to implement an individualized integrated system of multiple assessments using computerized adaptive testing. And so one of the things to do is to separate this out, do that through your testing, which was part of this summary, but as opposed to, and I'm reading right out of that recommendation, as opposed to a lengthy one-time assessment, and that's the goal, to a single summative score. And what 4402 does is the child will take the assessment 3 times. We know that the TEKS are not going to be covered in 3rd grade math in the beginning of the fall or by January. That's not going to happen until April. So those tests will be weighted. And then a summative score, which was recommended by this commission, would then, the commissioner by rule would weight those three test scores and then come up with a summative score. Therefore, not one test one day.
And finally, one last question or concern I just thought of as you said this. Right now we're challenged in our school districts with a change in the accountability system that our schools didn't anticipate, where we have cut scores for college and career readiness being drastically higher than what they were before, and we're basing it on last year's graduates. But we've also changed the STAR test, and this is a pretty substantive change to the STAR test. And I think it's going to take us a while for our school districts to catch up and understand what this means for our accountability scores. And I do have concerns about whether our school districts might get dinged by the TEA if their STAR scores suffer as a result of this new way of testing. And so I'd like to just make sure we're having this dialogue with the TEA to ensure that we are helping our districts transition and not penalize them for what just might be a bump in the road as we transition through to this new way of evaluating kids.
Yeah, the bill goes in effect in the fall of 23-24. And part of this also, if you're going to measure extracurricular and co-curricular allotment, to be able to do that and meet the test of constitutionality with Edgewood 2, you have to have an allotment, and that includes this. So that would go into effect 23-24. However, the assessment and utilizing this process into the accountability won't go into effect until the 26-27 school year. So we've got 3 years that the rulemaking will occur, the process will go through, even the data must be reliable. On page 9, C4, page 9, line 24, notwithstanding other provisions of this section, an indicator adopted under subsection C may not be included in determining the performance rating of a school district or campus under section 39054 unless it has been determined to be valid and reliable by the commissioner and through a peer review process. To make sure that we're really using real data in our accountability system, because we're creating 3 new indicators that will weight with the STAR test. You bet.
Okay. All right, Representative Bell, just so I'm clear. So what we're talking about is currently right now in our STAR testing through 8th grade, 100% accountability is based on the STAR results.
That is correct.
This moves that to 80% and then creates a 20% section, if you will, on these other indicators.
That is
which is,
correct.
I'm sorry, I'm just drawing a blank. The other two
That would
indicators
be,
were co-curricular and extracurricular.
Parent-student canvas, and then the success of advanced mathematics. So in the 5th grade, we determined to put children in a fast track to take Algebra 1 in 8th grade. So the school district would be a measurement of how many children do we actually get into Algebra 1 in that campus and that district in the 8th grade.
Okay. And so I think also, am I correct or am I understanding it correct that the 3-year testing, that the results and the data that's collected, if you will, or that we gain, will be able to be used for several purposes. Right now, we see districts adding multiple layers of testing to make sure that they can meet the TIA requirements and other sorts of benchmarking and assessments, and that the 3-year testing is designed to serve multiple purposes. So that information informs teachers, it informs campus leaders, it informs districts and school boards, and ultimately it informs parents. Is that correct?
That is correct, and that was one of the requirements and the processes that the Texas Commission of Next Gen Assessments Accountability asked to do, to use the data to drive instruction, determine outcomes, growth gaps, funding, and then the CCMR.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Members, any more? Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Bell. I'm a big fan of a lot of what this bill does. My only concern is about the extracurricular, co-curricular, is making sure that we're considering equity. You know, I just don't want the wealthy districts that can afford a lot of this stuff to have an advantage over our lower wealth districts that don't have as many of these opportunities. So just curious how you're thinking through that at this point. But I think the way this bill is going is really needed for our system.
And like I said earlier, it does have an allotment built in for co-curricular and extracurricular. It'll be the same for every school district based upon basic allotment and attendance, and then multiplied times 0.003 for an allotment for that. That has to occur to maintain constitutionality concerning Edgewood 2. You know, we've had Edgewood 1 and 2 and 3 at this point. So I would agree. But at the end of the day, and several, myself including several members of this committee have been school board members. So at the end of the day, whatever Chairman King we may do with House Bill 100, we'll all get a bucket of money in each school district. And then sifted through the statute, we'll create the budget in a local school district. So you're right. Everybody's going to get an amount of money based on their ADA and their population and the basic allotment. But the local school district determines how they're going to spend that. That's a local control and a local school board issue.
Thank you for clarifying, Representative Bell. Great.
Members, any more questions? All right, we'll reserve your right to close, and we'll move to testimony. Reminders, members, we do have a resource witness from TEA. If you have any questions of that.
I thought you said we were going to have dinner in the back. I thought you were about to say reminder members we have dinner in the back.
Well, there could be dinner in the back.
We do.
Yeah, it is there? Okay, so there's dinner in the back. So
You just had a prompting. He was keeping that to
Yeah.
himself.
I was going to eat it all. All right, Chair calls Annette Teal. Okay. All right, we're going to show Annette Teal on behalf of Del Valley ISD and herself. Registered neutral on the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Rich Deere. All right, we show you registered as Rich Deere on behalf of Godly ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Rich Deere, and I'm Superintendent Lead Learner at Godly ISD. I want to thank you, Chairman Buckley, and members for everything you do. What gets measured in the state is what gets taught in our classrooms. And right now, with our focus on high-stakes testing, that's what's being taught in our classroom. Much like the example you gave today, I had the same example or same situation Monday. My third grader came up and said, "Dad, can we go eat breakfast at the cafe tomorrow?" And I said, "Yeah, we can do that." I said, "Why do you want to go on Tuesday? Because we usually go on Fridays." She said, "Well, tomorrow's the STAR test, and I got to have a good breakfast for the STAR test." And I said, "All right, that's fine." And I get her up about 5:30 because we have to get there kind of early, around 6. And she said, "Oh, I'm not happy." I said, "This was your idea to get up and eat pancakes. Why are you mad at me?" She goes, "No, I'm stressed." I said, "You are a third grader. You have nothing to be stressed about." She said, "Today's STAR testing day. It's the most stressful day of the year." And now, I'm the first to admit that Zoe Deere has a flair for drama. So that's just how she is. But the fact that a third grader has test anxiety just kind of signals to me that we can do better with our testing system. Because I think we can all agree that employability skills and future-ready skills, critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, collaboration, professionalism, and strong work ethic, those are the type of skills that we want our kids to have. But since we're so focused on that standardized test, that's what's getting taught in our classroom. So we really appreciate that there's additional success standards, success measures in this bill, and that's what we really appreciate, and I would really appreciate support of this bill. It's a step in the right direction to lower high-stakes testing and incorporate additional success measures for our kids, so I appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, Representative Schaefer has a question.
Thank you for your anecdote about your daughter. I think that
dramatic daughter, yes, sir.
Let me ask you about that. For your daughter, you mentioned high-stakes testing. What would be the stakes for your daughter on that third grade test?
Say that again.
What's at stake for her?
Well, in her mind, it's because I think my reference is because our teachers are doing a great job. It's not their fault, but they're telling our kids this is important. We got to pass this test. We've got to do well on it. So in her mind, it's a stressful situation.
Right, but if she did poorly on the test, what would that change about her life?
It wouldn't.
Okay, so why is she having pressure?
That's kind of my point, because the accountability system, that's what all the focus is on, our high-stakes standardized tests. So that's what our teachers, and again, it's not our teachers' fault, it's the system's fault. That's what our teachers, or they think that they care about our kids and they carry it on their shoulders, and they think we've got to score.
Something's happening where, because the school and the rating system, your daughter,
yes, sir,
she could have a bad day, blow the test. She's going to go to school and keep learning and being with her friends and her family the next day. Nothing happens to her, and she can go on to 4th grade and 5th grade, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the stress is coming from the adults being transmitted to the students.
It's coming from the system that's applying the pressure to the adults that's going to the students, and that's why I appreciate the other additional measures, because hopefully it'll take some stress off of the standardized testing, such as the co-curricular and extracurricular. There's other things that we can use to measure our kids. I think it'll help reduce some of that stress. That was my point.
Right. Okay. And I get that point. I mean, this is the state telling thou shall, not thou may.
Yes, sir.
If you didn't have the STAR test, what would you do? What would the school do if you didn't require the STAR test?
There's a great number of things that we could do to try to measure our kids, and it's messy, and that's what's nice about the STAR test, is it's nice and clean and it gives you data, but it doesn't measure what it needs to measure, because it's measuring our kids on one test one day, but there are lots of different types of intelligences, and if we could come up with other measures,
another test.
Other measures like co-curricular and extracurricular, things like that is my point. There's other ways that we could try to measure the strengths of our kids.
Right, but I guess a parent wants an assessment of their child's academic achievement.
Yes, sir.
And how do you get that assessment of academic achievement without a test?
I'm not saying we don't need a test. I'm saying we need more tests. The STAR test is fine. I'm not saying the STAR test is bad, but it's one data point. Let's get more data points. Is my point.
If you had more data points, are the teachers still going? Are they not going to worry about it anymore?
I don't think the stress will be as much, because right now that's like our chairman said. That's what the accountability system. 100%. That's what it's based on. If it was spread out more, I think that would help. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think the challenge for legislators is to know. We have to look at the state as a whole, and we see 3rd grade reading scores and math scores writ large, I don't know if they are ungodly, but not good. And so if we don't tell the schools that we're going to hold you accountable to improve, if we relieve the pressure, what happens to those third grade? Forget the scores. What happens to their ability to read and do math? If we relieve pressure as a state against a body of students in 5.5 million students out there, how many third graders? If we relieve that pressure through the accountability system, will schools perform better or worse?
I'm not saying that we're not going to, our job is to teach kids, and our teachers are dedicated across the state. They're still going to do their best to teach our kids to read and write and add and subtract. I guess my point was there are other things we could do as well. We definitely don't want to back off of anything, but when all the pressure is just on the one test or the couple of tests, that's not giving us a true description of our kids.
But
I understand where you're going.
Third grade reading. Let's just talk about third grade reading.
Okay.
That's like compared to other things.
Yes, sir.
That is just an enormous factor.
Yes, sir.
So should we put some stakes behind an enormous factor?
Should be what?
I mean, if we take the pressure off third grade reading,
yes, sir,
scores as a huge component of whether your school is successful or not, because I just, from layman's terms, if you're below 50% on your third graders reading, we got to judge that a failure, right?
I would think we would need to do better, yes, sir.
So how do we communicate that to the community?
Oh, we would still need to communicate to the community. I'm not saying we need to do away with the STAR test.
No, I get that. Okay. But if we, at the same time, we're saying you essentially water down the components. Like you add other factors in that put less emphasis on this STAR test. But if the STAR test is something if it's measuring something that's really important.
Yes, sir.
Are we diluting what's really important if we add all these other factors?
I don't think so, but I think we're just saying that that's not the only thing that's important. There are more than just reading that's important. Reading's very important because until third grade, they're learning to read until third grade, and after that, they're reading to learn. I mean, it is very important. You're right. And our teachers aren't going to take their foot off the gas. I'm just saying that there are other things that we can do to measure our kids' strengths.
And I agree with you on that.
Yes, sir.
And I appreciate the discussion.
Yes,
so
sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
If you look at the pressure, the anxiety that we see, personally, I think part of it has to do with the fact that we have one day, one shot. And everything, and I know there's other assessments and they're benchmarking along the way and such. If you look at through-year testing, and you sort of break it down where the tests are, I would argue, probably shorter.
Yes, sir.
I think potentially could be adaptive to let you really show where a kid is. They could grow with each answer that they answer correctly. I mean, smarter people than I can figure that out. But is that not a way, first of all, to gather lots of very important information to inform educators where kids are?
Yes,
A parent could know.
Yes, sir.
Early on. Hey, here's where we're at.
And
here's where we are in the middle, right?
Yes, sir.
So do you think that the possibility of through-year testing, kind of a beginning, middle, and end, could actually bring the heat down
Yes.
in terms of the anxiety related to testing?
Yes.
And we still get the results that we need at the end to say, because really any sort of examination ought to tell you, first of all, it didn't inform. It's an oversight mechanism, right?
Yes, sir.
But also tell you what you need to do. Go left, go right, go up, go down.
And how we adjust.
Yeah, I mean, so the fact that we are going to, or at least as this bill prescribes, sort of a beginning, middle, and end, hopefully eliminating some of the other testing that's required, and us become confident in the results that we're getting, is that not a way for us to reduce, say, testing anxiety?
Yes, sir. I would think so.
And then you combine that with the fact that we're going to include other indicators in that result, because I think we've agreed that a lot of the anxiety comes from the adults.
Yes, sir.
And so this is a way to take that down, and the possibility of us seeing, I say, better achievement, better interventions as we go along the way.
Yes, sir.
Because that's the goal.
Yes, sir.
It's third grade reading. As we keep focusing on that, I think that's the most important one we take personally. So that's what I want to get a handle on from folks that do it every day. Is this a better way to go about it than sort of one big one at the end that sort of you got to go all in on because that's the big day?
I think so, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Members, any other? Okay. Representative Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One, I want to acknowledge, and I want you to share with the committee members how important academic assessments, including standardized assessments like STAR, are in the work that you do and the work that all educators do. Because and maybe you can help us remember what a time was like before No Child Left Behind. And I'm not saying that there haven't been unintended consequences. I'm not saying there hasn't been an overcorrection, but I don't want to go back to a time when we let certain students fall through the cracks.
Correct. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And I know, and I think that's everyone's intention. But assessment is the cornerstone of any great classroom.
Yes, sir.
It always will be.
Like Chairman Buckley said, the through-year testing, especially if we can get the data a little earlier than later when we can't do anything, it's very important. And that's how we teach kids. We've got to figure out where they are so we know how to adapt and adjust. And this kid's here, and this kid's here, and it's how we do our job.
And before this emphasis on standardized testing and data, there were certain student populations that were swept under the rug.
Sure, and we don't want to go back to that.
Right.
Sir.
So I wanted that to be a baseline that we all acknowledge.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Now, my concern is that maybe we have overcorrected in some ways, and that we have forgotten that children are much more than students, right? And that our system has to treat them as human beings first and students second.
Yes, sir.
And that we've isolated student success to really the top part of your head, right? Ignoring everything else about you, just the top, and actually it's just one half of the top part of your head, right? And what I like about this bill, and I'm somewhat disappointed we've taken the physical fitness part out of it.
I am too. I wish it was in there.
Because I want you to help us understand as an educator, as an administrator, these things are connected.
Yes, sir.
We're kind of talking about academic performance and a student's well-being, creativity, health, being different, or them being opposed to each other, when actually they are deeply connected to each other.
Yes, sir.
And reinforce each other. And if our system is not incentivized to treat or to focus on both, we're doing a disservice to both parts of a student. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can you help us, what we do as policymakers at the state level is sometimes different than what y'all do at the local level. What are some ways that you and your educators assess student success in a more holistic way?
Are we still talking about third grade reading? Or we're just talking about.
No. I mean, how are y'all? How do y'all use multiple measures to track students?
In Godly, we hourly do track our co-curricular and extracurricular activity status because the research shows that if kids are involved in other things, they do better in the classroom and they're more likely to finish. So that's one great example, and that's why I really like that that's in there. And there are a lot of other examples. I'd love to visit with you more. I don't want to manipulate all the time here. I will tell you that Justin Terry, who's going to be up here, is an expert on this, and he will be happy to talk with you in a lot more detail than I could.
I love that. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Nikki Nix. We show you registered as Nikki Nix on behalf of Godly ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good evening, Chairman and committee members. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 4402 and really applaud the pieces of this bill that de-emphasize high-stakes testing and add emphasis to other indicators for accountability measures such as co-curricular and extracurricular activities for students that really represent a well-rounded educational experience for our students. Students really are more than a test, and it's already been said tonight, but that one-day high-stakes test isn't always the best indicator of what success looks like for students individually. That puts a lot of pressure on that day and isn't always reflective of the whole child. Physical wellness, mental wellness, do they have the employability skills? Can they speak in the public? Can they carry themselves at a job? Can they provide great customer service? Those things are all not measured on a standardized test or a high stakes test. You know, I live in Texas. I love high school football. I love a good Friday night game. I love the skills that students learn through a football experience, the leadership, the teamwork, the ability to win and lose and do both of those things gracefully, the grit and resilience to come back and do it again the next Friday night, even when they lose a really tough game. Those are all employability skills that translate to the real world and make those students excellent employees as they enter the workforce. Those are things that are not measured on a high stakes test. They're not easily measured at all, and it's messy. And that's sometimes why people shy away from talking about those as accountability standards. Shockingly also, not everybody in Texas participates in high school football through extracurricular activities like band, football, or athletics. There's a sizable group of students who demonstrate those same leadership skills, the same employability skills through career tech student organizations like FFA, BPA, and DECA for our business students, HOSA. All of the different programs of study have opportunities for students to demonstrate those leadership skills. They're showcasing public speaking, their content knowledge, all of those things that we want in students as they enter to the workforce. And I would even argue that those employability and life skills and the content knowledge that they learn through those extracurricular and co-curricular experiences.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir. Those are more valuable to students individually, to their parents, and to their future employers as they look to hire our students.
Okay. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we really appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Teresa Trevino. Then we'll have Faith Colson and Greg Ferris and Judith Weber after that. Teresa, oh, there you are. Hello. Okay, we show you registered as Teresa Trevino on behalf of Texans Advocating for Meaningful Student Assessment and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee members. I'm happy to be here today to testify that this bill, 4402, thank you, Representative Bell, is definitely a step in the right direction by removing a lot of the emphasis on STAR for the reasons that have already been discussed. I would also like to acknowledge that this creates a grant for the development of local accountability, which a lot of our schools actually do, and create a dashboard so that everybody can see within the school district what is going on at their school and what students and teachers and all of the activities that are happening within the district and their school. And I appreciate that as well. One concern, and I liked this bill a lot better before the committee substitute, because we still do have high stakes for the high school students in their EOCs, and they're required to pass the 5 EOCs in order to graduate high school. I just want to make a point here. 25 states required high stakes 10 years ago. Now we're down to 8. Of those schools that require high stakes, one of those states, and I hate to say it, but it's one to the west of us, who have 1 million more school children to take care of than Texas does, performs better and gets more children into college and post-career readiness. They are 10 percentage points better. I'm taking my data from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. In 35 years of requiring high stakes, meaning a test in order to graduate high school, we've only moved the needle to a post-secondary something 2 percentage points, from 21% to 23% in 2022. I think we do need to think outside the box, and I would like us to employ other methods of testing that Representative Schaefer was asking about, and just see what we can do in Texas. We can do great things for our kids in our state. Thank you so much.
Members, any questions? Yeah, Representative Hinojosa.
Thank you for your testimony, and I know you've been here all day, and I know you've put a lot of volunteer time into helping us figure this out as a state, accountability, and it's tricky. We heard it with the previous witness, a discussion about third grade reading and our challenges around third grade reading. One of the things that I struggle with about how we grade third grade reading for STAR is that we set passing rates after we get the results in from the test. Isn't that true?
That is correct. The commissioner, he sets the cut scores, and those cut scores change. I'm not sure how often, but I think it's every 2 to 5 years, and they increase over time. And so, as was mentioned earlier, 50%, if a student scores 50%, that doesn't actually relate to this criterion type test, the criterion reference test. It's not the same as when a teacher gives you an assessment and you've studied all the material. So I just want to make that clear.
So in other words, if you have a test, typically if you have a test with 10 questions and you get 8 right, you get an 80. People know that going in. We don't know, teachers, schools don't know what that is for third grade reading or any other STAR test, because the commissioner first looks at how students perform and then decides what is passing. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there's also, we've had concern, and I know the commissioner has addressed this on the readability and instructional sensitivity and also the syntax of STAR tests. We've noticed that there were discrepancies between the for instance, the social studies test that students take in 8th grade, that particular, the way that reading flows versus the 8th grade ELA test, those two are at very different levels. So it's difficult to take that down without putting it on an even playing field and understanding that this is a very different test than what you get when your teacher gives you a test after you've studied the material that you know is likely going to be on that test. This is over the entire curriculum and the TEKS.
And one of the ways that I look at our performance as a state versus other states is to look at NAEP scores.
Correct.
And because, again, we set the cut scores for STAR tests for our own kids. Our graduation rates are going to be different from other states because of what we require in Texas, but NAEP scores should be consistent across the country. Since we've implemented A through F, do you know whether or not our NAEP scores have improved for reading or math?
I think there has been a decline in 4th grade reading, and I believe also in math, and that even, I think there's even more of a decline in 8th grade as well. But there's others that can speak more to that. I'm not a psychometrician to be able to discuss exactly how that bears down. But I know that if you split out for the different groups that we have within our diverse state, we do actually much better on NAEP than other states with similar diversity panels.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. Representative Schaefer.
Yes, sir.
What if we allowed local school districts to take a vote to opt out of the STAR test and pick from one of the nationally norm referenced assessments?
Well, you know, we've tossed that around and we've had those discussions for 10 years now. Unfortunately, the Every Student Succeeds Act says that we must have a state-designed criterion reference test given each year in order to receive federal funding to cover our Title I funds.
Why wouldn't a nationally norm referenced assessment meet that?
There are, I believe there's a couple of states that do use national norm reference tests, but then they must add on by federal law, by ESSA, the Every Student Succeeds Act, they must add on their own state questions in addition to the norm reference test. That's where the pickle gets here, is our hands are tied, if you will, because in order for us to receive federal funding and to report back for reporting purposes, we must give this particular type of test. And we can use norm reference tests, but we have to still add on our own STAR, if you will. That's been my understanding.
So the federal restrictions would require you to have it's STAR or Iowa Basic plus STAR. Is that what you're saying?
That's my understanding. Again, there are others here who have much more knowledge than I do, but that's what I've learned in my reading. Thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions? Just real quick, and I don't want to get off the bill, but I guess it was in the original bill. You talked about high stakes nature of testing at the upper levels, upper grades. Is it possible, and I would think it would be, but I want to ask you, is it possible for us to get the information that our schools need, our parents need, the state needs, from the assessments in high school without the high-stakes nature of it? It wouldn't change the results that we're able to analyze. Is that correct?
Absolutely. I mean, I think one thing I wanted to mention is that schools do so much more than in their assessment than just the STAR test. I mean, there are, you heard earlier today of the bill about portfolios. Well, schools do that across the state. I mean, there's all kinds of portfolio assessments that are out there that schools use on a regular basis. That's one. There's authentic assessment, where students engage in project-based learning. They learn collaborative skills. They improve their critical thinking skills. They have to present in the way that, all of us are here today presenting in front of you. Students will have to do the same thing. So there's all different kinds of ways that we could be assessing our students. And really the STAR could just be, okay, you take the STAR and that's it, and you just report it back.
But ESSA does require that we sit down, take a test up all the way.
For reporting purposes,
For reporting,
yes.
okay.
That's correct.
So that limits that. So one last question. I don't want to, when I look around at school districts, I know we're gathering information and data for lots of different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
How much of the anxiety that we have is related to what the state requires on behalf of whatever the state requires and the federal requirements, and what districts do, what I think is districts add on to it in trying to meet the standards of the other tests? Are we testing for the sake to know how we're going to do on the other test, in a sense?
Well, I think it has everybody nervous. We've heard that earlier. You heard from a superintendent, and you're going to hear from others that are going to tell you that. It does have people nervous. But there are school districts that de-emphasize the STAR test. In fact, I've known of several throughout my 10 years of doing this that have said, we don't put up banners, we don't do pizza parties, we just say, y'all just take this test and you'll be fine. And it just changes the nature of what goes on in the school. But you have to have buy-in from all the teachers, from everybody else. And I think removing the stakes and I mean, when I was in school, I took the Iowa Test of Basic Skills. I didn't know it was happening. I walked into school. The teacher said to put my pencils under my desk, and all of us had to do the same thing, and said, y'all will do great. Just take this test, do your best.
When you say remove the stakes, what does that mean?
Meaning, so particularly now in high school, students must pass the 5 EOCs in order to graduate from high school. We do have individual graduation committees, which, if students are unable to pass 2 of those tests, and many times they've taken those tests 8 and 9 times, and those are the parents that I hear from. And many of them are from, as we've heard testimony earlier today, dyslexic children. So when they graduate by committee, they're viewed more holistically. They have a list of several different things that they have to do in order to show that they have mastery of the course, like, say, U.S. history. Recently, I don't know if this is still true, but the last time I looked, the 2 most failed EOCs were English 2 and U.S. history. So students, when I've spoken to them after they've graduated on committee, have all said, that was so much better because I got to do a project. I got to write essays. I had to take a position and defend myself as to why this is true. And then I had to have sources. I mean, I think that's a way to get at this more authentic assessment. And I know that I've been in conversations over this with the commissioner, and I know he agrees. I know STAR is easy, as someone said, it's clean, it's simple. You give a test, it gives you data. Removing the high stakes would be just like the way I did it when I was growing up, where you just showed up, you took the test, nothing was closed down, and you didn't have to put your head down. And, you know, I think the nature of the school on testing is, it's difficult. Kids have to be quiet. They can't go out to PE. They can't go, you know, walking in and through the halls is strictly monitored. It just creates a very different environment than when you're just, you know, you have a test that day, you walk in, you take your test, and then you're done.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chair calls Faith Colson. We show you registered as Faith Colson on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Buckley and members of the committee for the chance to testify for the bill. My name is Faith Colson, and I'm representing myself and my 3 children. And really, I want to echo what Ms. Trevino just said. I was more in favor of the bill before the committee sub because I think the biggest piece that related to my children and to speak to the high stakes nature of testing was that the removal of the end of course exams being a requirement for a diploma. And I do agree that there have been a lot of improvements made to reduce some of the high stakes nature for kids, but the bottom line is that the kids still know that it's high stakes and they're the ones taking the test. So my daughter's elementary schedule has been totally turned around for this last month of school just because of how they do the intervention. So, and parents weren't really notified. They just changed the schedule. They changed who they're with. Last year, for the first time, she made A honor roll, and instead of coming home happy with her A honor roll, she came home crying because she had to go to summer school because she failed the STAR test, which shocked her teacher. And she's since been evaluated on level, but the format and the length caused an issue. And so I think there are still some high stakes in the lower grades, but especially the upper grades, the fact that we're holding a diploma hostage when there are other ways to assess kids. I don't think the answer is necessarily to remove them, especially when there's federal requirements and that we need measurement that is standardized to a degree. But I used to tutor for ACT, SAT prep company. I've tutored math at the college level. And, you know, those types of tests serve as one measure among many to gain entrance to an exam, entrance to a post-secondary institution. They don't serve as a one binary choice to leave an academic institution. And I think that's where there's the issue for the end of course exams is we don't want to water down what a Texas diploma means, but we do want to make sure that it's attainable and that one test one day doesn't remove the chance to have a high school diploma and enter the workforce. And I just want to say I appreciate a lot of the other comments that have come up with the school to prison pipeline and turning a wrench can turn a life around. I really appreciate that. And I think, again, that speaks to why, while we don't want to water down the content.
Comments, please.
Okay, sorry, I just.
That's all right, but the buzzer's off.
Support the bill and.
Okay, you're
I just think
talking
there's a lot
nice
of
about
relevance.
Schaefer. You can keep
Yeah.
going. Yeah.
I think there's a lot of relevance to some of the other bills that have come forward as to how this affects some of those kids, and that we want to keep the rigor, but not hold a diploma hostage based on one day, one test.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? I appreciate you being here. Chair calls Greg Ferris. We show you registered as Greg Ferris on behalf of Forney ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, and thank you for letting us be here today. I know you've had a long day, and I'll try to be brief, but I thought it was important to be here to speak for this bill. My name is Greg Ferris. I'm president of the Forney ISD School Board, and I'm testifying for House Bill 4402. As a proud product of the Texas Public Education, I am pleased to stand for this bill we're speaking of today. I think it will positively impact students, parents, and educators. I've been honored to serve on the school board since 2008. I'm also married to a retired educator and a parent of 2 children who were heavily involved in fine arts. While their K-12 public education in Forney ISD afforded them many opportunities they learned from and had a lot of opportunities as adults as well. We've all heard the social media comments about parents angered about high-stakes testing and how they want to see things change. Districts that excel in providing extracurricular and co-curricular activities, as well as clubs and organizations that meet the needs of students, are not given a chance to showcase the skills they're learning in these current accountability system. Extra and co-curricular activities prepare students for the future as much as core content. I've spoken with many parents of students who participate in everything from athletics to fine arts, robotics, ROTC, FFA, Skills USA, and so much more that state their children learn so much from participating in these activities. These parents see their children learning communication, leadership, teamwork, discipline, respect, and perseverance along the way with these skills have helped make them the model students and successful adults they are today. This proposed bill would still take into account the academic growth of each child, but not on a single day. By tracking academic progress throughout the year, it takes progress and pressure off of that high-stakes testing. With part of the accountability scoring focusing on such things as extra and co-curricular, physical activity, and parent-student surveys, it allows parents and students to have more of a voice in their education and takes into account more of what our students are learning each day.
Okay, wrap up your testimony, please.
This proposed bill is a great step forward in the right direction for our students, parents, teachers, and educators, TEA, and the state of Texas. There is still accountability for all.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thanks for your service. Chair calls Judith Weber. We show you registered as Judith Weber on behalf of yourself and Forney ISD, and you'll be testifying for the bill.
That's correct. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and committee members. My name is Judy Weber. I'm Chief Learning Officer for Forney ISD, and I'm here to testify for House Bill 4402. Accountability is an important component of public education systems in Texas. Parents, communities, and state leaders need a process to know how well students are learning. The state of Texas has taken a dramatic step to improve public education systems by adopting a system designed to promote post-secondary readiness for students. However, schools and districts receive a letter grade and are held accountable for a narrow set of measures that do not reflect the full scope of all that schools provide. While TEA claims the STAR is not a high-stakes test for students, in reality, the stakes are very high for students, teachers, campuses, and school districts because the accountability rating system, or letter grade, is based on students' performance on a single-day test. Students know the ramifications for failing STAR or EOC, summer school, or legislatively mandated interventions during and outside of the school day over the next school year. This is high stakes. The pressure on teachers and campuses to do well and or earn a high letter grade is passed on to students, especially in 3 through 8, where the STAR test accounts for 100% of a school's letter grade rating. Communities also are impacted by a narrowly focused accountability system. The STAR test is not used just to evaluate student progress. The scores have been used to evaluate school districts and, by extension, public education in Texas. For accountability systems to genuinely reflect the overall performance of schools and districts, it must include other measures beyond content exams. Additionally, school districts are required to report their performance ratings in a public forum and on their school websites. This impacts communities. House Bill 4402 creates positive changes whereby K-8 campuses' accountability rating is based on more than the STAR test, and where student participation in extracurricular activities is now considered. House Bill 4402 is asking for broader measures in school quality. Thank you for your time.
Members, any questions for this witness?
Questions.
All right, Representative Schaefer.
Okay, tell me your title again.
I'm the Chief Learning Officer for Forney ISD.
Okay, so Chief Learning Officer, are you helping make sure the teachers are on track with the curriculum and
Yes.
TEKS?
In other districts, it might be called an assistant superintendent over learning curriculum and instruction.
Okay. You've heard the discussion about the third grade reading scores.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you would agree that that's utmost importance as far.
Reading is paramount, yes.
Okay. How's Forney ISD doing on third grade reading? What level of what percentage of third graders in Forney ISD are on level?
So we were on a really, really high trajectory and really reaching super high levels across all grade levels. And then, of course, just like the state, just like as predicted, then we saw the COVID dip. And so we're on our way to climb back out from missing the scores of 2020 and then getting only about 50% of our student data, not a good snapshot in 2021. So we saw a marked improvement. So right now, we're in kind of a weird state, as are schools all across the planet, as we've now built our way back to the multi-year loss of student quality data by the 2020 gap in data. We're also a fast growth district, so there's really compounding factors in many of our school districts in Texas as many companies continue to move into the state. So now we're trying to incorporate students from now all over the U.S. into our data points. So if I could give a percentage, it would really, district-wide, we look at things in terms of the Domain 1 score, the 90-60-30, trying to attain 90% of our kids to approach 60% meeting, and I think we fell right in that upper B range of the Domain 1.
Okay. Prior to COVID, where were you? What percentage were on level?
So most of our campuses prior to COVID were falling in the B and A range for, say, third grade rating. It's a rating that will go up and down. It's a,
so that's a script, but isn't there a percentage?
Of what kids pass? Well, see, that's the thing that you brought up. The passing standard it's artificially set. So you could say that we have 90% of our students passing or 75% of our students passing, but the passing standard doesn't follow a typical 100-point scale. It's set at, say, anywhere between 39% on a biology test up to 58% of mastering the content in order to approach or pass a STAR test.
All right. So you imagine you're a parent.
Yes.
Okay, I'm a parent. I'm thinking about moving to Forney ISD.
Yes.
What percent, in the year before COVID, when you had the best data, were more than 50%
Oh, by
of the
far.
third?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, that's what I'm looking for, right. So how do you want to communicate that to your community?
I want to
how should it be a letter grade or a percentage? How do you want, you're queen for a day, how do you want to be able to communicate how well Forney ISD is doing on teaching third graders to read?
I would much rather give an overall percentage than to call it a letter grade. In other words, when you give a campus a C while a campus across town receives an A, you have to really look at more than what's going on. Are there population differences? Is it a high mobility rate? Do they have a high special ed population? What is going on in that campus? Maybe that's where units are clustered because they have the facilities to handle students with specialized needs. So the letter grade doesn't represent the whole picture of what's really going on in that campus, which represents that region or zone, and it impacts property values. There's so much more than just what 8 and 9-year-olds on a K4 or pre-K4 campus. What a small subset of students do is reflected in an A, B, C, D, or F. So looking at other measures that a campus
So you
has.
believe that the community should have some benchmark?
Oh, for sure.
Either a percentage or a letter?
Yes. We think accountability is important.
Got it.
But bearing the weight of 8, 9, and 10-year-olds on a pre-K through 4 campus, it's such a small subset of the students, it doesn't reflect the whole totality of the learning that occurs in pre-K through 2nd, much less 3rd and 4th. And on a one-day test, you're testing just a fraction of your students over a fraction of the content that's really taught throughout the entire year.
Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for your time.
Chair calls Justin Terry. All right. We show you registered as Justin Terry on behalf of Forney ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Howdy.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley. Good to be with you guys this evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Justin Terry. I'm the superintendent in Forney ISD. We're a fast-growing school district with around 16,000 students in the suburb east of Dallas. I'm testifying today for House Bill 4402. Each year, the TEA provides annual academic accountability ratings to independent school districts, charter schools, and individual campuses. These ratings are primarily based on student performance on the standardized test, high school graduation rates, and certain CCMR, college career military readiness outcomes. Currently, accountability ratings in K-8 are 100% based upon a performance on a single STAR test on a single day at the end of a school year. Our students are so much more than just one test held on one single day. Their successes and talents span further than only math, reading, science, and social studies. They are more than a test. Our schools and districts are not against accountability in any way. But we want to be measured on the many, many opportunities in which our students exhibit success each day that help prepare them for their future careers and to be productive citizens in their communities. House Bill 4402 takes a step in the right direction by reducing the high-stakes nature of the test, lowering the number of assessments to better align to the federal requirements, includes a focus on growth throughout the year instead of a single one-time assessment. It also includes additional success and accountability measures in the areas of extra and co-curricular. This also has the opportunity for accountability through parent and student feedback. This bill reduces the weight of STAR assessments from 100% in grades 3 through 8. Our current accountability system only holds schools accountable for success in at most 20% of the Texas essential knowledge and skills. House Bill 4402 proposes changes that creates an academic accountability system that is not only solely focused on standardized testing, but instead takes into account the totality of a student's participation in a well-rounded educational system. Our students are so much more than one test on one day, and it is crucial that our state accountability system adjusts to reflect all of the things that they learn. Be happy to answer any questions.
Members, any questions? Dr. Terry, talk to me. I'm really most interested in sort of the impact on testing anxiety with the through-year. I know I'm asking this question again, but
sure.
You've done it with through the through-year testing, and in practical sense of, you know, where the rubber meets the road, were you able to remove some of the other testing that was done, or that you typically do, some of the other assessments?
Yeah, that's a great question. We currently participate in the interim STAR testing, and in this, I've just gone blank on the implementation mode, where we're in right now. Yeah. But we currently participate in the three-year testing. What we also do is map testing, and just like Representative Hinojosa referenced. And we do see that this has the opportunity to replace some of the testing that we currently do. I think the comment was made earlier, which is, it's a great, impressive way to look at things, and that is that we test just to determine how we're going to do on a test. Yeah. The 3-year.
That was me.
Was that you?
No. No. Yeah. Well, Schaefer's getting all the credit, but that was me.
Well, I'm going to brag on you tonight, Chairman. But no, absolutely. And I think what we understand, and the reason we have to do things like map testing and unit tests and all of the different components is we need on-time intervention, on-time learning, on-time catch-up, and on-time communication with parents. It's got to occur. That we're a proponent of 3-year testing. It breaks it down. It's a shorter assessment. It also provides the ability to meet a kid's need and understand through adaptive measures online that kids are going to be a little bit stronger, maybe early in one section or in one area, and it shows their strengths and weaknesses through that adaptive measurement.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you for being here, Dr. Terry.
Yes, sir. Good to see you again.
Yeah. Chair calls Tricia Cave. Let me show you registered as Tricia Cave on behalf of Association of Texas Professional Educators, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Actually, we're going to change to on the bill.
Okay.
Based on the committee's.
1 second. Okay, so we're going to show Tricia Cave from ATPE testifying on the bill.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley, committee members. I want to take a moment to thank Representative Bell for his thoughtful approach to testing and accountability. Yesterday, as I started writing my testimony, I was excitedly writing testimony to share with you guys in favor of this bill and how the provision to remove EOCs as a graduation requirement would have been life-changing for many of my former students and share some of their stories. However, this morning I received a copy of the committee sub, and that provision has been removed. I do want to take a moment to express my profound disappointment that this section of the bill was removed. I know and have taught students who would have been positively impacted had this stayed in. ATPE supports reducing the testing burdens on students and teachers. Section 39.026 of the bill, which would create through-year assessments, could potentially be a positive step forward in reforming the testing process. This could potentially decrease the pressure of one test one day. However, the devil will be in the details as this is implemented. If the current testing process is reformed in a way which lowers the stress on staff and students and does not turn into 3 times the amount of testing, that could be a win for everybody. That said, 3 times the amount of testing means lowering instruction time in the classroom, and that could potentially be more harmful than not. Additionally, we have concerns about tying student and parent surveys to the accountability system. While student and parent input is important and districts should be encouraged to collect as much of it as possible, subjective surveys should not be used as a factor in overall school accountability that boils down to a single letter rating. One area of the bill that we do appreciate without reservation is the portion of the bill that allows for paper administration of the test upon parental request. We supported Chairman Metcalf's bill earlier this session to do this. Allowing parents to request paper tests aligns with our legislative program and helps to ensure that the individual needs of students are met. Not all students are able to focus and successfully test online, a fact which we all learned during the pandemic. Overall, this bill is clearly an attempt to positive steps forward, although we preferred the originally filed version. We're happy to continue discussions with Representative Bell's office to improve the bill, and we thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Jennifer Easley. We show you registered as Jennifer Easley on behalf of the Texas Parent Teacher Association. And you're testifying neutral on the bill.
That's correct. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Easley, and I'm the president-elect of Texas PTA, the largest grassroots child advocacy association in the state of Texas with over 400,000 members. We are here today to testify on House Bill 4402 by Representative Keith Bell, and Texas PTA supports policies that help parents to better understand the quality and performance of their schools. We believe the results of high-stakes, state-mandated tests should not be the only measure of a school's performance. Even teachers are not convinced of their efficacy. According to the 2022 Charles Butt Teacher Survey, 83% of teachers are not so or not at all confident that the STAR effectively measures how well a student is learning. We are pleased to see the new indicators for evaluating the performance of districts and campuses generally, which allows for consideration of other areas of student development and lessens the degree of focus on standardized tests. We are also pleased to see a cap on the percentage of any single accountability rating and staggered test administration to gain an understanding of student progress. As an aside, we do believe one essential measure of student success is missing, and that is meaningful family engagement. Texas PTA was instrumental in the requirement of a parent group on every campus being added to the Parental Bill of Rights, the Parental Rights and Responsibilities chapter of the Education Code in 1995. However, not all campuses have a parent group. Adding meaningful family engagement to the accountability system will further enforce what research has proven and the legislature established as a requirement 28 years ago. Parent engagement is critical to our students' potential becoming a reality. We'd also like to take this opportunity to state that all schools receiving public funds should be accountable equally and to the public, and we hope that any updates to the accountability system will address the many concerns of both educators and families that schools are being evaluated based on a single factor rather than a whole. Thank you for your time and attention today and for your service to Texas.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? We appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Mary Lynn Prunetta. Okay, we show you registered as Mary Lynn Prunetta on behalf of Texas 2036, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Mary Lynn Prunetta, Senior Education Policy Advisor at Texas 2036. I'm here today to testify against House Bill 4402 as substituted. Let me start off by saying that we are supportive of many of the provisions of this bill. We are so thankful for the opportunity to make permanent, interim, and formative assessments for our students. In addition, we think that the advanced mathematics indicator aligns with the data on what is best practice for our students. But out of respect for your time, I'll jump to my concerns. Our concerns with this bill lie in the inclusion of extra and co-curricular indicators. First, we have a concern that this bill opens up the A through F system to deep school finance inequities. Let me explain. There are 2 types of property taxes in Texas, Tier 1 and Tier 2. Tier 1 taxes are functionally mandatory and guaranteed, meaning all districts must tax and all districts receive equal amounts of funding on each penny. Tier 2 taxes are optional and unequalized. This means that some districts get far more than other districts. Extra and co-curriculars are funded primarily with Tier 2 taxes. If you include extra and co-curriculars in the accountability system, that means that some districts have a baked-in financial advantage over their peers. Let me tell you the story of two districts to illustrate this point. Grady ISD and Chillicothe ISD. Both have 5 golden pennies. Both are rural. Both have a WADA of about 380. Grady ISD gets $10,000 more per WADA over their basic allotment. Chillicothe gets only $500, even though they have the same amount of student. What is the difference between these two districts? Well, Chillicothe is 84% economically disadvantaged, has 20% SPED. Grady ISD, 19% economically disadvantaged, 4% special education. While we appreciate the committee sub on this bill providing around $19 per student to support extra and co-curriculars, we do not believe that this makes up for the profound funding gap that is caused by the unequalized taxation in Tier 2. Finally, we have several public policy concerns around the inclusion of extra and co-curriculars. First of all, we are unclear in the text of this bill what would count. So, for example, would a Fellowship of Christian Athletes count as an approved club or extracurricular with some other type of club? We believe that this gets TEA in the business of deciding what clubs would count, and we would recommend the state staying away from that. In addition, in TEA's extra and co-curricular report, when they examined districts that had an active extra and co-curricular program, they found that 98 to 100% of students participated. We believe that this would, in fact, further water down the accountability system. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions? I have a question. So the indicators and the high school diploma, concern about, I guess, removing the high stakes nature or the having to pass the EOCs to get your high school diploma is a concern. Mm-hmm. Does your organization have a position, and I may have missed it in your testimony, on the through-year testing?
We are in support of the 3-year testing and appreciate making the program permanent.
Okay. And do we have the data that talks about that barrier to graduation in the EOCs, of passing the EOCs, comparably to other states, or is it doing what it is intended to do?
I think it's important to reflect whenever we talk about high school graduation requirements why we have them in the first place. So the very first Texas assessment that we ever had that was statewide was the Texas Assessment of Basic Skills. That was put in place around 1980. We put that in place because in the mid-1970s we found deep research that said that Texans who were adults who had graduated from a public high school were so academically incompetent that they were unable to function as adults. And by that I mean, for example, that if an individual was charged with a criminal complaint, they could not read the complaint against them. I don't know what's a bigger violation of a constitutional right of a child than they cannot even read a charging document when they're in front of a criminal court. And so because of that, we put in place the Texas Assessment of Basic Skills, and we have increased rigor consistently in every single statewide assessment that we have. The STAR exam is a difficult test because it's the very first one we've had that actually aligns to success in college and career.
Okay, thank you. Members, any more questions for this witness? Yeah, Representative Harrison.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and appreciate you being here and a very helpful testimony. And you may not have this information on you. I'm just curious. I assume the answer is yes, but I've learned about making assumptions here. The difference in the 2 school districts you used in your testimony to compare the one that was much more economically disadvantaged than the other. Mm-hmm. Do you know what the difference was in their Tier 2 M&O rates, that subpart of their M&O between the two?
That's a great question. They had the exact same amount of golden pennies at 5.
Both of them? Both
districts taxed at the exact same rate. They had almost the exact same WADA. I think it was different by a point. So they're an excellent comparator because it's a $9,500 difference in their Tier 2 per WADA funding.
And yeah, and now that you say that, you may have mentioned that I think that my natural assumption would have been that there would have been a big disparity between their Tier 2 M&O rates.
No, not at all.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Emily Lee. Emily Lee. Okay, we're going to show Emily Lee on behalf of DeKalb ISD and herself, registered on the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Kate Greer. We show you registered as Kate Greer on behalf of Commit Partnership. You'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairman, members. Thank you for the time today. I know it's been a long day. First of all, here to testify on House Bill 4402. Would like to thank the chairman and committee staff for his work on this bill on the committee substitute. In particular, big fans of the 3-year testing pilot. I think it holds great promise. Also big fans of funding the local accountability system, technical assistant grants, so we can get more piloting for local indicators that can elevate up to this. Overall, we still have concerns about supporting this bill outright. Just want to outline a few of those today. Our accountability system is the best tool we have to measure the ROI of our public schools. Texas spends about $70 billion every year on public education, yet as we heard today many times, many kids cannot read. If you look at A-rated campuses across all grades and proficiency levels, students experiencing poverty, only half of them meet grade level expectations. This is a travesty. So we should think critically about any changes we make to the calculations of the A through F letter grade as to not obscure academic performance, making it challenging for families and policymakers to untangle academic preparedness from a variety of non-academic indicators. This is not to say that extra and co-curriculars don't matter. We support reporting these out so families can have information they need, policymakers can have information they need. But this bill is complex and there's a lot we just don't know. When we've looked at other states who have implemented extracurriculars, some have shown no differentiation in their scores. It's essentially a giveaway in points. Others have actually seen their scores decline year over year after introducing these. For Texas to move forward with implementation without really closely reviewing pilot data carries a risk for undue consequences. So just as policymakers look at runs and data for school finance, we would also ask that you guys would take similar caution before introducing anything else into the A through F letter grade system. Thank you.
All right, Representative Hinojosa has a question.
Hi there. You mentioned only, what was it? Was it half of third graders or?
Half of low-income students on A-rated campuses meet grade level expectations.
Half of low-income students on A-rated
campuses
meet, what did you say?
Meet grade level expectations
on
all grades and subjects.
Okay.
So if you break down campus letter grade by students experiencing poverty and those not, you see that on A-rated campuses, students experiencing poverty, still a lot of them are being left behind academically.
And how do you measure that?
That is on compared to the state academic standards.
So that's STAR?
That's the STAR test.
But we know that that cut score is not determined until after the results are in. So we look first at how the kids are doing, and then we decide this is where we're going to set the cut score to decide how many kids are meeting it or not. So how does that really tell us anything about where our kids are?
Sure, and I'm happy to follow up, but I think we can look over time. We're not seeing students improve, and I think we all want great readiness for Texans. If you look out to our post-secondary readiness, we're not seeing bubbles that you might expect to see if the STAR or the readiness was signaling incorrect signals to the students. As a matter of fact, proficiency rates are pretty much all the way the same until you get to graduation. And then if you look 6 years later to post-secondary attainment, anything beyond a high school diploma, we're seeing about 1 in 4 kids grant access to that, which we know is critical for living wage.
But we probably in Texas have one of the states with the highest stakes accountability, strictest accountability standards, measures. And so it's not like we've been doing the same thing for a long time and not getting better results. And we've had such strict accountability standards. So it seems like maybe we need to do something different.
I understand. Our accountability system that we currently have was put in place in the 2017 legislative session. Because it was phased in, it took full effect in 2018, 2019, and then it was paused due to COVID. So this past year, we had A, B, C, or not rated, right? And then this is only the second year that we're in right now where schools will be rated A through F. So I would argue we actually haven't had that much robust data given the amount of time that we've had the system in place due to the pandemic and the rightful pauses to the system.
Right, but No Child Left Behind started here in Texas, and so we created high stakes accountability in this country, and I think And we haven't really taken our foot off the gas when it comes to high stakes. But we're not getting better results.
So I think there are instances where school districts across the state have used their accountability scores to shine a light on increased resource needs, right? And so you see things like the Accelerated Campus Excellence Program, or ACE, in which they've shown chronically underperforming schools as a reason to focus intensive resources, right? So they do wraparound supports. They make sure that the very best teachers are in those schools. And when we see that focused resource attention, we see student improvements improve within a year or two. And so there's really incredible work being done that happens because we have an accountability system to highlight comparatively where should we use resources to make sure that those kids are not being overlooked.
You mentioned local accountability pilots happening. What does that look like?
So the local accountability system is something that was also put in place in 2017. It allows local school districts across the state to create a system that is then validated by TEA to be seen as a reliable metric for student success on districts. And so Dallas ISD, for example, piloted this last school year. It was a slow uptake because of COVID and the pause that happened pretty much across the board on new innovative programs. But Dallas ISD took student surveys, other metrics to include in the local accountability system, and then that score counts for half of the overall accountability score from the state. And I would defer to TEA as a resource witness if you have further questions.
And so is it your position that, some of those pilots are in fact moving toward where we're moving as a state? And are you saying you just don't think we have enough data in from those pilots to make a determination statewide?
I think absolutely we should do more to encourage local pilots before we start to see how it plays out, because Dallas ISD is a major urban district. It's not going to look the same in Cut and Shoot, Texas, or another smaller district.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Do you think that we know enough, when I think about the indicators and taking other factors into account, whether it be co-curricular, extracurricular, and all sorts of, surveys and all that, do we know enough about the impact of through-year testing on whether or not kids are achieving more, learning more, or meeting standards? Do we? Okay.
For Texas, not at this point. We're still in the first year of through-year assessment pilot data. And so I believe there have been 2 testing opportunities of the 3. The third might be underway. I would have to defer to TEA on that. Okay. But my hope is the summer and the fall, we'll be able to take that quantitative data to show how kids are doing, and also the qualitative data to see how does through-year feel, look, sound in a campus, right? How does it work for students? How does it work for teachers? All of that rich qualitative data is just as important.
Okay. All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Stephanie Matthews. Okay, we show you registered as Stephanie Matthews on behalf of the Texas Association of Business. You'll be testifying on the bill. Is that correct?
Sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members. My name is Stephanie Matthews. I'm the Executive Vice President of Texas Association of Business. We are also the Texas State Chamber. I'm here to testify on House Bill 44-2 by Representative Bell. TAB represents members across every industry, sector, and size, and our local chamber partners across the state. We are also the state affiliate of the National Association of Manufacturers. TAB's commitment to meeting the growing needs of all Texas employers necessarily means we must have high-quality education options for every student and ensure that they graduate from high school well prepared to either enter the workforce directly and earn a self-sustaining wage or attend and graduate from a 2- or 4-year college. Part of our board-adopted policy says ensure that the A through F school accountability rating system remains intact and accurately evaluates school district performance while providing transparent, data-driven metrics that are easily comparable across districts. As well, reject changes to the accountability system that are based on subjective, non-verifiable, non-comparable, infrequent, and sample-based metrics. And yes, I think I actually did write that a long time ago, so that's a mouthful. For these reasons, the bill as filed raised some concerns with respect to the number and quality of some of the non-academic indicators that were to be added, the weighted percentage of STAR at only 60%, and the proposed reduction of some of the federally required STAR exams. We think U.S. history, as an example, is important. We do hear from chambers and folks from across the state about the frustration of high-stakes testing and STAR and the overemphasis of one test one day. We believe you guys have made significant progress in improving that scenario. The Texas Through Assessment Testing Program, TTAP, for example, holds some great promises in reducing the pressure of the test. I've appreciated working with your staff, Representative. Y'all have been very receptive and understand the committee substitute will codify that program. We love that. We'd like to better understand how the summative scoring will take place rather than disrupting A through F. At this time, we think it's important to continue, as the previous witness said, to continue to study the TTAP program and progress while we consider all high-quality alternatives to the STAR. We look forward to continuing to work with you in your office to ensure that any non-academic indicators included in the sub that are measured are indeed high quality and are able to be measured across all districts.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Kelly Moulton. Okay, we'll show you registered as Kelly Moulton on behalf of Raise Your Hand Texas and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley, members of the committee. I am here to represent myself and Raise Your Hand Texas in support of 4402. Over the last 2 years, Raise Your Hand Texas has set out to listen to the voices of public school stakeholders regarding assessment and accountability. More than 15,000 Texans participated as Raise Your Hand Texas asked the questions, what makes a great school, and how can we go about measuring those factors in an accountability system? Assessment and accountability often become commingled in these discussions, just like they have been here. Assessment, or the testing results we collect on students, are critical for teachers, parents, and students themselves to determine where they perform relative to the grade level TEKS. Assessments can help teachers determine if the presentation of the curriculum is aligned with grade level expectations in the classroom, at the campus, and across the district. And assessment can support the measurement of student growth over time. 4402 does not diminish how we measure literacy and numeracy for our students. However, assessment tells us only one part of how effective our schools are in the measurement of what stakeholders want and need for our scholars. Accountability, therefore, is the worth of the school to the stakeholders, and it is multidimensional. From my vantage point, the reason why we have launched and failed decades of attempts to include more than the testing data is that it's hard and it takes time. It's been hard this year, even in putting the committee substitute up before us. The framework provided for 4402 permits a more fair and accurate evaluation of school quality, and it takes into consideration the outputs along with meaningful school inputs that can make a difference. House Bill 4402 also signals the future by acknowledging community-based accountability efforts. We are in an arena where the voices of our stakeholders are important. Parents, students, community leaders, educators. The recommendations are here, the data is available, the consensus is clear. Now is the right time to launch a balanced accountability rating system that offers the benefits to our families and communities, the ones they want and deserve. Measure what matters.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you, Dr. Moulton. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Anna Rush. Okay, we show you registered as Anna Rush on behalf of Del Valle ISD and yourself. You'll be testifying against the bill, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm testifying against HB 4502. Even though it has some good things, HB 4514 is a better bill when it comes to accountability. It also includes the co-curricular, cross-curricular activities, and other indicators. I'm very disappointed in the substitute for HB 4402.
Okay, make sure you stay on this bill.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because it brings a paper assessment cap that wasn't even on the original bill posted. There was nothing on paper or online assessment in the original bill. So where did that come from? Not from districts, and I guarantee you that not from parents either. This places a 1% cap for parents to request paper assessments. For 300 elementary students, 1% is 3 students.
For 1,000 students, 1% is 10 students. Parents should have a voice to decide. No cap. Let parents decide what is best for their students. All parents should be the primary decision makers as stated by our governor. You moved forward a different bill that allows all parents to request paper tests, and here we are. In addition, I don't like this throughout the year assessments are being imposed through this bill to districts. They should be optional at all times and let districts decide if a throughout the year assessment or a summative assessment is the best option for them. I believe that a throughout the year assessment will hurt districts with high economically disadvantaged students as we work to close the gaps throughout the year. The good things in this bill are already in another bill, so I ask you not to pass this bill as it reads. Thank you.
All right. Members, any questions? Representative Hinojosa.
So I agree with you that I don't think we should have a cap on the paper assessments. Unfortunately, you spoke of a prior bill. I'm not going to name the bill number, but that was passed out with a committee substitute where we also did impose the cap. And I complained about it. I know it's not ideal. My understanding is, I'm not sure if you're aware, there's a cost to it. And I think that might be part of the reason for a cap. But I do think we should work towards, it would be great and very helpful if districts were to collect data on how many students or parents are requesting those paper tests to help us to push to remove any cap in the future. I wish we would go all the way to your point as well. And that was primarily what you talked about. Do you all do in your school district the through-year assessments with MAP? Do you do the MAP test?
No.
So
we have a district assessment that we create ourselves, and we use as a progress measure for students to see where they're at. And then we have monthly meetings with principals. We strategize as to these are the skills that we're going to work for the students. For example, if a student doesn't know how to multiply on the first assessment, then that is a skill that we need to work on. But if we have throughout the year assessments and the students will fail that skill on the first assessment, but maybe they will gain it later in the year. So I think that districts should have the option to decide. Regarding the 1%, I know that it has a cost, but I think that we should do what is best for the students. Everything that we do in our district, we put first what is best for our students. If we have to pay for the paper, we'll pay for the paper. But if that is the best option for the students, then we should do what is best for the students.
I agree. Thank you. Let me understand a little bit more your critique of the assessments through the year. You're worried that we're going to assess at a certain point in the year, beginning in the year, a skill that yet your students haven't mastered because the way you currently do it, you would find where those gaps are through your own district assessments and then remediate those gaps so that the kid gets where he or she needs to be by the end of the school year.
Yes.
And I think that's a valid concern. And I really appreciate the way you've engaged in this process, this legislative session, and I know you're a resource for many of us, but I would just invite you, as TEA is working through how we're going to do these through-year assessments, if this bill does get ultimately all the way through, that we take that. I have that same concern, but I also see the benefit in not having one test.
And I'm going to say, especially reading, I know that reading was mentioned earlier. We got, for example, for our third grader, our best scores are in fifth grade. So third grade, the students still have the gap. Our district is 91% economically disadvantaged. They don't have the books at home. They don't have all these other resources that other districts do. So our lowest scoring is third grade. Then we see the better scores in the fourth grade and then in the fifth grade because we're working to make sure that we close those gaps.
Well, thank you.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Brian Woods. We have you registered as Brian Woods on behalf of Texas School Alliance and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct, and I will try to greatly summarize testimony. You have heard the reasons why many are in favor of this bill. Obviously, we want to thank the Representative Bell for his willingness to continue a conversation around A through F accountability. In my 11 years as a superintendent, I can guarantee the members of this committee that I did not hear a concern from parents more often than it was about testing and accountability. And when I would probe that and say, tell me what scares you or your child or both about the test, it wasn't so much about the test, it was how the test was being used to evaluate that child's teacher, that child's school. That was really the anxiety. So it wasn't so much the test itself as it was how we use the test, and that's called our accountability system, right? And so the two things are, we often talk about testing and accountability as if they're one and the same, and in fact, they're not. So that is the reason why we think while there could be unintended consequences to through-year testing, as was pointed out, we think that there's a potential for reducing the anxiety for these 8 and 9-year-old children that we've talked about so much this evening, if we have oversight committee, perhaps Representative Hinojosa, of practitioners and others, to include members of this body, SBOE members and so forth, that would provide oversight and answer some of the concerns. But we believe that the notion of multiple measures of success for children is the appropriate way to measure children and the staff at the school and the school itself. And we appreciate the fact that this bill does that and obviously reduces the notion of, in grades 3 through 8, all of the accountability being tied to that test on that day. As was expressed earlier, my board president has a 3rd grade grandchild. And on Monday night, I got the text about there's something wrong. And I said, I realize that is the case. And it's about how that child understands, even at 8 years old, what we're going to do with her result on that test. That's the work that we need to be doing. And I appreciate Representative Bell's effort to continue this conversation session after session.
Okay. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Well, I have one real quick. So, Texas School Alliance, I would say, obviously, y'all are some of the largest, 45 largest school districts?
45 largest and most diverse.
Okay. Do you know if you have, or do you know of the districts that are participating in the through-year or the through-year testing pilot?
I don't off the top of my head. I would suggest to you that if you included the through-year pilot plus MAP testing, which is very common among large districts, as you've heard about tonight, which is similar. It gives you a beginning, a middle, and an end-of-year assessment. It would be the vast majority of those districts.
Yeah, but those that only that star counts.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Oh, Representative Hinojosa.
What's the difference between the MAP test and the STAR test if it were through year?
Well, one of the differences, MAP is nationally normed. It's one of the reasons why districts that use MAP are in favor of going in that direction. Now, that doesn't mean, again, I think with some practitioner oversight, that a through-year STAR assessment couldn't be considered a valid assessment. But that is one of the attractions of MAP.
And could we go the other way? Could we go the way of no more STAR but MAP instead? Would federal law allow us to do that?
I don't see why not. I think back to the question earlier about, and I'm no expert on the federal law, but back to the question earlier around what is allowable under the federal law, I think that would have to be examined. But what we see in MAP is a way to very quickly intervene with students as you go through the year, starting in September, again in January, again in the spring. We find that a lot more effective than obviously what we're using today, which essentially is an autopsy about what happened over the last 9 months.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. Thank you for being here. Chair calls Sophia DiLoretto Chudy. Sophia DiLoretto Chudy. We're going to show Sophia DiLoretto Chudy on behalf of herself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4402? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Bell to close on the bill.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. It's been a lot of information, and this is a sticky subject. Just kind of answer a couple questions, if you give me a little latitude. Representative Schaefer asked, what happens to a kid? How's this high stakes? Well, interventions. We put in place HB 4545, when I sat amongst you last year, 120 hours. TSI, the Texas Student Success Initiative requires promotions. Dictates that if you don't pass 2 tests in grade 5, you don't go to 6th grade. Don't pass math and reading in 8th grade, you don't go to 9th grade. That exists in law today. You get 2 retakes, and if you fail it 3 times, you're retained. That's high stakes on a kid. On the district, it's the teacher's instructional allotment. We're giving them extra money for payroll based on these ratings, the campus rating, the district rating, and then, boy, we'll take it on up to TEA interventions with monitors and conservators and MOUs with higher ed, or just a flat takeover if you need to. I mean, that exists too. So yes, there's lots of high stakes, but I would submit to you that in this Texas Commission on Next Generation Assessments and Accountability, this came out August 31st, 2016. We're 7 years later. It's antiquated, and there's several of these things that haven't been put in place that I've tried to address here. And, you know, you've heard about a sub. This probably was a better bill, but I worked a year asking all the stakeholders and what they thought, and I tried to incorporate that to get this to where we could truly help kids from 3 to 8th grade, remove the high stakes. Was 60-40, now it's 80-20, because we need to make sure that kids know how to read, and they really do know the mathematics. But thank you so much for your time to listen. You've been here late. I know, and you got more to go. And so with that, I really appreciate the opportunity to lay this bill out, and I close.
All right. Thank you, Representative Bell. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Chair lays out House Bill 651 and recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chair Buckley, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 651 concerning the inclusion of JROTC and Leadership Officer Training Corps programs as public school CET programs and the indicator of achievement for military readiness under the Public School Accountability System. This bill aims to include JROTC and LOTC programs as part of the public school career and technology education programs, and designate those programs as an indicator of achievement for military readiness under the accountability system. And under this, schools may consider a student military ready as an acceptable form to gauge for school accountability, as well as counting for CTE credit for these students to graduate ready to serve in the armed forces. Students will demonstrate military readiness by enlisting in the armed forces or National Guard, achieving a passing score set by the applicable military branch on the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test, or successfully completing a JROTC core program. This provision is to be added to the list of items that evaluate the performance of high school campuses and districts that include high school campuses on student readiness. Simply put, this bill just includes JROTC and LOTC programs as career and technical education programs in public schools, and designate them as an indicator of achievement for military readiness under the accountability system, to provide students with opportunities to develop essential skills and knowledge, and in turn, allowing them to get into programs to receive the CET credit, be able to get involved with a potential career path at a sooner time, an easier approach instead of needing additional hours of training to begin receiving benefits for post-secondary opportunities. It also provides for a funding approach, and I know there are individuals here ready to testify that are far more knowledgeable and can add some valuable input as to the importance of these programs to be included, so I will defer to them. Be pleased to answer any questions to the best of my ability, and respectfully reserve the opportunity to close.
Thank you, Representative Allison. Are there any questions for the representative? Okay, if there are no questions, we'll proceed with invited testimony first. That's 5 minutes, and then we'll move on to public testimony, which is 2. So for invited testimony, the chair calls Brian Woods. And we show you registered as Brian Woods on behalf of the Texas School Alliance and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. As the members of the committee well know, the Texas Public School Accountability System maintains a strong focus on college, career, and military readiness. Campuses can demonstrate CCMR performance via indicators that measure graduates' preparation for college, the workforce, or for the military. Graduates can achieve the college and career portions of this via a number of different indicators. While there is room for improvement with regard to college and career readiness indicators, what we really want to emphasize is the indicator with regard to military readiness. The only way to achieve that is to actually enlist in the armed forces. Unfortunately, this data is not included in CCMR calculations because TEA cannot receive it from the Department of Defense. Schools are still required to submit military enlistment data through PEIMS. However, that is quite challenging for obvious reasons. This bill, as written, would add 2 components to military readiness indicator: achieving a passing score on the ASVAB, the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery Test, and, as Representative Allison laid out, successfully completing a JROTC program. The clerk just handed you a letter from 2 cadets at one of our schools in Northside. We're very fortunate in Northside to have all of our high schools have a JROTC program. And over the last 30 plus years, I've visited lots of cadets at those programs, and it is hard for me to imagine, after 4 years in JROTC and all of the leadership opportunities provided, as physically fit as they are, that these children would not be considered military ready upon graduation from high school. JROTC develops citizens with character dedicated to serving their nations and their communities. These programs educate and train high school cadets in citizenship, promoting community service, instilling responsibility, character, self-discipline, and more. And I'll tell you that in each case, when I meet a 16, 17, 18-year-old student who's been in JROTC for 2, 3, 4 years, I find that is indeed the case. In addition to the military readiness indicator in our accountability system, House Bill 651 includes JROTC as a part of career and technology education program, and that is important because it provides weighted funding. Currently, the Department of Defense covers 50%, roughly 50% of instructor salaries, while the remaining cost is covered by the school district. This includes facility costs, which, as you may know with JROTC, can be extensive. Providing dedicated state funding for this program, for ROTC, will expand opportunities for students across our state and allow them to achieve a high-quality instruction in a program that we, as Texans, hold dear and value greatly. I want to take a minute to thank Representative Allison for bringing this forward, and with that, I am happy to answer questions.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? I have one quick question. In here it mentions not only JRTC, but the Leadership Officer Training Corps program.
Yes, sir. Could
you sort of provide for the committee the differences between those 2?
I'll tell you, I am not an expert other than to say that is a middle school age program. You will hear from a gentleman with San Antonio ISD here in just a couple of minutes who is an expert on that, and he can provide you any additional information. But I support that part of the bill. While we don't offer that in my district, we are actually investigating that as we speak.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Excuse me. All right, thank you very much for being here. Chair calls Nancy Patterson. We show you registered as Nancy Patterson on behalf of Killeen ISD, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. As Representative Buckley said, my name is Nancy Patterson. I am an Army veteran, and I'm currently serving as the Chief College Career and Military Readiness Officer for Killeen ISD. I'm here today testifying on behalf of Killeen ISD in support of House Bill 651 as currently written. Thank you, Representative Allison, Chairman Buckley, and the committee members for this opportunity to advocate for JROTC as an indicator of military readiness and as a career and technical education program. Killeen ISD supports House Bill 651 because it correctly establishes JROTC as a career and military readiness program more than a leadership development program. Specifically, House Bill 651 includes JROTC courses of study in the CTE program and entitles districts to receive weighted CTE funding for these courses. It also expands the definition of military readiness for accountability purposes to include achieving a passing score on the ASVAB test or successful completion of a JROTC program. Now, you may have heard that JROTC is simply a leadership development program, which it is. Most importantly, it's recognized as military preparation by the U.S. Armed Forces, and courses are taught by retired military personnel. JROTC cadets who complete 3 or 4 years of the program and who enlist in the armed forces will receive higher rank and higher pay because they possess the knowledge and skills to enter the armed forces ready to meet the expectations of military service. By regulation, the program focuses on skills that employers, colleges, and the military deem important for post-secondary success. This change aligns with the standards set for college readiness in the accountability rating system. TEA recognizes students for obtaining a qualifying score on college entrance exams as college ready. Currently, we are recognizing students for their military service instead of military readiness. Just yesterday, I was at a Shoemaker High School JROTC award ceremony. Very proud to be there. There were 16 organizations there to recognize those cadets. 13 of those 16 were military affiliated organizations. Members, thank you for your service and for the opportunity to advocate on behalf of my district, my students, and my families. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. I'll call you Nancy.
That's okay.
Describe for us just how difficult it has been to actually garner or gain the information you need to actually prove that a student, of which there are so many in Killeen ISD, that are, quote, how to prove that they are military ready.
It's been incredibly difficult. Initially, when the legislation laid out military readiness and it was based on enlistment in the armed forces, there was not a reliable or validated source for us to receive that information, and the guidance we received from TEA was to survey the students to find out what their intent was. So we were entering information based on what the student's intent was, not necessarily what their screening process was with a recruiter. Since then, that data has been suspended. We've been advised to continue collecting that data and entering it into our PEAM system, but it's incredibly challenging. Getting the data from recruiters now, under this year, class of 23, will be recognized for military readiness only if candidates submit their fully executed DD Form 4, which is their enlistment agreement. That document includes personally identifiable information that should be secure, including their fingerprint. And we're having to collect that information and upload those forms into a secure server housed by TEA in order to account for military readiness based on enlistment at this point in time.
Okay. When you look at a JROTC program, I've heard it said, it really is the combination of so many qualities we want. There's an academic component.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, there's a leadership component. There's a physical fitness component.
Yes, sir.
And there's also a standard of conduct
Yes.
component. Is it not? To me, it's sort of a perfect combination of what we would love to see our young people achieving when they're in high school. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And to add to that, they also do quite a bit of career exploration, especially in STEM-related fields. With the Army JROTC program specifically, they began to pilot and now are implementing cyber JROTC programs just because they're trying to get enough students interested in that field at an age early enough where they would still be of great conduct to get a security clearance needed to do that work in the military.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Yes, sir.
Chair calls Douglas Killian.
He had a board meeting.
Okay, Douglas Killian. All right, we're going to show Douglas Killian on behalf of Pflugerville ISD and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Ana Alicia Romero. Okay, we're going to show Ana Alicia Romero on behalf of San Antonio ISD, registered for the bill but not testifying. Well, sorry. Come on, there we go. Chair calls Anna Rush. Okay. We show you registered as Anna Rush on behalf of Del Valley ISD and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to testify in support of HB 641, inclusion of JROTC and CCMR. I had the opportunity to be in JROTC in high school and provided me great opportunities. It instilled in me skills that will last through a lifetime. I went through Leadership Challenge Camp at the end of my freshman year at Camp Bullis in San Antonio and was chosen as a troop leader. When I came back as an officer during my sophomore year in high school. I came back proud because I earned it through blood, sweat, and tears. This was a defining moment for my character development. Now, as a district administrator, I can see the impact that programs like JROTC have on students and truly see the post-secondary skills that it gives to students. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls Jerry Cheatham. We show you registered as Jerry Cheatham on behalf of the San Antonio Independent School District. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Buckley and members of the House Public Education Committee. I am Lieutenant Colonel Retired Jerry Cheatham of the San Antonio Independent School District, testifying for HB 651 by Representative Allison. The bill would raise the standard for our LOTC and JROTC by allocating funds through a per-student allocation, would provide fair distribution of resources and a robust program that students could more fully utilize. Currently, the state of Texas defines military readiness as enlistment in the military. It is a very low bar for our graduates and set up a system of low expectations for our youth. The bill promotes military readiness by providing a way for school districts to fund it through CTE and Perkins dollars. It sets a goal that our young adults entering the military have been provided with the best preparation. Currently, LOTC is funded by our local funds. JROTC is funded by federal and local dollars. In school districts across Texas, rural and urban, these are not enough to properly support the program to the extent necessary for students' maximized benefit. Cadets are obligated to cover costs on their part. Family income, therefore, becomes a barrier. We see that LOTC and JROTC have maximum benefits for our 3,600 students, teaching them the importance of citizenship, leadership, and personal responsibilities. These programs provide a decisive path toward college, career, and military readiness that gives them an advantage in rank and benefits if they enlist in the military or choose college ROTC. In sum, we feel HB 651 is transformative by setting high expectations for military readiness and help our Texans exceed in the military or civilian path of their choice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for Colonel Cheatham? All right, sir, we appreciate you being here.
Cool.
Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 651? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chair. I can't add to those witnesses. I close.
That's a good decision. That was some good witnesses right there. All right, if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Let's go do his next one. Which one was it? Okay. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 4514 and recognizes Representative Allison to explain the bill. The chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Chair. This is a follow-up and additional accountability bill with a little bit different spin to it. You know, as we all know, our state and federal testing and accountability rating systems have evolved over time. That has developed increasingly strong concerns from educators, administrators, parents, students, and community members regarding the overemphasis on high-stakes student testing. Reforming the A/F accountability system to address the factors of the STAR test and incorporate more measures of student learning and campus outputs would enable Texas to make meaningful progress in student performance and development, and that's what this bill intends to do. It removes social studies STAR test in grade 8 in view that social studies is not required under the Every Student Succeeds Act. It also adds pre-K to 8 non-test indicators, including courses in enrichment curriculum, extra and co-curricular, teacher mentoring programs, professional development programs, absenteeism, participation in full-day pre-K, middle school students who complete CTE courses or courses at a higher grade level, and also includes a school, student, and parent survey. It also removes the overall summative A to F district and campus performance rating and limits scores on the STAR test in student achievement and closing the gap domain to no more than 50%. And the other 50% would be divided among the other indicators that I just mentioned are part of those. The bill also creates a school and student safety climate survey to be conducted involving school personnel, students, and parents to be administered to administrators and teachers employed by school districts, students enrolled in the school districts, and parents of those students. Simply put, House Bill 4514 is a practical approach to address the increasing emphasis on high-stakes testing and reforming the A/F accountability system to still involve the STAR test, but more importantly, incorporate more measures of student learning and campus outputs and development that would enable Texas to make meaningful progress in student performance and development, and particularly putting emphasis on these additional indicators that really do go to academic performance and more indications of that type of development that are important. With that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions, and I think there are other witnesses here that can add to the importance of this approach. And with that, I'll just respectfully reserve my opportunity to close.
Thank you, Representative Allison. Are there any questions? All right. Seeing no questions, we'll proceed with testimony. Chair calls Annette Teal. Okay, we're going to show Annette Teal on behalf of Del Valley ISD and herself, registered for the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Anna Rush. We show you registered as Anna Rush on behalf of Del Valley ISD and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes. Hi, my name is Dr. Anna Rush. I'm the Executive Director of Academics and Accountability for Del Valley ISD. I am testifying for HB 4514 as it provides a better understanding as a whole of how school districts prepare students for the future. I am a proud graduate of McAllen ISD in the Rio Grande Valley. I also attended universities here in our great state of Texas. I hold a PhD from Texas Tech. I truly feel that my trajectory in public education system provided me a well-rounded education. The A through F system should be a true reflection of what really happens in school districts beyond the academics and include what districts do. I support an accountability system that provides a better picture of the true work in our schools to equip students with diverse skills. Academic performance is important and should be measured, but it should not be the sole source of evaluation for schools. In particular, I greatly appreciate the inclusion of co-curricular and extracurricular activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Ariel Smith. Okay. All right, we show you registered as Ariel Smith on behalf of National Parents Union, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ariel Taylor Smith, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Action at the National Parents Union. I'm here to testify respectfully against HB 4514. National Parents Union has chapters in all 50 states, DC, and Puerto Rico. Today I am here to respectfully urge you not to change state testing requirements and water down your accountability system. As we continue to evaluate our testing and accountability system, we ask you to take into consideration that parents and families utilize assessment data and school ratings to make educational choices for their kids and to hold systems that are failing their kids accountable. I urge you not to move the goalposts at a time where we need to be straight shooters about getting our kids back on track. Our future is dependent on whether or not our students are prepared for it. Decreasing accountability around reading and math proficiency is not what our students need right now. A future in which kids can't read or do math on grade level is one where your medical care, your elder care, your children and grandchildren's learning, and the global competitiveness of our country is compromised. States across the country look to Texas as one of the largest providers of public education as an example of what's possible in other places. Weakening accountability and assessment standards is not the signal the rest of our country needs right now. 31% of our nation's children are reading on grade level according to the latest NAEP scores. That's unacceptable. Setting a tone to weaken accountability could make that even worse. It's worth noting that on the STAR test, 52% of students in Texas were reading on grade level, which I would attribute to strong leadership, accountability, and good school choice options for all kids. Walking back that progress would be a mistake. I want to urge you to reconsider what the purpose of state testing and accountability is. It's to ensure that every child in the state of Texas has access to a quality education. When we check in on student progress, we are able to make the appropriate interventions necessary to catch them up.
All right.
Additionally, eliminating or changing district and campus
Wrap up your
scores.
testimony, please.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Effectively pulls the wool over parents' eyes about their schools and districts' performances. I'll just leave you with the National Parents Union has run 30 national polls, and overwhelmingly in every single one of those polls, parents have supported utilizing assessment as a tool of empowerment for their kids.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
Chair calls Jennifer Easley. Okay. We show you registered as Jennifer Easley on behalf of Texas Parent Teacher Association. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening again, Chairman Buckley and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Easley, and I'm the president-elect of Texas PTA, the largest grassroots child advocacy association in the state of Texas with over 400,000 members. We are here today in support of House Bill 4514. Texas PTA supports policies that helps parents to better understand the quality and performance of the school their child attends. We believe this bill significantly improves the way we hold our schools and districts accountable by considering a multitude of non-test indicators. We're pleased to see that this bill removes the social studies star in 8th grade, thereby bringing their state requirements into better alignment with the Every Student Succeeds Act. Additionally, we support limiting the percentage that a state can count towards a domain rating. While state-mandated tests should be a measure of accountability, it should not be the only measure. Overall, Texas PTA believes the purpose of testing should be to provide relevant feedback to teachers and parents and students about the students' acquisition of skills. We also believe that reimagining the way Texas schools are assessed is critical. As an aside, we do believe one essential measure of the student's success is missing, and that is meaningful family engagement. And you may remember that Texas PTA was instrumental in the requirement of a parent group on every campus being added to the Parental Rights and Responsibilities chapter of the Education Code in 1995. However, we know that not all campuses have a parent group. Adding meaningful family engagement to the accountability system will further enforce what research has proven and the legislator established as a requirement 28 years ago. Family engagement is critical to our students' potential becoming a reality. We'd also like to take this opportunity to state all schools receiving public funds should be accountable equally and to the public. We ask that you support House Bill 4514 to improve the way we hold schools and districts accountable. We thank the committee for their hard work and service and thank Representative Allison for this bill.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. You got the 2 minutes down perfectly, by the way. That's good. All right, Chair calls Mary Lynn Pernetta. We show you register as Mary Lynn Pernetta on behalf of Texas 2036. We'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members. My name is Mary Lynn Pernetta. I'm the Senior Public Policy Advisor on Education Issues at Texas 2036. Not to be redundant of my earlier comments on House Bill 4402, but with regards to extra and co-curricular elements in the accountability system, we have deep school finance and equity concerns. In particular, without providing funding for extra and co-curriculars, we believe you invite constitutional risk in terms of a de facto statewide property tax, and I'm happy to discuss that further. I'd like to say thank you so much to Representative Allison for talking with us about our concerns, and we look forward to working with your office on other legislation this session. Thanks in part to the A through F system and efforts undertaken by the Texas legislature, Texas has seen more students doing better in school since 2012. From 2013 to 2017, the number of failing campuses was cut in half, and this happened again since 2019 under the A through F system. I think this is remarkable because A through F has only been in place for functionally 1 year in the 2018-2019 school year. A little known fact about the A through F system is that students in an A and B campus are 2.8 times more likely to graduate from college. If we believe that college readiness and college completion is something that the state should attain to, I think that it's logical to assume that the A through F system is correlated with a higher degree of readiness among our students, which is something worthy to be upheld. Not a lot of people realize that prior to the pandemic, Texas saw a continuous performance improvement on the STAR test. This is very important because the STAR test is the first Texas assessment aligned to college and career readiness. This means that if more students are doing better on the STAR test, more students are ready for life after high school. And isn't this the purpose of our public education system, to get more students on grade level in reading, math, science, and history so that they can go on to be productive adults? This ultimately sums up our worldview on changes to the accountability system. A change should only be made to the A through F system if it will result in more students reading and doing math on grade level or more students ready for college and career. There's been a lot of talk this interim about recognizing what a school contributes to its community and incorporating that into the accountability system. I think this is a wonderful sentiment, but it detracts from the purpose of public education policy to improve student outcomes.
Please wrap up your testimony.
And thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Hinojosa.
So is your sole objection here the financial allotment that's missing?
No, ma'am. I think that we would still have public policy concerns with extra and co-curriculars that I'm happy to go into, but my most profound and most deep concerns lie with the inequity of what I believe is including a Tier 2 element into what is functionally a Tier 1 system.
So we could, but if we put an allotment that would address the issues with equity in terms of making sure everybody has the same funding for it, and so then what would be your policy concern?
I think the policy concern would be since extra and co-curriculars have historically been funded by Tier 2, which is generated by golden pennies. If you allow me to compare two districts, Grady ISD gets about $10,000 per kid per WADA in Tier 2 funding alone. Chillicothe ISD only gets about $500. These districts have the same amount of golden pennies. They have the same amount of per WADA. So while I appreciate the efforts, particularly like in House Bill 4402, to provide $19 per student to help towards the extra and co-curricular completion, I do not think that that's going to overcome the $9,000 difference that districts experience on Tier 2. So I would again urge caution when we consider extra and co-curriculars in the accountability system.
It seems like we shouldn't, though, base our accountability system on money, right? We should be basing it on what's best for kids. We can fix the money problem. That's part of our job, too. And we can work on that. Putting money aside, assuming we can adjust and adjust for equity purposes the amount of money that's given to school districts, would you then support the bill?
So I would still have policy concerns with including extracurriculars, and I have two examples for you. So in Louisiana, when they included surveys coupled with an extra co-curricular-like indicator for 5% of their accountability system, every single elementary and middle school in the state of Louisiana got an A. Every single high school in the state of Louisiana got just a perfect score. In the same thing, when you look at TEA's extra and co-curricular report, they specifically say in the report that those districts that had an extra and co-curricular program that they were doing with intentionality saw 98 to 100% of students in an extra or co-curricular type of offering. it's tough for us to consider contemplating a metric that we think functionally all students would achieve in an accountability system, because an accountability system is about fundamentally holding districts accountable, but also differentiating between the offerings that they have so that they can better inform parents.
That's interesting. Let me see if I understand. So you think what is key to our accountability system is differentiating campuses and kids? Is that what you're?
I think a critical element of any good and transparent accountability system is differentiating performance in a way that both parents, teachers, and school officials can understand. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because as a parent, and we heard questioning earlier from one of my colleagues, we just want to know, what is the standard for passing? What should my third grader be reading at what level?
Mm-hmm.
And is he or not?
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like from your perspective, what you value is, how is he doing compared to other schools and ranking my child in my school against other schools?
Well, I think that gets back to the design that you all have adopted in the AITHREF system. So right now you have a system that's based on 3 domains. Of course, domain 1 is just basically raw star performance plus your CCMR score. Domain 2 is your growth. And then domain 2B is actually relative performance. So we do, as a public policy matter of the state, judge districts by their performance in relation to similarly situated districts with similar levels of poverty.
But we actually compare campuses that aren't really similar, like we compare choice campuses, for instance, to neighborhood campuses, choice campuses where families self-select, right, who goes to a certain campus. I'll give you an example in my own district. Ann Richards School's a great school, but you have to write an essay to get in. It's a magnet school. It's a different population of students than a neighborhood school. And of course, they always perform really well on our accountability measures compared to our neighborhood schools, but it's not really fair. And so there are problems with our current accountability system, but what I'm hearing from you is this value placed on comparing like campuses that, in my eyes, aren't really like.
I think every parent wants to know how their third grader compares to a third grader in a district around them or a third grader across the state, because ultimately when they're applying to college, when they're going and getting an HVAC certification, when they're pursuing any other kind of post-secondary opportunity, the discrete performance of that student relative to their peers does matter.
Well, but what also matters is income level, and right? And so you've mentioned, for instance, in a student that is at a campus that is an A or B campus performs better in post-secondary, has better post-secondary success. But those A and B campuses are, for the most part, from wealthier, have wealthier populations in them, and can do things like get extra tutoring for their kids, like I do for my kid, get extra supports that, so it's hard to say that you can. So how do we compare? Isn't it so much tied to income?
So I actually have, of course, 2036, I have a chart that I can show you. And basically in this chart, we can look at the average economically disadvantaged level of a district relative to their AITHREF performance score. And what you do not see is any kind of clear correlation trending down on the more poverty a district or campus experiences, the more low their AITHREF score will be. And what you actually see
even if you take out charters, which self-select.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, if you take out, if magnets too. We filtered out magnets, knowing that that is a concern.
I'd
and I'm
love to
happy
see
to
that.
send that to your office. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, members, any more questions of this witness? All right, Representative Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Marilyn, for being here. I always learn a lot whenever you testify, which is a great thing. So, and I agree with a lot of what you said, and I hate the either-or choice that sometimes we pit these things against each other, when I think the key is wholeness, right, and balance. Key of so many things in life, and the same is true in education and in accountability. Accountability and assessment are important to me for all the reasons that you stated. My concern is something that's based entirely on one test, and I think you kind of hit on it in your testimony when you said the goal of our education system is proficiency in reading, writing, and arithmetic, reading, writing, and mathematics. That is true. It is a goal, maybe the primary goal, but it's not the only goal, right? We all know Jeffrey Dahmer and Ted Bundy were proficient in, reading, writing, and mathematics. So it can't be our goal has to be much more than that, of raising fully actualized human beings, right? And academics is maybe the foundational part of that, but there's got to be more. And I want our accountability system to be measuring more than just those core subjects. Curious if you have any thoughts about what those other measures could be. Seems like you have some concerns, valid concerns about co-curricular, extracurricular. Do you have, or does Texas 2036 have ideas of what else could be included besides
Yeah.
the one test?
Yes, we do. And I think I would probably describe one of the mission and purpose of public education in our state as a general diffusion of knowledge, of which you all have laid out in statute. It's the performance in the 4 core subjects, but it's also just graduating and being a successful adult. Sure. And thank goodness that the 8th Rev system pretty heavily weights college, career, and military readiness. So there is some recognition in the system that's far beyond STAR test. In fact, 2 of our domains out of the 3 that most districts score within are equally weighted STAR and CCMR. And so within that, I would think that I could direct you to one of the things that 4402 did really well was the Algebra 1 indicator. We know that it aligns with data. We know that it's a little bit of an input, but it's also got a really robust data history in terms of what the output will be. And our encouragement to you all would be to look at the states that we want to emulate. So one of the best states in the country on public education right now is Mississippi. So what is Mississippi doing in both its approach to early education and in early education accountability that we could model? And I do think there's some other provisions in the Florida model, and they have seen consistent results. You know, we all love to hate on Florida. And they also include some middle school level indicators that relate to the academic achievement of the child.
Well, I think there's a lot of folks here trying to Florida our Texas. I don't know if there is a lot of people who are upset with Florida. True. And I hear that, and I appreciate the mathematics answer, which is in the bill we heard previously. Anything in elementary school, that's my concern, is, we're
absolutely.
not, the advanced mathematics wouldn't apply there.
So one of the problems is that there is no STAR for K through 2, and I don't necessarily get the tone or the tenor of our public debate in this state that we want to start STAR testing K through 2-year-olds. But there are a couple of other assessments that if you could do in a valid, reliable, comparable, fair, and transparent way, which is ultimately a question for the agency, I think that you could continue to explore, including like DIBELS. If you were able to manage DIBELS in a way that didn't take up too much teacher time. There's also other exams for K through 2 called SAT 9 or SAT 10 that are certainly worth exploring, although I can't say that I would necessarily recommend them. But when I've asked kind of the best and brightest in the country, help Texas, help you by coming up with better and better indicators, that's what they've always directed me to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you all.
Chair calls Kelly Moulton. We'll have Marlene Bullard and then Sophia Di Loretto Chetty. We'll show you registered as Kelly Moulton on behalf of Raise Your Hand Texas and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct. So Chairman Buckley and members of the committee, and even those of you that have just had dinner, thanks for coming back. As I mentioned before, Raise Your Hand Texas, 2 years to engage more than 15,000 voices of stakeholders across the state to ask what makes a great school and how can we go about measuring those factors in an accountability system. Listening to the voices of the stakeholders, the parents, the students, the community members, the educators is the critical responsibility, not only in this session, but the sustainability of our democracy. And many, many of our public schools are exactly that, the center of their community and the center of their democracy. The Texas voices were very clear in the work that Raise Your Hand Texas did. 83% of the Texans that were engaged by Raise Your Hand think that public schools should not be graded entirely on STAR. 81% believe that STAR placed undue pressure on students and is a significant barrier to teaching, and 69% did not believe STAR effectively measures how well students are learning. House Bill 4514 expands the scope of the A through F accountability system by including factors beyond the STAR test. And other states have had the opportunity to put those in. They successfully meet ESSA, and they include other indicators standalone and are part of the SQSS. 4514 limits the high-stakes nature of STAR by restricting their weight, and 4514 reduces the number of middle school STAR tests to align with federal testing requirements. There is great transparency in eliminating the overall summative A through F rating so that we can help schools identify what is working well and what is not yet working well. We have recommendations. We'd love to share them, and we appreciate Representative Allison. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, question? Okay, sorry. Members, any more questions? Yeah, Representative Allison.
Thank you, Dr. Moulton. Just a couple of questions. We heard earlier a reference that these new indicators would water down accountability and assessment. Do you agree with that?
I do not agree with that because I think there's two different questions that we're answering here. What a child knows, and that's where we assess children with the STAR, and then how a school contributes to a student's overall success. That's where we can bring in these additional indicators. It provides a fuller picture of what and how schools measure students.
Okay. Are other states adopting additional indicators rather than this one-size-fits-all approach that we've taken with the STAR test?
Sure, they do. As was brought up before, if Mississippi is a factor for us, Mississippi does not have high-stakes testing. It does not account to graduation, but Connecticut, Arkansas, Illinois, Maryland, Nebraska, they all have other indicators in their accountability system that has been identified by the federal government as acceptable to them. And it includes things like absenteeism, performance on science, credits above grade level, participation in, I think I said fine arts before, but the whole idea of civic readiness. And an important one, as we talked about, Representative Talarico's gone now, but what at the elementary school can we measure our other identifiers? Other states are looking at teacher effectiveness. How can we measure that and put that into a system that shows the picture of how we're serving our students?
They will in turn enhance the student performance.
That's our entire focus, is doing what's best for the children. And we know that by listening to them, their voices, by listening to community members, it's more than just a high-stakes test.
Okay. And if we add additional indicators, whether these or others, is there a way to measure that, how successful they've been?
Sure. So one of the things we often hear is that it's not reliable, it's not valid. We take data points, and data points are nothing until we put meaning to them. So we can collect these data points. In fact, the state of Texas and the agency requires us to collect many of these data points, such as absenteeism, participation in fine arts, co-curricular. All of those things we already submit to the state. So it's a matter of meeting with the agency so that we can put this in a form that can be measured and in that same reliability and accountability that we've come to expect.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, members, any more questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Marlene Bullard. Marlene Bullard. Okay, we're going to show Marlene Bullard on behalf of herself, and she is registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Sophia DiLoretto Chetty. We show you registered as Sophia DiLoretto Chetty on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi. Thank you, Rep. Allison, for introducing this bill and for your interest in expanding the standards by which we measure schools and teachers and students. I am a third grade teacher here in Austin, Texas, and today my students took the English STAR. The STAR is something that they have been preparing for essentially all year long. And despite the fact that we are told not to teach to the test, the pressure that is put on teachers to do well on the test does eventually come down on our students. I did so much more therapy work in class with them preparing for this test than I did actually teaching. A few of us teachers got together and were trying to count up the number of weeks of valuable instructional time that we lost to being able to prepare for the test. And it added up to nearly 2 months of valuable instructional time that was indeed put towards teaching them how to take the test. This is the first year that my students have been in school since pandemic adjustments. There are so many ways in which third graders specifically are behind on basic reading and writing skills that this STAR test does not account for at all, and our instructional time has been actually lowered in the last year. So they're already at a deficit, and then yet the STAR test this year was made even harder. They were expected to write essentially a five-page paragraph or five-paragraph response, an essay response to one of the questions. So we're teaching them how to read the test and how to respond to the test, and not content that they're going to find within the test. The test has been adjusted to have the content that they're supposed to be able to read and respond to. But again, we're teaching them how to read the test and then respond to the test. And the teachers are frustrated by it. The parents are frustrated by it. The students are filled with anxiety and stress. And so I really appreciate the standards being expanded, because we are putting 100% weight on this one single day test. I have neurodivergent students who wake up and have really good days and wake up at really bad days. And luckily today, that student realized that the test was actually grading me more than her, and so she decided to take it, and with a positive attitude. Because if she failed, it reflected on me. So I really encourage everybody to look at this bill and consider it and vote yes in support of it. And I also, just after hearing other people's testimony, urge you not to put so much pressure on the MAP test. It is awful. It is a horrible test. Teachers hate it. Students hate it. It is terrible, and I'm happy to talk to your offices more about it later.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Yeah, Representative Schaefer.
But I think you said that quickly. You said you told her that it was more about you than it was about her?
I didn't tell her that. She told me that today. Her therapist actually told her that, because she was expressing so much testing anxiety about it, that her therapist tried to alleviate that anxiety by telling her that it's more of a reflection on me than it is on her, and luckily that worked.
All right. Members, any more questions? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anyone? Excuse me. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4514? If not, the chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on the bill.
Thank you, Chair Buckley. Just a few brief comments. You know, it seems like, it doesn't even seem like it, I think it is. We've evolved into a one-size-fits-all approach through the STAR exam. You know, we have one test on one day, and we use that as a sole basis for the ADF accountability system. I think it becomes increasingly evident that if we move into other indicators, you know, no one is saying anything about getting rid of the test. It's still going to be there, but we need to enhance it. And I think we can enhance it with additional indicators that are all academic driven and enrichment. And that is purely academic that would improve performance and development of our children. Extra and co-curricular activities, you know, we're different around the state. What might work in Muleshoe, Texas, or what might be important there locally is going to be far different than what works in San Antonio or in Brownsville. And I think we need to take that into consideration by considering extra curricular and co-curricular activities and what's important in the development there, academically and otherwise. Professional development and enhancement of our teachers. That certainly is going to go towards improving our student performance, reading and otherwise. You know, we put a lot of emphasis, and I think a recognition of the importance of pre-K programs. So those, I think those are important indicators of early development and early advancement in reading and elsewhere. If we require or give an indicator on students' involvement in CTE courses or taking courses that are at an advanced grade level, I think that all enhances performance and improves reading, mathematics, science, whatever. So I think the additional indicators are vitally important. And rather than go into just a summary A to F, I think it's also equally important that sure there needs to be an A to F perhaps over the STAR test, for, let's say, but also on these other indicators so we can see where there's improvement that's needed. And I think we enhance our education program. I think we enhance student learning and development. And I'll stop. I close.
All right, thank you, Representative Allison. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Okay. Let's do this one right here. Okay, it's right here. Chair lays out House Bill 3141 and recognizes Chairman King to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 3141. The last interim I served on the Texas Commission on Virtual Education. This bill is the commission recommendations Aligned with those recommendations in House Bill 3141, enable public school districts and charter schools to offer virtual and hybrid options to respond effectively to family and student demand for approaches that fit learners' unique needs, create adequate and equitable funding mechanism, and an authorization process to open new virtual and hybrid campuses, and ensure access to advanced coursework in the face of longstanding challenges like local course availability and teacher shortages through the continued access of individual virtual courses. Members, this is the companion bill to what's been filed in the Senate. We've heard, I'm not going to belabor this layout because we just passed a virtual bill off the floor today. It's a House version. This bill is another option. That's it.
All right. Members, any questions for Chairman King? If there are no questions, we'll proceed with testimony. Chair calls Rex Gore.
Did you have a substitute?
Okay, we're going to show Rex Gore on behalf of himself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Gabriel Grantham. Okay. All right, we show you registered as Gabriel Grantham on behalf of Texas 2036. You'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, you may begin.
As stated, my name is Gabe Grantham. I am an education policy analyst and former teacher, and I work for Texas 2036. And today I'll be testifying for House Bill 3141 on behalf of Texas 2036. First, I want to thank Chairman King for carrying this bill and for his work on the Virtual Education Commission during the interim, and we appreciate how closely this bill is aligned to the recommendations made by said commission. I want to highlight 3 quick points about virtual learning today. 1, the online experience that took place during COVID-19 pandemic is not the same as high-quality virtual education programs. It was simply an emergency response. The efforts of teachers and families were heroic, but they were put in impossible situations and expected to be successful. When approached, though, and asked about virtual education used supplementary and optionally, we actually see that Texans support this. 88% of voters support leveraging technology to ensure that all students have access to rigorous coursework. Brings me to my second point. Virtual learning provides opportunities for students, regardless of geographic locations, to access advanced coursework. There are significant disparities in access to rigorous advanced coursework across the state, with 41% of school districts not offering a single AP or IB course. When expanding that out to look at up to 4 AP courses, that number rises to 65% of districts. This accounts for about 11% of high school juniors and seniors across the state. Many rural schools aren't able to offer these courses due to scalability issues, and virtual education helps solve that. Last point being, virtual learning provides opportunities for innovative and flexible scheduling models, allowing students to participate in things like workplace learning and complete more credentials while enrolled in high school. Right now, 90% of Texas freshmen graduate high school, but only 65 graduate CCMR ready, college career military ready, and only 36% end up earning some sort of post-secondary degree. Virtual education can allow for more flexibility in the school calendar, giving students the opportunity to pursue work-based learning during the school day. Texas currently lags behind its peer states, 11 out of 12, with Washington, California, and Ohio having 2 times as many as apprenticeships, the rate of apprenticeships in their workforce. Right. Virtual learning provides us the option to provide more of those in high school. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right. You bet. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls Paul Colbert. Paul Colbert. We're going to show Paul Colbert on behalf of El Paso ISD and himself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3141? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman King to close on the bill.
Ms. Talrico had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Talrico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a technical question for you, Chairman King, about the part of the bill that requires a year of planning for new full-time virtual schools. Just wondering if we know if that's an academic year or a calendar year. Is it actual 12 months? And if not, I can follow up with you afterwards.
I want to say it's a calendar year.
Okay.
That was what I recall from the commission report, but if you check with my office, I'll get you those details. I've got the commission report in the office.
Thank you for the bill, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. And I did have one question. I believe the bill gives the commissioner the ability to authorize the full-time virtual and hybrid campuses. Does that 1 year of planning that the commissioner to successfully launch a new campus, what does that look like? And does TA need that long for established programs?
You know, that was a TA recommendation. Okay. I don't think they need that long. And if you have an amendment that makes it a week, we'll talk about it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
All right. You're close. Any other questions? Okay. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. If there is objection, the chair hears none and the bill is left pending. Okay. Shall we do Allison real quick? Get it started. Okay. Ken, can you ready? Yeah. Which one is that in? Yeah. 43. Is that right? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, thank you, man. Yes, sir. I got you too. However long you need me.
Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 4358 and recognizes Representative Allison to explain this bill.
Thank you, Chair King. I'll be very brief. This is simply related to including digital teaching in the micro-credential certification program for public school educator continuing education to enable our teachers to become more adept at digital micro-credentialing for the advancement of their development and advancement of our students, and that's simply all it is.
Thank you, Mr. Allison. Remember the questions of the representative. Seeing none, we will proceed to public testimony. Chair calls Adam Jones. Adam Jones, going once, going twice. Adam Jones. Okay, we're going to show Adam Jones is for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Gabriel Grantham. Mr. Grantham, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Actually, if you can read out. My name is Gabe Grantham. I'm an education policy analyst at Texas 2036, testifying for House Bill 4358 on behalf of Texas 2036.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Representative Allison, for bringing this bill forward. This bill will create an opportunity for teachers who put in the time and the effort to expand their craft to receive professional development and earn credentials that reflect this. As someone who was a classroom teacher the year before, the year during, and the year after COVID, I can tell you that virtual teaching is an entirely different beast. By offering the ability to earn these micro-credentials and provide virtual education training, the state can incentivize an accelerated uptake in high-quality professional development for interested teachers and districts in the area of virtual education. During the Virtual Education Commission, this interim, there was a lot of conversations around what tools teachers needed to be successful, how training was needed to be effective in virtual classrooms, and the opportunities that Texas had in this area. This bill is aligned to the recommendations that emerged from the Virtual Education Commission on building a teacher workforce that is highly skilled in virtual and hybrid teaching. We know that virtual teaching is certainly not for everyone, but for those that it is for, they should be able to earn a credential that reflects the additional time and energy they put in and for their professional expertise in virtual education to be recognized.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Grantham. Remember the questions of the witness. Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Sir?
Is that it? Yep. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for or against House Bill 4358? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Representative Allison to close on his bill briefly.
Thank you. I close.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Allison. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair sees none. Bill's left pending. Where is it? This way? Yeah. This one. That's it. Okay. It's going to be the suit right now. Oh, okay. Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 1804 and recognizes Representative Basut to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1804 on behalf of Representative Terry Leo Wilson. I have some handouts.
Mr. Basut? There is, the chair.
Yeah, there is a committee substitute, yes.
Chair offers up committee substitute. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, the opportunity to lay out committee substitute for House Bill 1804 on behalf of Representative Terry Leo Wilson. Couldn't be here tonight. The primary metric by which Texas instructional materials are approved is inclusion of at least 50% of the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, or TEKS, which direct publishers on what must be included in instructional materials. Until the 82nd legislative session, suitability standards directed publishers on what must not be included in these materials. This bill reinstates those standards. Without suitability standards, publishers have the complete authority to determine the suitability of instructional content, authority which Texans, through their elected representatives on the SBOE, ought to wield. Texas must take back the ability to determine whether or not instructional materials are suitable from unelected publishers. This session, Texas not only had the ability to ensure full TEKS coverage with Chairman Buckley's bill, but to ensure Texans, not publishers, determine the suitability of the content of instructional materials. Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions to the extent I can. As you may recognize, I am not Representative Terry Leo Wilson, but happy to answer to the extent I can, and would respectfully request to be able to have the opportunity, but in no way obligated to, close.
Members, are there questions, sir? Representative Pursuit. Seeing none, you have a few witnesses. We will proceed to testimony. Chair calls Tom Nobis. Mr. Nobis, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, sir. My name's Tom Nobis. I represent the Republican Party of Texas and myself, and I am for the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I'm Tom Nobis, representing the Republican Party myself, for the bill by Representative Leo Wilson, relating to the instructional material list and supplemental instructional materials adopted by the State Board of Education. For Plank 116 of the Republican Party platform, oversight instructional materials, all instructional materials paid for with state funds should be vetted by elected State Board of Education. We oppose appropriation of state funds for instructional content that's not been approved by the SBOE. The approval process must continue to include public review, hearings, and the right to have factual errors corrected. We call on local districts to hold public hearings before deciding which instructional materials they will use, including supplemental materials and programs. Our public education system is not functioning well for many children. It's full of indoctrination and feelings instead of teaching mastery of reading, writing, and mathematics with knowledge of accurate history and science. Our elected State Board of Education members controlled our textbook curriculum until 2011, when they lost this control with SB 6. Educational materials declined into wokeness and inaccuracies. The Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills direct publishers on what must be in instructional materials, and what we need is the standards of what might not be in the Texans in that material. Local school districts currently select materials, while technically TEKS compliant, include critical race theory, unrelated agenda items, and mischaracterization of unbalanced view of history. Our schools have failed in their job to educate our children, with only 19% on grade level, and when in 2011 it was up to 54%. It's time to return the standards and materials that are created with public input and seriously vetted and approved or disapproved by our elected representatives in education, the State Board of Education. As Representative Leo Wilson is a former member of the State Board of Education, it's appropriate having knowledge of the organization that she put forth this bill. Again, I'm in favor of this bill and ask members to vote this bill out of committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Novus. Remember, there are questions of the witness. Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Chair calls Chloe Latham Sykes. Chloe Latham Sykes. Okay, we're going to show Chloe Latham Sykes as against the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Kristen Hull.
She is with the agency as a resource.
Kristen is a resource witness. Members, is it necessary for a resource witness? Oh, Mr. Harrison has a question. Please come forward.
Issue with TEA? Yeah.
Kristen, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Hi, I'm Kristen Hull. I'm at TEA. I'm the resource witness for the bill.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Harrison.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Thank you for being here with us. Quick question for clarification purposes. The HB 1804 was accompanied with a fiscal note. Was it Was it TEA's intention to put a fiscal note on a bill that's just restoring a regulatory authority back to the SBOE?
We took another look at that, and the fiscal note is incorrect. It should be $0.
Okay.
We've notified the LBB. It will be up to them to decide, but we've taken another look, and it should be 0.
Great. And just to make sure, thank you for that response, but just to make sure I understand, we are effectively restoring authority that did exist with the SBOE prior to around 2011. Is that right?
My reading of the bill is it does allow for additional suitability reviews to be conducted for materials.
But nothing that would have a cost to the state? Or...
$0,
Great.
correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, are further questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Jonathan Covey. Mr. Covey, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Jonathan Covey, Policy Director for Texas Values, for the bill.
Please proceed.
And I want to thank all of you so much for being here. I know it's really late, and I thank you for your attention. Not only in Texas, but across the nation, we are badly in need of a refocusing of our instructional materials and a clarification that the primary purpose and mission of public schools is to instruct students in math, science, other subjects in an objective manner, and not to spend a high amount of time and resources on creating social justice warriors. We need to ensure that we are teaching that hiring metrics and workplace benchmarks such as punctuality, hard work, logical thinking. We need to avoid relativism that teaches language does not accord with an objective reality. We need to affirm civil rights, affirm law and order. We need to affirm legal and administrative neutrality, not that neutrality is impossible to achieve. We need to ensure that students examine issues such as slavery as contradictions of Americans' founding principles of liberty and equality. We have a long way to go, but the way to get there is to come together as Texans and Americans and not encourage division. I think this bill just provides the needed clarification by expanding these criteria used to determine if instructional materials are eligible to be adopted by the SBOE, and I'd ask you to support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Covey. Members, are questions to this witness? Mr. Talarico has one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, for the record, have a lot of concerns about this bill. I know the bill author is not here to talk about it, but I at least want to ask you, because it's putting in place a lot of restrictions on instructional material. One is present positive aspects of the United States and its heritage if the instructional material discusses the United States or its heritage. Is your understanding that that is only positive aspects of the United States and its heritage?
My understanding would be that it would be positive aspects in addition to things that may consider to be detriments in the past and history.
Okay, I would hope, I'd want to clarify that, Lang. You mentioned slavery, and I want to make...
I'm not the author, so I'm not aware
Sure.
what intent is.
Okay. The second, right after that, is subsection G, which says present contrasting points of view regarding significant political or social movements. You mentioned slavery, you mentioned civil rights. Is there an opposing view or contrasting view to those movements that we should be teaching in classes?
I don't know that there's a contrasting view on every subject, but ones that there are, I think you just want to make sure that you present,
Got it. Okay, yeah, that's my concern, is just the wording of these.
Yeah.
Your answers would reflect my view, but whenever we get a chance to talk with the bill author, I want to make sure that's her understanding too. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. Members, further questions of the witness? Oh, Mr. Schaefer has one.
I just want to respond to something Mr. Talarico said, and I think that you're right about that. There's certain issues that there's right and wrong, slavery being one of them. The way I would view that is how you would present the contrasting views is obviously there was a civil war and there were opposing views on the subject. One side was right, one side was wrong, but that you would teach from a historical perspective what the viewpoint would have been of those who supported that side versus the other side. That's the way I would view it.
Yes, Chairman, can I?
Yeah. Please.
Thank you. And I appreciate that, Representative Schaefer. And I should have finished the whole section because it says present contrasting points of view regarding significant political or social movements in history, which is exactly what you stated, which I agree with. Then it says in a balanced and factual manner.
Yeah.
That makes me nervous because I don't think we should say there were two sides of the Civil War. I'm not going to say which side was correct, right? I do want our teachers to take a stance on some of these things, whether it's, positive or negative aspect. But like you said, right and wrong, I think our teachers in the classroom should feel free to take a side on something like slavery or civil rights. And so I just want to make sure presenting in a balanced manner is not saying that we have, because we had an incident in South Lake, Texas, where they were teaching both sides of the Holocaust, right? And I don't want us to get into a situation where we're almost back to your point about relativism. I think our teachers, some of these things are not values neutral.
Right.
That's my concern.
Well, to Representative Schaefer's point, just reporting history as, the way it was seen through the eyes of the actors at the time, whether it be the one side or the other side, so in a fair manner.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members, for the questions to the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Rhonda Anderson. Okay. We're going to show Rhonda Anderson is for the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Mary Castle. Ms. Castle, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Mary Elizabeth Castle. I'm Director of Government Relations for Texas Values Action, and I'm testifying in favor of HB 1804.
Please proceed.
All right. It's been a priority for us for the past few years to make sure that we give back some authority and some parameters to the State Board of Education when it comes to choosing textbooks for our 1,200 school districts. It's even a priority at the State Board of Education to make sure that textbooks on the bid list meet 100% of the TEKS. Now, this bill actually addresses the suitability standards, which was one of the many textbook selection parameters that was removed in SB 6 back in 2011. Now, having these parameters will give transparent expectations to publishers to ensure they not only follow the TEKS, but create appropriate content that educates and presents both sides of the issue. We also need parameters for what is appropriate in regards to sexual content, and that is what this committee substitute addresses as well. As we saw with the health textbooks back in 2021, many of those textbooks, not only did they not meet all of the TEKS, but they also contained content that was contrary to what the SBOE voted on, which included topics of comprehensive sex education, sexual orientation, and gender identity. This is also a good reason why we need legislation that overall returns the power back to the SBOE, but we think that this bill is a good start in setting some clear parameters so all of our school districts can have the best textbooks possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, or questions? Oh, Ms. Hinojosa.
You mentioned sexual orientation or sexual identity.
Mm-hmm.
So, reading through this bill, it looks like it would prohibit the teaching of anything about sexual identity before high school? Is that your understanding of the bill?
No. So this bill just addresses textbooks that I guess would be approved by, the State Board of Education. So any book that has to be on the bid list, it would set these parameters that they do not cover those subjects in order to be considered by the State Board of Education.
So at all or for certain grade levels?
I don't think this bill, addresses grade levels. And that's not necessarily how the State Board of Education chooses textbooks. Sometimes it's per subject. So even with the health textbooks, they had a set that addressed maybe 1st through 3rd grade. And then there was one bidder that actually addressed K through 12. So I think that's one of the reasons why maybe this bill doesn't have grades in those parameters.
Okay, and I don't know if you have the substitute bill. I see Section D in this bill says material regarding sexual orientation, gender identity, sexual activity is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate if the material is intended for or provided to a student enrolled in grade level below grade 9.
Okay.
So that
And that probably also is going to the fact how the health standards are addressed. So like health is not a it's only required, I think, once in high school. But, you know, you have sex ed that is really kind of a part of the curriculum through like high school. So that's probably the reason why it has that parameter of grade 9 and below.
And so is there no sex ed in middle school?
So there is. So that would be 7th and 8th grade. And so the TEKS do cover 7th and 8th grade. And then when you get to the TEKS in high school, it's Health 1.
But it sounds like this bill would prohibit teaching of gender identity or sexual orientation before high school, even in sex ed classes.
Probably K through 8.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, members, further questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Great, thank you so much.
Chair calls Maggie Stern. Maggie Stern. Okay, we're going to show Maggie Stern against the bill, but not testifying. Matthew McCormick. Mr. McCormick, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good evening. My name is Matthew McCormick of the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and we are for the bill.
Please proceed.
Good morning, committee. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you about these changes to curriculum standards. We support HB 1804 because it will improve the quality of instructional materials in our public schools, especially because these instructional materials will present positive aspects of the United States and its heritage, approach significant political or social movements in a fair and balanced manner, and include information needed to develop mutual respect and understanding. These goals are aligned with the constitutional purpose of public education, which is to achieve a general diffusion of knowledge to preserve the rights and liberties of the people. To preserve these, our children must have an education that prepares them for self-governance. Such an education must include concepts that build mutual affection and courage, which we draw from knowledge of past good deeds of we the people, including the American Revolution, victories in world wars and the Cold War, and the Civil Rights Movement. 2, the rarity and goodness of stable, popular self-government and how the United States is the first and longest-lasting republic based on a written constitution. And 3, facts which establish both universal human rights and broad citizenship, such as principles espoused in the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence. Without an understanding of these concepts and our shared history, our society will surely become more fragmented, tribal, and uncivil. As we marvel at the achievements of our political ancestors, though, we must temper this admiration by acknowledging their failures. By learning from their setbacks and shortcomings, we will build moderation, mutual forbearance, and civility. In closing, to preserve popular self-government, we must raise our children with the knowledge of an affectionate and free citizenry. Equipped with this knowledge, Texas citizens may proceed together with courage and moderation in company with his or her fellow citizens of all races, colors, and creeds as they preserve and exercise their right of self-government.
Members, there are questions of Mr. McCormick. Seeing none, thank you for the testimony.
Thank you.
Chair calls Sophia Chuddy. Sophia Chuddy. Okay, we're going to show Sophia Chuddy against the bill, but not testifying. Carissa Lopez. Chair calls Carissa Lopez. Carissa Lopez. Okay, we're going to show Carissa Lopez against the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Ash Hall. Please, for the record, state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Ash Hall. I represent myself and the ACLU of Texas, and we are against the bill.
Please proceed.
Yes. We primarily want to talk about the parts of this bill that would harm LGBTQ students. In a significant departure from the initial version of this bill, the committee sub on 1804 contains an explicit provision prohibiting textbooks from containing any material regarding sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexual activity that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate, and then goes on to name that point as grade 9, which is fascinating and harmful because there are plenty of students who, some are as young as elementary school, who realize that they are members of the LGBTQ community. And those students then would not see themselves reflected in classroom material, which is harmful because they need to be able to see examples of futures for themselves. They need to know about LGBTQ adults and youth like them, for that matter, that have made history and have changed our world for the better. Our youth do better when they have positive role models to look up to and people who are like them to look up to. And I would not want any youth in our state to be deprived of that. Additionally, it seeks to erase all information regarding sexual orientation or gender identity in course materials, which is deeply problematic, but also impossible to do since technically every person in our society has a sexual orientation and gender identity. So the example that we've used a lot as we've discussed this as colleagues at ACLU is if a textbook on US history mentions Marcia Washington as George Washington's wife, would that textbook then be banned since it relates to the sexual orientation of the first family of our country's history? There's a lot of room for this to create a lot of confusion for people. There's a lot of room for it to censor important discussions in the classroom and for it to render LGBTQ
Thank you for your
students
testimony.
invisible.
We show you as against the bill. Members, are there questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Sophia Chuddy. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Yes, my name is Sophia DiLoretto Chuddy. I represent myself, but I am a teacher here in Austin, and I am against this bill.
Please proceed.
I have so many concerns about this bill. There's no way I'm going to be able to get to them all. But after seeing the committee substitute, I am even more concerned. Specifically, line item G, present contrasting points of view regarding significant political or social movements in history as balanced and factual. Again, how do you balance the civil rights movement and present the different viewpoints on the civil rights movement as if they're balanced and like morally balanced? I'm really concerned about how my best friends who are middle school social studies teachers will be able to teach about the American Revolution, the civil rights movement, Vietnam War protests, anything like that if this bill gets passed. Additionally, I echo everything that Ash said. They covered it all. It is so important that our students see characters of themselves in our material, like versions of themselves in our teaching material. It makes such a huge difference in our classrooms. I have seen it firsthand myself. As a member of the queer community and having students who are members of the queer community in my classroom, like they have told me so many times that they feel valued and acknowledged as individuals. And when we are able to teach people like Marsha P. Johnson in our curriculum, they feel validated, they feel seen, they feel like their struggles have existed throughout history. It makes a huge difference. And then, of course, treating all groups fairly and avoid of bias or stereotypes. We have to teach about the KKK. Like, how are you teaching about the KKK without like having some sort of someone being able to say like, oh, this is biased, or this, like you're biased against, there's going to be ways to manipulate this that I'm so afraid of. Presenting positive aspects of the United States and its heritage. Whose definition of positive? Do we think that a nation built by slaves is a positive aspect of history?
Thank you.
I don't know.
Chuddy, for your testimony, we show you as against the bill. Members, are there questions of this witness? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thanks,
Appreciate you being here.
Megan
Behune? Okay. Chair calls Megan Behune? Behune. Okay, sorry. Well, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Megan Behune, and I'm here on behalf of myself. I am against the bill.
Please proceed.
I am a Texas parent, a nonprofit education professional, and a constituent of the 121st House District. Fortunately, I had a rare chance to review the committee substitute, which brings changes to the proposed legislation. I have concerns regarding the undefined fair and balanced with regard to teaching opposing views to generally accepted theories. What science education calls theories, others might call fact. As the National Science Education Center states, theories never become fact. Theories explain facts. Scientific knowledge is always tentative and subject to revision, and should new evidence come to light. Understanding this difference is important to implementation of this legislation, and I would hope that experts are being relied on for such interpretation. Once again, we have language here that excludes Texans. The asterisk we've been hearing throughout this session when legislators say they're here to protect Texans, kids, and rights in Texas. There's a call here to reflect positive contributions of all individuals and groups to the American way of life and include information needed to develop mutual respect and understanding among all persons, while simultaneously prohibiting discussing the full humanity of historical figures, allowing Texas students to see themselves, their families, and their loved ones reflected in history, literature, and lessons. How are we to develop mutual understanding and respect if we aren't so much as allowed to speak of the existence of certain people until students are 14 or 15 years old as high school freshmen? Please cease these seemingly endless exclusions of Texas LGBTQ students, families, from their free and public education. Do not pass this bill from committee with this language. How long must we plead with you for our humanity?
Thank you for your testimony. Members, there are questions of the witness. Oh, Mr. Harrison has one.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Just a quick clarifying question. So is it your understanding that right now, because this bill, from your perspective, would be a pretty dramatic shift from current law, if I understood your testimony correctly, is it the case that there is right now material that is discussing sexual orientation, sexual preference, LGBTQ topics that is not age appropriate, but that is currently being taught in Texas schools?
So Texas schools that's a big swath of stuff.
We're a big state, right?
We're a big state. We got a lot of people, a lot of things going on.
Right.
And so that depends. Are we talking about public schools, charter schools? Like, I can't speak to everybody's curriculum in every classroom, right? What I can tell you is that my students, because I have children, the students I've encountered through my work in nonprofit education, my nieces and nephews haven't encountered any age inappropriate discussion of such identities. So I know that I've heard from other parents that they have those concerns. I haven't seen them.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Hinojosa.
Were you aware that in this substitute, it defines as not age appropriate any materials regarding sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexual activity, any materials before high school?
Before high school, I did see that. So as I was saying in my testimony, that we can't even speak about those things until these students are 14 or 15 years old. And at that point, they have gone through a large portion of their free and public education here in Texas, not seeing their own experience reflected, not seeing the experience of their families reflected, not seeing the experience of their loved ones and communities reflected. And I think that that is shameful.
Thank you. Members, further questions? Mr. Talarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I appreciate your testimony, and I think it's important to realize that that all of us on this dais have a sexual orientation. I feel like sometimes we see that and we think gay.
Right.
Right? So any book in elementary school that has a prince kissing a princess, which most fairy tales have that,
right,
would not be allowed, at least based on a plain reading of the current language being proposed.
I concur, because I've seen that brought up time and again, as we've heard examples of, can we talk about somebody's wife or husband? Was it important whether or not some of our, like Isaac Newton, was Isaac Newton like unmarried because he was too busy? Or is there something else at play there? And was there some larger piece of that? All of those things, right, are part of our educational system to help everybody see their experience reflected.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, are there further questions of the witness? See none. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Chair calls Mandy Giles. Ms. Giles, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Mandy Giles. I live in Houston, and I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 1804.
Please proceed.
This bill states that instructional material may not include material regarding sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexual activity that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate. But who gets to decide what is appropriate? Texas should be encouraging students to expand their minds by introducing them to lots of different topics and ideas, not censoring textbooks and curricula, because a small handful of people are uncomfortable talking about sexual orientation and gender. My LGBTQ kids are now out of high school, but I wish they had received more LGBTQ content and context in the classroom. I wish they had read more books that included characters with different sexual orientations and gender identities. I wish they had learned about LGBTQ historical figures and events. This representation would have assured me that my kids were safe, included, and valued at school, and every student deserves that. Censoring educational material related to sexuality and gender identity tells LGBTQ kids like mine that who they are is not appropriate, and that Texas thinks they don't belong, and that's a harmful message for any kid. This bill also requires that textbooks treat all groups fairly and avoid biases and stereotypes, and develop mutual respect and understanding among all persons. But how can Texas schools develop mutual respect and understanding if content about a whole population of people is banned? This bill blatantly discriminates against LGBTQ students. Please vote no to House Bill 1804.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Giles. Members, are questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Teresa Thomas. Teresa Thomas. Okay, we're going to show Teresa Thomas is for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Judy DeHaan. Did I do that right? Close. Okay. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Judy DeHaan, and I'm speaking for myself and for Moms for America, and I am speaking in support of the bill.
Please proceed.
Okay. As it will provide the opportunity for parents' involvement in the SBOE to review instructional materials where it has not been provided before or since actually 2011. There have been many concerns by parents in our community regarding the lack of knowledge of the curriculum of late, from concerns over non-age appropriateness to biases in material without consent, knowledge, or review by the parents. By doing this, this will help restore faith that the legislature is listening to the parents' concerns, and I support this bill to restore parental rights.
Okay. Thank you for the testimony. Members, are there questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank
you. Chair calls Perla Munoz Hawkins. She's not here. Okay, we're going to show Perla Munoz Hopkins as for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Chloe Goodman. Chloe Goodman. There you are. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Yeah, hi, my name is Chloe Goodman. I'm here representing myself and the nonprofit Equality Texas. I am an LMSW. I have another master's in public affairs, and we are against this bill.
Please proceed.
Because if it weren't obvious before, the committee substitute has made it very clear that this bill is a targeted attack on the LGBTQ plus community. LGBTQ plus youth already have a hard time. Part of my work at Equality Texas has been developing a mental health toolkit for the parents and caretakers of LGBTQ plus youth in Texas. It includes tools for helping caretakers take care of themselves, recognize the signs and symptoms of suicidality and self-injury, and tips on how to help their children. We are all doing everything we can to keep queer youth safe from harm. Because, according to GLSEN, 68% of queer youth feel unsafe in school because of their orientation and/or gender identity. They're more likely to experience all forms of violence. And the Trevor Project reports that at least one queer youth ages 13 to 24 attempts suicide every 45 seconds in the U.S. And lastly, the state is threatening to tear trans and gender expansive youth from loving families. This bill sends the message that LGBTQ plus people are inappropriate for children, as if children themselves weren't queer, that queer history and stories at best do not matter and at worst are corruptive, and that only cisgender heterosexual people belong in textbooks, classroom discussion, and public spaces. Keeping queerness out of the classroom does not mean students will stop being queer, and it doesn't mean that their peers will stop bullying them. All this does is make them feel more alone and unmoored, and I will reiterate, we're doing everything we can to keep queer youth safe from harm. And what are y'all doing? You can vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Do I? Jaime? Yeah, Jaime Puente. Okay. Jaime Puente? Did I say that right? We're close? Okay, we're going to show Jaime Puente as for the bill but not testifying. Basinger. Jackie Basinger? Bess. Okay. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Good day, committee members. I am Jackie Basinger, and I am here representing myself and my statement, and I am in favor of HB 1804.
Please proceed.
Dear sirs and ladies, thank you for your leadership and attention to all the issues we face in education, and in particular, your initiative to give the State Board of Education members the say on issues like decision-making on instructional material. Let me establish that poorly made decisions made by legislators 11 years ago took away the decision-making from the State Board of Education. This is simply not acceptable, and it should be stopped, as we do not vote for TEA or even the State Board of Certification. The State Board of Education should be the leadership that determines and requires each school district the teaching of informed American patriotism, as well, including the founding documents of the United States. The primary purpose of the school curriculum should have always been to prepare thoughtful, informed citizens who understand the importance of patriotism and can function productively in a free enterprise society with the appreciation for the fundamental democratic principles and appreciation of the duty of civic participation at all levels of government. In conclusion, this bill should be the missing key the State Board of Education members needed to address additional concerns found in our current education system and reinforce how students have a strong understanding of American civics, including, one, the understanding of the foundations of the American experiment in self-government, two, the ability to formulate and articulate recent positions, three, develop an appreciation of the importance of the responsibility of participating in civil life, the commitment to the Republic of the United States, and free speech and civil discourse. Thank you for your commitment to Texas children and your support to the State Board of Education. Please support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Eliana, okay. Eliana Flores Demone? Eliana? Okay, we're going to show Eliana Flores Demone against the bill, not testifying. Is Hannah win? Since when? Okay. Anna Wynn? Anna Wynn. Okay, we're going to show Anna Wynn against the bill, not testifying. We have, next we're going to call
Rocks, last name S.
Rox, last name S. Rox S, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Hi, I'm Rox S. I am representing myself, and I'm against HB 1804.
Please proceed.
When I was a kid, I was taught to think critically, to follow the scientific method, and to identify and account for bias in everything I read. After I graduated high school, I attended Columbia University in New York City, where I obtained a bachelor's degree in mathematics. And now, as a master's student in social work here in Texas, I combine the foundation and critical thinking skills that I got from my public school education with my expertise in math and statistics to really carefully evaluate every single source that I read, from news articles to social science research papers. So I think I share some values with the authors of this bill. Like you, I value treating different groups of people fairly, and I value eliminating bias as much as possible. We owe that much to students across Texas. But from reading over the text of this bill, I'm not sure that we agree on what bias actually is. This bill would modify the Texas Educational Code so that instructional materials include evidence for both the scientific strengths and scientific weaknesses of every scientific theory. That sounds like a good thing, representing both sides of an issue. The problem is that when there's consensus around a theory in the scientific community, meaning that there's a vast body of evidence to support that theory with very little evidence against, but you present both strengths and weaknesses of the theory as if they're on even ground with each other, that's bias. That's what bias is. Can you imagine how absurd it would be to require educators to teach evidence for and against the theory that the Earth is round? And HB 1804 is contradictory, the language is vague, and it would empower the State Board of Education to ban high-quality, already well-balanced instructional materials from classroom use. If you value free thinking, if you value encouraging students to consider evidence and form their own opinions on the basis of that evidence, I urge you to reject this bill. And I just want to add one thing. I didn't get the memo about the substitute, which evidently added a don't say gay, don't say trans provision. And as a queer Texan myself, that's horrifying to me. LGBTQ plus students deserve access to materials.
We're going to show, we have Rox S as against the bill. Members, are there questions of this witness? Don't see them. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Samuel M. Samuel M., for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Of course. My name is Samuel Milam. I am against this bill.
Now, wait 1 second, please, just for the record.
Yeah.
You're registered, we have you registered as Samuel M.
Yes.
Are you Samuel Milam?
I'm Samuel Milam.
Do we have your permission to change that in the record?
Absolutely.
1 second. And could you spell that for us?
M-I-L-A-M.
Okay, so you're Samuel Milam. You are representing yourself, and you are against the bill.
I am against the bill.
And all that's correct.
That is all correct.
Please proceed.
All right. I'm speaking to you today as a Christian, a transgender man, and a son of two educators. What I want to address is what I see as a large contradiction in the proposed bill. Sections 1B, 1G through I dictate that contrasting points of view must be discussed, all groups must be treated fairly, and reflect their positive contributions to the American way of life, and include information to develop mutual understanding among all persons. I think these are lovely sentiments. I fully agree with them, and I approve their inclusion in this legislation. However, sections 1B2A through C do not allow the coverage of social strife, lifestyles that deviate from the generally accepted standards of society, and that seems to contradict these sentiments entirely. I ask you, whose perspective is being adopted when enforcing the generally accepted standards of society? I'll share an example to help answer this question. I attended two high schools. The first was a public education institution. Second was a Catholic private institution. At the public institution, gender nonconformity was seen as perfectly acceptable in the school's general culture. I had a lot of friendships. I thrived there. In contrast, when I transferred to the Catholic institution, despite, me being on board with the religious aspect of it, the culture was very closed off towards the LGBT community. Gender roles were strictly enforced. We were forbidden from forming LGBT student groups. An openly queer teacher in the district was fired for being openly queer. During my time as a student, as a result, I was deeply isolated and unhappy while I was at that school, had lasting impacts on my mental health. I point this out to say that the generally accepted standards for personal conduct were different in the social cultures between these two schools, and they were in adjacent districts. Even with virtually no geographic separation, these groups were in stark disagreement on how acceptable LGBT identities were. I would by extension argue that there cannot be a generally accepted standard that encompasses all the diverse culture and peoples of a state as large as Texas. And trying to legislate that is somewhat pointless.
Mr. Milam, we show you as against the bill. Members, Ms. Hinojosa has a question for you.
Did you say there's a section of this bill that says anything that's against generally accepted standards of society?
Yes.
I don't see it. Can you point that?
I think I'm including like broadly sections 1B, 2A through C. I believe the part where it talks about generally accepted standards of society is section C, but I might be wrong.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Hinojosa, Mr. Talarico had some information for you.
Okay, I was right, it's 2C.
I think it's not in the sub. I think it's in the filed version,
Oh, okay.
if I'm reading it correctly.
So just so you know, there's a substitute bill. Did we lay out?
Right, we laid out the substitute, and we were talking about the substitute. You were talking about the filed version.
Right.
Okay, so you have not read the substitute.
I was aware that there was a substitute, but I haven't seen the details of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Let me give this to you.
Okay. Members, of other questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Callie Butcher. Callie Butcher. Okay, we're going to show Callie Butcher is against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Laura Morgan. Nope. Laura Morgan. Okay, we're going to show Laura Morgan as against the bill but not testifying. Eve. Chair calls Eve Molnar. Eve Molnar. We're going to show Eve Molnar as against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Kira Deschler. Kira Deschler. We're going to show Kira Deschler as against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls J.J. Franco. J.J. Franco. We're going to show J.J. Franco as against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Catherine Regis. Catherine Regis. We're going to show Catherine Regis against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Jamie Sigler. Jamie Sigler. We'll show Jamie Sigler as against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Billy Beard. Billy Beard. We got a winner. All right. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Hi, my name's Billy Beard. I am against the bill. I represent myself.
Please proceed.
Okay.
Got it all checked.
All right. Sorry for not having anything prepared. So on the first part of the bill, basically, we got like talking about theory, but I don't think they understand what scientific theory is, because a scientific theory is, let's see here, we've got germ theory, gravity's a theory, all these different things that are very much theories. There is no alternative to the germ theory. Germ theory, before that, you have the 4 humors. I don't think anybody's going to be bleeding out the humors on that one. Then we get down into with not being able to have anything within the queer community. I do want to talk about just some of the authors. One of them is Walt Whitman. It was very strange listening to my high school teacher talk about the leaves of grass, but not talking about the fact that he's gay. It's kind of hard to really have a real discussion about the leaves of grass if you're not talking about Walt Whitman being gay. Same thing with Oscar Wilde, Virginia Woolf, all these different wonderful writers. James Baldwin talked about also a lot of civil rights and the racism in America. One of the things I found very troubling was, let's see here, may not include selections of work that condone civil disorder, social strife, or disregard for the law. Well, you can't talk about the Boston Tea Party. You can't talk about the Civil Rights Movement. You can't talk about Stonewall. You can't really talk about any protests at all because they all violate the law. We can't talk about Baron von Steuben. Historically, he's the guy that trained the troops on how to actually fight and train the soldiers. He was gay as well. He was kicked out of the Prussian army. Very important to actually, I think, to know that, of how that wound up being. I also find it really weird that as far as censoring textbooks, of like, oh, well, we don't like what you're talking about, so we're going to cut it out.
Testimony. Thanks for being here. Members, are questions this witness? We show you as against the bill?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
What's that? Rockio? Okay. Rockio Fierro Perez? Anywhere close to that?
Rocio.
Rocio. Okay. Jack can't spell. Anyway, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
My name is Rocio Fierro Perez.
I knew you'd do it right.
I hope so. Just to clarify before I start, I'm here to testify for the Texas Freedom Network and on behalf of our senior political director, Carissa Lopez.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Ms. Perez, we're just going to make sure it's right. State your name one more time.
Rocio Fierro Perez.
And you are testifying on behalf of the Texas Freedom Network and yourself.
Yes.
That is all you have registered for.
Yes.
Correct? Mm-hmm. And you are against the bill.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So TFN strongly opposes HB 1804. Just for some context, TFN is an organization of parents, clergy, young people, and other Texans who support public education. We all want public schools and textbooks to teach the truth and give students the education they need to succeed. But this bill would unravel bipartisan safeguards against censorship that were passed by both the legislature and by the elected State Board of Education. SB 1, which was signed into law by Governor Bush in 1995, sought to block censorship by requiring the SBOE to adopt textbooks that met the objective criteria. They had to be free of factual errors and cover the state's curriculum standards. HB 1804's long list of broad and very subjective criteria would return Texas to the days when activists and some SBOE members were demanding at times hundreds of changes to textbook content simply because of personal or political objections. It would also reverse the SBOE's bipartisan vote in 2009, rejecting the misleading requirement that students learned so-called strengths and weaknesses of scientific theories, and anti-science activists for decades have used that strategy to suggest that evolution, a central concept in the biological sciences, is somehow flawed and alleged weaknesses. So the SBOE voted instead to include in the statement, in the standards, the more academic and scientific requirements that students analyze, evaluate, and critique scientific explanations. So finally, while this bill rejects textbooks requires textbooks to avoid biases and stereotypes and to promote mutual respect and understanding, it bans textbooks below high school from acknowledging that LGBTQ people like me even exist. This undermines respect and understanding for all and plays into biases and offensive stereotypes. And it seems, and it sends a message that LGBTQ youth in our classrooms, that the state thinks something is wrong with them. We urge you to oppose HB 1804.
Thank you for your testimony. We show you as against the bill.
Yes.
Members, are questions of this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Chair calls Adair Apple. Adair Apple. We're going to show Adair Apple as against the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Cindy Castilla. For the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Hi, I'm Cindy Castilla. I represent Texas Eagle Forum. I am for the bill. I also represent myself.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We are for this bill because it gives elected officials, once again, the responsibility for instructional material. Right now, publishers are driving the boat, and we don't think that's appropriate for Texas. We want to stop that. Elected officials can be fired if they do something that doesn't work because they can be not elected again. It's been hard to get rid of some stuff that's not appropriate in our educational system. I'm going to read from some books. I think you guys have this. In a high school U.S. history book, American Voices, publisher is Scott Fordsman. Question, at your age, should your parents be making rules for you? What sort of rules? Should the same standards apply for younger children? Under what conditions, if any, would you feel justified in not listening to your parents? How is this history? How is this U.S. history? And why is this coming into our classrooms? This undermines parents, who are the foundationally most important thing for children. American Reconstruction to the 21st Century, a McDougall Little book, has just blanket statements. The Reagan-Bush conservative agenda said to limit advances in civil rights for minorities. Affirmative action called one of these civil rights. Reaganomics helped the rich but hurt the poor. I lived through that era. That's just blatantly not true. But even if it's stated in there, it should be discussed. You know, what are the positives of this? What are the negatives of this? We've got in an environmental science book, a growing number of people are pledging their allegiance to the planet that keep them alive. They see themselves as citizens of one Earth, who represent every culture, every race, every species, and every living creature in this and future generations. Some of this stuff is indoctrinating.
Ms. Castilla, thank you for your testimony. We show you as for the bill. One question, we have you registered twice. Do we have your permission to remove one of those?
Yes, because I added that I was going to testify, and I'd previously registered, and it doesn't let you make that change.
Okay, we're going to make that change
Thanks
for you.
for making it for me. Okay,
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Good.
Yeah. Good.
Chair calls Julie Pickren. Ms. Pickren, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Julie Pickren, representing myself, and then also representing the over 2 million constituents of Texas State Board of Education.
No, ma'am.
District 7.
1 second. We have to be very precise on this.
Yes, sir.
We have you as Julie Pickren. You're representing the Texas State Board of Education and yourself.
District 7, not the board.
Okay. We have you as Julie Pickren, representing the Texas State Board of Education, District 7, and yourself. And
Yes.
you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir.
And that's it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. So, looking back at the data prior, whenever the legislature took away this, the State Board of Education's rights to review content in textbooks. Prior to that, the state was running about a 54% literacy rate and was running about a 54% meets on state standardized testing. And currently we are sitting at about a 19% rate. So I think the numbers speak for themselves, but the most important issue here is parents' rights. Right now, when school districts are adopting curriculum, which it's curriculum around the state that violates state law or does not fulfill state law that this wonderful body has passed in recent years, which thank you for that. Thank you for your hard work and your diligence. But parents do not have a voice. So whenever these curriculum and textbooks come before the Texas State Board of Education, parents will have a voice in what we adopt. They will actually be part of the process. They'll have an opportunity to speak publicly about the curriculum, and they'll be able to speak publicly on their concerns and their requests. And so this is huge for parents' rights. I've heard a lot of testimony from the back of the room concerning gender and sexuality among minors. I would like to remind this body that federal law, the Protection of Pupil and Parents' Rights Acts, it's against the law for a school district or anybody in a school district to ask a minor under 18 years old their sexual orientation or their gender identity. We also have a U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals ruling on this that says that teachers do not have to use preferred pronouns in the classroom or employees of a school district. So I think the law already sets precedent, especially federal law.
Thank you, Ms. Pickram, for your testimony. There's a question, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you. And it's really a point of parliamentary inquiry. Should we modify the record to show the witness testifying on behalf of herself since she's an elected official?
Do what?
Should we modify her registration to show her testifying on behalf of herself since she's an elected official?
Oh, she's in there as self and District 7. It's fine.
But not as the state board.
No, she's not as the state, but she said she's representing the Texas State Board of Education, District 7, and herself.
Can we do that? I don't believe it. I think it needs to just be.
I don't think there's a problem with that.
Yes, sir. I can represent my over 2 million constituents in my testimony.
Right, but as far as this witness affirmation shows, we're not talking about 2 million anything. Texas State Board of Education, District 7, and yourself.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Change it to self. Julie, change it to self.
Okay, if you'll modify that to self, please.
With your permission, we will do that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Okay, so for the record, we have you as Julie Pickren testifying on behalf of yourself, and you are neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir.
So since you're doing it for yourself, do you still want to be neutral on the bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we have the record correct. Yep. Mr. Talarico has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. Ms. Pickren, just wanted to clarify, you mentioned asking a student about their sexual orientation being against federal law. I just want to make sure in the bill we're talking about, it says any material regarding sexual orientation, gender identity, or sexual activity, not about asking students for it. I want to make sure we're looking at the same language.
Yes, sir. Thank you for that, Representative Talarico. I believe that is in the committee substitute, and I have not received the committee substitute.
Okay.
I'm operating from original language.
That's quite all right. Subs get in late. Sometimes we barely get to see them, so but the committee sub is just material regarding sexual orientation. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm. Members, other questions? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Chad Green. Chad Green? Huh?
It's like he's out in the hallway.
Chad Green. Okay. Mr. Green, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My name is Chad Green. I'm a McKinney ISD trustee. I represent myself.
Please proceed.
I am for this bill. I have heard nothing over the last year and a half from my school board that would indicate that they're willing to take the responsibility for the curriculum that they have in the district. And we desperately need elected officials at the State Board of Ed to take that responsibility. I think this is absolutely crucial to making sure that we're protecting our kids in the classrooms and our kids in activities within the school district. At this point, all we have is passing the buck going on in the school districts. Well, it's not the superintendent's fault. It's not the school board's fault. It's not the committee's fault. All these things have been approved by the TEA. Therefore, if there's sections in there that really aren't healthy for the kids to be exposed to, it's nobody else's fault. And we cannot have a system that operates that way. Parents have to have some type of recourse. And I think that the State Board of Ed is making a really good move to take over this and take this responsibility for us. So I speak for that bill.
Okay. Members, is there any questions of the witness? See none. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony.
That's all I got.
That's it? All right. Where is our script? Is this it? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1804? Come forward, please. Did you register in the kiosk?
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sure it would be available.
Let's.
And what's your name?
What's your name?
Ricardo Martinez.
You find him? Mm-hmm. Okay.
We got him.
Okay, we got you. Go ahead. Ricardo Martinez.
Correct.
We're showing you as Equality Texas and self and against the bill.
Correct.
Is that correct? Please
Yes.
proceed.
My name is Ricardo Martinez. I'm the CEO of Equality Texas, and I'm here representing Equality Texas and myself. I apologize for my voice. I think I'm coming down with something in opposition of HB 1804. I'm concerned about a few parts of the language, but I'm here primarily to address the committee sub that adds language that is very similar to that included in 25 other Don't Say Gay, Don't Say Trans provisions included in carbon copy bills across the country. Research shows that there are 4 school-based supports that make school climate safer for LGBTQ young people and therefore their peers as well. These are inclusive curriculum that includes books and instruction, GSA clubs, supportive adults, enumerated anti-bullying policies. Removing any of these supports makes it harder for young queer people to feel a sense of belonging. Not having those supports can lead to lower academic achievement, absenteeism, and lower post-secondary aspirations and attainment. You know, now as a Texan who has committed to being here long-term, I want to get married, right? I'm 40 years old. I want to have kids. I want those kids to be able to see their family reflected in instruction so that they feel validated for their families. I want to continue to enrich my community and the communities across Texas and contribute positively just as we do every single day. And I hope that my children get the opportunity to see themselves reflected. So I urge you to please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Appreciate you being here. Members, are questions of the witness? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1804? Seeing none, Chair recognizes Mr. Vasut to close on the bill briefly.
And to think for why you were calling on me, then I remembered. I close.
Thank you. Look at you go. I'm so proud. Thank you. All right.
Unless there's any questions.
There is not.
I probably won't be able to answer.
The committee substitutes withdrawn, and if there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill's left pending. I just took from here. Cool. Okay. Okay. They won't be here though. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Where am I? This is. Okay. All right. Okay. Chair lays out House Bill 1572 and recognizes myself to explain the bill. Members, are there any questions for me? I guess I should lay the bill out first. Okay. House Bill 1572. In 2017, the legislature provided a public charter school facility funding for the first time, but also capped the adopted formula at $60 million. The number of schools and students in public charter schools have grown since then, but the cap remains at $60 million. Inflation has taken a bite out of that amount. School safety and facility upgrades have become more important. Between enrollment and inflation, we've gone from $220 per ADA in 2017 to $174 per ADA in 2023, or just $87 if you factor in construction inflation. There's a $965 gap in the average per student ADA funding between an ISD and a public charter school. Most of the gap is driven by facility fundings. ISDs can tax and bond for local funding, while charters have a fixed pot set by the legislature. We should not accept this funding gap. These students deserve a safe and well-designed schools as well. But currently, schools are having to divert their M&O for facility funding needs because the facility funding falls so short. This need competes with others, like the needs for teacher pay and more instructional faculty members. This bill would remove the $60 million cap and revert the formula adopted to mirror what ISDs were generating for facilities. This would create parity in funding and show that we value our students regardless of what kind of public school they attend. That's what Mr. Dutton's bill does. Members, are there questions of me? I will do my best to answer. Okay. Well, if there's no questions, we will proceed to public testimony. Chair calls Christopher Mays. Mr. Mays, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
My speech says good afternoon, but it's actually good evening. Good night. Christopher Mays. I'm representing myself and Beatrice Mays Institute. I am the superintendent of Beatrice Mays Institute.
Okay, 1 second. We only have you as Christopher Mays representing the Beatrice Mays Institute, and you're for the bill.
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct, sure. I represent Beatrice Mays Institute. It is the second oldest African-American school in the city of Houston. We're located in the historic part of 3rd Ward. We have 76% African, low economic students there, 98% African-American, 2% Hispanic. Our students have, well, my parents founded the organization in 1966. We are the second oldest African-American school in the city of Houston. We're the lasting oldest African-American school in the city of Houston as well. We were private school for 35 years, and in 2001, we went to charter school, reason being because we are in a city school, challenging with paying teachers and being able to serve the community allowed us to be a public school. We allowed the community to come to us. At the same time, our students will come to us from the outskirts of the city of Houston, as well as on the inner city as well. And so, what we would do and what we have done is allow students to come to a private school and get a private school education and to be very successful at what we've been doing. So most of our students leave us from the 8th grade, because we are a K through 8th grade school. They leave us and go to some of the top schools in the city of Houston: Carnegie, DeBakey, Energy Institute, South Early College, and Crystal Ray are some of the schools that our students do attend. But one of the things that we have is, since we've started in the charter world, we have facilities that are housed or has temporary facilities. And so our buildings are over 20 years old. We've changed the ACs 3 times, leveled the buildings 3 times. Some of our ACs have additional ACs to kind of keep them going. Just recently, we also were able to secure some type of funding to be able to start a construction project. In that process, our funding has gone from $15 million, or the building cost was $15 million.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, are there questions for this witness?
No.
Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Chair calls Kathleen Zimmerman. Ms. Zimmerman, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on the bill.
Yes, sir. My name is Kathleen Zimmerman. I represent NIOS Charter School and myself, and I'm testifying in support of this bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm the superintendent of NIOS Charter School. NIOS is an acronym for Not Your Ordinary School. We're located here in North Austin, serving grades pre-K to 12 and 1,600 students. NIOS has provided a choice in Central Texas for families since 1998. They choose NIOS because we consistently outpace state academic achievement standards and have a strong graduation rate. We believe that traditional public schools are the right fit for most public school students, just not for all. I'm here to ask for greater facilities funding for public charter schools. NIOS receives $965 less per student per year under the current model. And as you're aware, we're unable to levy taxes. Until just the last few years, charter schools receive $0 in facilities funding, and we're so thankful to this body for providing a small dent, at least, in facilities funding in 2017. At NIOS, we send funds that should be used for instruction to offset facilities costs, and NIOS facilities are far from ideal. There's not adequate space for science labs, arts, or athletics. Once, I want to share with you, I came upon a high school science class. They were outside doing an experiment on the properties of matter. The students were burning small bags of Cheetos as fuel under recycled Coke cans. And they were doing this outside because their classrooms lacked resources to do them inside. And while I'm proud that they were scrappy enough to figure out how to do this experiment with what they could get, they should be in a lab with proper resources, burners, beakers, fuel sources, lab space, and equipment that very many traditional high schools provide. With more facilities funding, we could also afford to build a cafeteria so students don't have to eat in shared academic spaces and provide more productive PE spaces. We have palatial athletic facilities in this state, and I'm not sure why public charter schools have to make do with less than adequate facilities, even just for basic instruction.
Thank you for your testimony. We show you as for this bill.
Correct.
Members, are questions of the witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Bryce Adams. Mr. Adams, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Bryce Adams with the Texas Public Charter School Association, testifying in favor of the bill.
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman and members. All public school students deserve safe, secure school facilities designed for learning, but some students are being left behind. According to TEA's Rider 65 report, which we've provided, public charter schools received $965 less per ADA than traditional public schools. Recent committee legislation may well decrease funding to public charters and will certainly widen this gap. House Bill 100 curtails the charter allotment and leaves charter facility funding where it is. We don't want to be an association that's always asking for more, but we do have to ask for the same. Most of this gap is from facilities funding. The main source of facilities funding for ISDs is local property taxes. Texas public charter schools do not and cannot levy property taxes. In 2017, to address this, the legislature provided public charter schools with facilities funding for the very first time with a new funding formula. This funding is calculated to align with what ISDs are raising. It's restricted to allowable uses, including purchase, lease, maintenance, and property taxes, and it's restricted to schools that are rated acceptable. However, the law also capped the formula at $60 million, just 1/5 of the facilities funding public charters would receive under the formula. To contextualize that number, McKinney ISD just built a new $60 million stadium. Next door, Allen also built a new $60 million stadium. Two neighboring districts that spent more than what all public charter schools receive for all facilities in a biennium. With enrollment increasing at more qualifying schools, the fixed pie is being divided into smaller slices. Per pupil facilities funding has dropped from $220 in 2017 to $174 today. And with a 50% increase in construction, that equals just $87 in buying power today. At your first hearing, Commissioner Morath stated, charters pay for their buildings out of M&O budget, and as a result, they have to make these trade-offs, and then they have less money to pay teachers. Decreasing per
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Adams. We show you as for the bill. Members, are there questions? Ms. Hinojosa has one.
Yes, so here's the challenge I have with facilities funding for charter schools. vast majority of kids in public schools, they don't have the benefit of state funding for facilities. That's all locally raised. We heard a lot of testimony today on another bill about how important it is for taxpayers to have transparency when passing a bond, right? Like the language has to be just right so taxpayers know what they are committing their taxes to. But if we give charters facilities funding beyond what you already get, where's the transparency to the taxpayer? Where's the accountability for the taxpayer?
Sure. So I think it comes from right here, from this committee. I mean, since it is a state-authorized and a state-funded school when you're a public charter school, the transparency, the accountability comes from TEA, it comes from this body. I mean, if we're talking about tax incidents, if I've got 2 kids and one goes to NIOS and one goes to Austin High, and I vote for a bond with Austin, that only goes to one school, even though, you know, my 2 kids should deserve, you know, equal treatment. So the issue of tax incidence, I think, is really important. I mean, we could end up with 0 facilities funding, which is bad for kids, or we can end up with a formula, which is what the state has decided. And then the question is the policy question, you know, where should that rate be?
Respectfully, there's not a lot of oversight by this body on charter school expansion. That's the commissioner's sole decision to make about how many charter schools can expand, and that they're growing exponentially. We don't even have appropriations discussions on the charter budget, which is $4 billion last time I checked. So there's really no oversight here, and yet transparency for taxpayer spending is so important to this body. And so that's my challenge, especially given the recent expose in the Houston Chronicle that exposed numerous accounts of charter school principals benefiting from leasing their own property to their charter school, then making millions of dollars off selling their own property to the charter school. And so that's also part of my concern. Do you have any?
I'd love to address, you know, all of that. First of all, on the expansion issue, I think that this body has weighed in. I mean, the way that expansion works in the first place is set in motion by the education code, which guides the commissioner and tells the commissioner who's allowed to expand and who's not. So that's one factor. The other factor is, you know, parent choice and the wait list of 66,000, you know, students who want these options. They wouldn't exist without those. In terms of the related party transactions, I have a lot to say about that. That's a long answer, but the most important thing is that it's wrong. It's wrong and it shouldn't happen. And the association stands against it. I think we've been very clear about that. We published an op-ed, our CEO published an op-ed responding to that, saying that we support transparency, we support new law in order to block this kind of thing from happening, and we've supported this kind of law in the past. In 2019, there was a new law, Senate Bill 1454, that we supported that gave the commissioner new power to overrule this kind of thing, but it was not backwards looking. So we've got these, you know, legacy agreements that are inappropriate that still exist. Now, when something, you know, bad happens in an ISD, I think somebody should be held accountable or there should be a law. I don't think, well, those schools don't deserve money anymore. I mean, that's not fair to the schools. It's not fair to the kids.
Yeah, somehow, unfortunately, that legislation that you say is important for accountability hasn't made its way to this committee yet. So here we are still with not the accountability on charter school facilities. Finally, my understanding that charter schools, there is a significant profit-making aspect to charter expansion, and that is in the form of property with real estate investment trusts that charter management companies are part of. Can you speak to that?
I'm not aware of that. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, members? I've got one. Mr. Adams?
Yes.
I've got a couple things to say and then maybe a question.
Sure.
You brought up in your testimony ISD spending on certain things that were likely inappropriate. We have several examples of charter schools with jets. I would caution you in your testimony because charters likely are going to have a good session this time, and they are all public schools, and this narrative of you got this and I didn't get that, we better all get together or you're going to get a big old voucher shoved down your throat. So if you were all public schools. Now, I have never been hugely for charter schools in the past because in my 19 counties and 70-some school districts, I don't have one.
Right.
But I've never been against you either. My question is, I worry about same thing with ISDs, that when we pass bills that large districts get the majority of the funding because it's a price per head issue. I think the chairman and I agree that we have a lot of very small charters that don't have corporate jets that are teaching our kids in trailer houses.
Right.
I really want to be supportive in helping those kids. Do you have any thoughts on how we get there?
Sure. I think that this bill is a good step in that direction. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, the schools that need this funding the most are the ones that are A-rated schools, 200, 300 students, getting the job done. Don't those students deserve a real schoolhouse? Don't they deserve as much as every other student does? And so that comes from more facilities funding, because right now they're having to pull from other areas. They just don't have the scale to make it happen. So that starts here today, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Mr. Allison has a question.
Let me ask you about the property. There's what troubles me on the facilities funding of public charters versus public schools. The traditional public schools, that remains public property, whereas the charters, as Representative Hinojosa asked you about a minute ago, it's owned by real estate trusts or private ownership. So tell me why the state should pay for facility improvements that they're not going to have any ownership interest in?
So my understanding is that they do have ownership, that if you spend the state money on the facility, then it would revert to the state in the chance that your charter is revoked.
What's your basis for that? I haven't seen anything that indicates that.
That's what I've seen in the education code. I would defer to TEA, but I think that that's right.
So it's your understanding that if the state provides money for facilities funding for a charter facility that is privately owned, the state has some interest in that?
If they purchase the facility with the facilities funding, I believe so.
What if it's just improvements to an existing facility?
That I'm not sure. I would have to defer to TEA.
Okay. I just have trouble seeing, unless the state taxpayers have an interest in that property and ownership interest in that property, I really have trouble with just giving the charters money to add on to a facility, build a new facility that the state's going to have no control over, and that money is just gone.
I think they do. I really think they do, because when charters have been revoked in the past, the buildings go up for auction. Sometimes other charters purchase them.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Allison.
Check. Thanks.
Members, other questions of the witness? No? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Chair calls LaToya Jackson. Ms. Jackson, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, your position on this bill.
Good evening. I am in support of the bill, of House Bill 1572, and I am LaToya Jackson from...
Please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is LaToya Jackson. I'm the Operations Director at Rise Academy, a pre-K through 8th grade public charter school. I'm testifying in support of HB 1572. Representative Dutton, thank you for your leadership on this bill. I'm here in support of HB 1572 because it will help us better serve our kids and keep them safe. Public charter schools currently have an arbitrarily fixed $60 million funding cap that this bill would remove. We serve all of our students and are held accountable for their academic achievement, personal safety, and mental well-being. This will give us more capacity to invest in better infrastructure to help protect our students, serve their academic and personal needs, and keep planning for success. We are a smaller school and are in modular buildings, which is extremely unsafe due to the students and staff being exposed to impending threats and active violence in the surrounding community, as well as our ever-changing weather conditions. We recently added an additional modular because we have more students in intervention and sped services. As the head of safety and security at Rise Academy, I am licensed and I do carry on campus. But we're at such a big disadvantage when it comes to facilities funding, I must stretch other parts of the budget to cover security costs. Charter schools can't issue local bond elections to increase funding for school safety, so we're at a disadvantage when it comes to trying to protect our students. I hope that you will all consider our facilities funding since all kids deserve a safe school. Thank you again for House Bill 1572. All of our public school educators and students deserve the best, whether they attend a public charter school like Rise Academy or a traditional ISD campus. We're all doing the hard work every day of creating opportunities for kids who deserve to thrive in a safe environment.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Show you for the bill. Members or questions? So I don't really know that I have a question, Ms. Jackson, but you've testified for this committee before on this very subject, and you really kind of struck a chord with me about the kids that you educate and in the modular classrooms and the safety aspect today.
Yes, sir.
And I, for one, I mean, I agree with my colleague, Mr. Allison. You know, if the state's going to put taxpayer dollars into buildings, we need to have some accountability or, you know, a first lien or something, some sort of control if the school was to fail. But I'm with you that your kids deserve to be safe too. Yes. And I'd like to do what I can to help you. I appreciate you being here. Members, there are other questions to this witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here.
Thank you so much. And I just found out that if the state does provide the facilities funding and they lose the charter, it does the building does belong to the state.
Okay.
That's what I just found that out.
Mr. Allison, does that satisfy your question earlier? Okay, thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate your testimony. Sophia Delaredo Chuddy. Sophia? Okay, we're going to show Sophia Delaredo Chuddy as not testifying but against the bill. Okay, is there anyone else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1572? Oh, yes, we can. Is TA still here? Who do we have?
Marion.
All right, for the record, please state your name, who you represent, and your position on the bill.
Hi, Marian Shetty. I'm Executive Director of Authorizing at the Texas Education Agency, and I'm a resource witness.
Please proceed.
Thank you.
Ms. Hinosa.
Thank you, Chairman. We had a witness here reference a 2019 bill that we passed, Section 12.1163D of the Education Code. So we passed this in 2019. That gives TEA the ability to audit facility or persons of interest and transactions in charter schools between persons of interest. I'd like to know if the TEA has conducted any of these audits since we passed this bill.
That is under the purview of our financial compliance division. I'm not aware that we have, but I can follow up for sure and get back to you.
I would appreciate that information, and I'm sure the rest of the committee would as well. And so my understanding is that would allow for these, for TEA to do an audit and take action against charter schools where there is transactions amongst related people in the charter school, like we read about in the Houston Chronicle expose.
Yes, so the statute, if there are related party transactions that meet certain criteria, the commissioner can then order that transaction to be reclassified or other action be taken as necessary to protect the school's interest. And then failure to comply with that order can be considered a material violation of the charter.
Thank you.
Members, further questions of our resource witness? Seeing none, thank you for being here. All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1572? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the chair to close on the bill. I close. If there's no objection, the bill be left pending. Is there objection? Chair hears none. The bill is left pending. Now, I have to leave you, and it's hard to relinquish the power, but the chairman is back.
Gavel and all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're gonna take up pending business now? We can, ready? Okay. Let's do that. We're gonna take up pending business and vote a few out. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No, I like your, I need the charger. Yeah. All right. Let's vote those bills. We're gonna vote them. Okay. Well, maybe. Let's see if I can find some. All right, members, at this time, we're going to take up pending business, and I appreciate you hanging in there. We still have a couple bills left to go, but we're going to take up pending business this time. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 1149 by Swanson. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that's relating to requiring parental consent for psychological or psychiatric examination, testing, or treatment conducted by a school district employee. The chair offers a committee substitute. I have no explanation. Okay. And is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 1149 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris? Harrison? Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
No.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
No.
8 ayes, 2 nays.
There being 8 ayes and 2 nays, the motion prevails. Okay. The chair lays out as pending business HB 1883 by Bojani. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the administration of assessment instruments on religious holy days. The chair offers a committee substitute. Committee substitute makes 3 fundamental changes to the bill. First, the substitute takes the requirement away from the state to not schedule the testing window during any of the specified holy days or periods. Second, the substitute asks for districts to take their student population into account when scheduling their testing days, and if a holy day or period is identified, to not schedule testing on up to 2 days of that holy period to allow students to observe the holy day. Third, the substitute requires the district to offer makeup days for students who are absent during the testing day due to observance of a holy day. This substitute was made to allow districts flexibility when creating their testing schedules, as well as clearly allow for students to observe their holy days. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 1883 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Is this which version of the substitute did you lay out?
It is,
This is one we got. That one?
this is one that from last night. It is
One we
80.
saw on Tuesday?
No, this is since then. It's a new sub.
Okay.
You good?
Make sure I think I've seen it. That's good.
Okay. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that HB 1883 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris? Harrison?
No.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King? Longoria? Schaefer?
No.
Talarico?
Aye.
8 ayes, 2 nays, 3 absent.
There being 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. What is this? Okay.
Chair lays out as pending business HB 1926 by Hull. Members, this is the the bill we heard previously that is relating to the expiration date of the Supplemental Special Education Services Program. The chair moves that House Bill 1926 without amendment as substituted, without amendment, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll. Yes. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, hold 1 second. We don't have the votes for that. Okay. The chair moves that House Bill 1926 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
When are we going to this?
Hinojosa?
No, sorry.
Stop talking to me. King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
No.
8, 2, and 3.
8 ayes, 2 nays, 3 absent.
There being 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 2102 by Goldman. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the establishment of a new open enrollment charter school campus by certain charter holders and to the expansion of an open enrollment charter school. The chair moves that House Bill 2102 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner? Hinojosa?
No.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
No.
8 ayes, 2 nays, 3 absent.
There being 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 2120 by Bell of Kaufman. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the practice of barbering and cosmetology at an establishment at a public secondary school. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, the substitute is the bill we heard in committee on Tuesday. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 2120 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 2273 by Oliverson. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the foundation curriculum and social studies curriculum in public schools. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, this is the substitute is the bill we heard in committee on Tuesday. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 2273 as substituted be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business HB 2510 by Kane. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to transparency in certain legal proceedings and contracts involving a school district and a limit on legal fees that may be spent by a school district in certain legal proceedings. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, this is the substitute we heard in the committee substitute. Substitute is the bill we heard in committee on Tuesday. Okay. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 2510, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner? Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 2808 by Van Dever. Members, this is the bill we heard previously relating to the finality of public school accountability determinations. The chair moves that House Bill 2808 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3202 by Noble. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that's relating to the access by the Texas Education Agency in private schools to certain criminal history records. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, the committee substitute addresses concerns raised by TEA and DPS that the bill needed some changes to conform with federal law, the National Child Protection Act, or NCPA, regarding access to the DPS clearinghouse. To address these concerns, the committee substitute gives specific authority for private schools to obtain criminal history records for employees under NCPA and authority for TEA to facilitate the process through automation. The bill would not require TEA to adjudicate or review the information, but TEA may provide support and guidance to private schools. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 3202, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Okay. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3315 by Bell of Kaufman. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that's relating to school district's grievance procedure regarding complaints concerning violation of parental rights. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, the substitute is the bill we heard in committee on Tuesday. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 3315, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3908 by Wilson. Members, this is the bill we heard previously relating to the fentanyl prevention and drug poisoning awareness education for public school students in grades 6 through 12. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, this committee substitute removes the 10 hours of instruction requirements and removes recognition of signs and symptoms of mental health issues from the required annual instruction. It also adds a Fentanyl Awareness Week where age-appropriate instruction, including the prevention of the abuse and addiction to fentanyl, may be provided as determined by each school district. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 3908, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3991 by Isaac. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the Texas Fruit and Vegetable Day in public schools. The chair moves that House Bill 3991 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner? Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
I said aye.
That was an aye.
Schaefer?
Apple. Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 4070 by Schaefer. Members, this is a bill we heard previously that is related to the punishment for trafficking of persons, online solicitation of a minor, and prostitution, and to the dissemination of certain information, including the required posting of certain signs regarding human trafficking. The chair offers a committee substitute. Members, the committee substitute is the bill we heard in committee on Tuesday. Is there objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none. The substitute is adopted. The chair moves that House Bill 4070, as substituted, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
No.
King?
Aye.
Longoria?
We didn't hear you.
Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
9 ayes, 1 nay, 3 absent.
There being 9 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 3242 by Plesa. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to courses in personal finance literacy and economics for high school students in public schools. The chair moves that House Bill 4342, without amendment, be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed and be sent to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
10 ayes, 0 nays, 3 absent.
There being 10 ayes, 0 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 4375 by Van Dever. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that's relating to instruction in cardiopulmonary resuscitation and the use of an automated external defibrillator in public schools. The chair moves that House Bill 4375 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed. The clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris? Harrison?
Aye.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
No.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer? Talarico?
Aye.
9 ayes, 1 nay, 3 absent.
There being 9 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Chair lays out as pending business House Bill 4477 by Landgraf. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that is relating to the scheduling of university interscholastic league competitions. The chair moves that House Bill 4477 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with a recommendation that it do pass and be printed. You good?
I thought we just voted.
Okay, the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison?
Aye.
Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris?
Aye.
Harrison?
No.
Hefner? Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
Aye.
Talarico?
Aye.
9 ayes, 1 nay, 3 absent.
There being 9 ayes, 1 nay, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. The chair lays out as pending business House Bill 4716 by Manuel. Members, this is the bill we heard previously that's relating to the referral of certain students receiving special education services to a local intellectual and developmental disability authority for services or public benefits. The chair moves that House Bill 4716 without amendment be reported favorably to the full House with the recommendation that it do pass and be printed, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chair Buckley?
Aye.
Vice Chair Allen? Allison? Cunningham?
Aye.
Dutton? Harris? Harrison?
No.
Hefner?
Aye.
Hinojosa?
Aye.
King?
Aye.
Longoria? Schaefer?
No.
Talarico?
Aye.
Eight, 2, 3.
8 ayes, 2 nays, 3 absent.
There being 8 ayes, 2 nays, and 3 absent, the motion prevails. Let's do Cody Harris. What's that number?
Cody's is 4520.
4520. All right. Okay. All right. Chair lays out House Bill 4520 and recognizes Chairman Harris to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. House Bill 4520 states that if a public school employee is convicted of the sale, distribution, or display of harmful material to a minor, then that individual will lose or have their educator license revoked by the State Board of Educator Certification, as well as be disqualified from their pension. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Wow, upgrade.
Happy to answer questions or reserve my right to close.
All right. No, I promise you that is a negative. Members, any questions for Chairman Harris? If there are no questions, we'll proceed to testimony. We have one resource witness here, Marion Shuddy, Marion Shuddy from TEA. Does anybody want to hear from Marion Shuddy? Okay. If there are no, all right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on for, you want? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, back up here. Sorry about that. All right. We have two more. I'm sorry, we have two witnesses. Let's backtrack on that for just a second. All right. Chair calls Sophia DiLoretto Chetty. Sophia DiLoretto Chetty. We're going to show Sophia DiLoretto Chetty on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Deborah Simmons. Deborah Simmons. Okay, we're going to show Deborah Simmons on behalf of herself, registered neutral on the bill, but not testifying. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 4520? If not, the chair recognizes Chairman Harris to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I close.
If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. All right, we ready? Okay. Where are we at?
She made it.
Goodness.
I actually already closed on the bill.
Yeah, we've closed on the bill.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I'm against it.
All right. Yeah, okay. All right, here it is. All right. We will move on. All right. The chair lays out House Bill 3614 and recognizes Representative Hefner to explain the bill, and the chair offers a committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you all for hanging in there to hear this bill tonight. Committee substitute for House Bill 3614 will simply provide an avenue for those with proven skills in advice and mediation, chaplains, to serve at a Texas public school without needing to be recertified by the state. While chaplains are currently present in other government institutions, they are missing from our schools. With a sharp rise in mental health issues among our students in recent years, this bill seeks to allow chaplains to serve where there is a great need. I do want to acknowledge the significant contributions of our counselors, but unfortunately the educator shortage has affected them as well. The current student-to-counselor ratio is far above the recommended 250 to 1, sitting at around 350 to 1, according to last year's TEA data. This bill would allow school districts to have the opportunity to hire chaplains to reinforce our counselors, providing an additional option for students and schools. Chaplains provide many services such as pastoral care, as general spiritual advisors. They handle trauma care, confidential counseling, and other mental health services. They're not pastors, priests, or professional theologians finding proofs for a specific denomination. Instead, they serve in a more general role, providing advice when needed. Many government entities that receive state funds, such as police departments, fire departments, HHSC, Texas Juvenile Justice Department, and TDCJ, already have chaplains. This bill is permissive and only seeks to allow the districts the right or option to have qualified and certified individuals on site to provide extra guidance for students. Again, this bill is permissive and does not impose a mandate on our schools. There is a committee substitute, and the difference in this committee sub and the bill as filed is that the sub allows a chaplain to serve concurrently alongside school counselors and allows schools to bring in chaplains on a volunteer basis. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
All right, members, any questions for Representative Hefner? If there are no questions, we'll proceed with testimony. Reminder, there's a 2-minute limit on your testimony. Please be concise and respect the timer. Chair calls Billy Beard. Okay.
Oh,
all right.
hello again.
Hello. We show you registered as Billy Beard on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes. So, hi, my name is Billy Beard. I'm a veteran and also a licensed professional counselor. While I'm not a school counselor, I stand with my fellow counselors to fight against HB 3614. While chaplains are qualified to meet the spiritual needs of their congregation, they lack the 2 years of teaching experience, accredited classes in child development, counseling training, cross-cultural training, and a minimum of 700 hours of supervised counseling in order to get a master's degree, plus the 3,000 additional hours of supervision to become fully licensed. I have talked to several representatives and state senators that claim they care about mental health care and then bring this bill that undermines the mental health care of children. This bill has no requirements set for a qualifying chaplain. There are several different levels of chaplain. I end up finding out that you can become a crisis chaplain with only 40 hours of training, a hospital chaplain with a year of training, and a master's degree in chaplaincy only has 12 college hours of mental health training, which is less than a bachelor's in psychology. The state of Texas does not allow people with a bachelor's in psychology to provide counseling services. Unlike chaplains, school counselors are required to be certified by the State Board of Educators and have an ethical board, the Texas Behavioral Health Executive Council, which also includes LMFTs, social workers, LPCs, and psychologists. There is no professional oversight on chaplains. Chaplains are grossly unqualified to fulfill the role of school counselor and are likely to cause negative mental health care outcomes for students because chaplains are not trained to be therapists.
All right. Do members any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thanks.
Chair calls Greg McBrayer. Oh, sorry.
Greg.
Okay, we show you registered as Greg McBrayer on behalf of the DFW Airport Interfaith Chaplaincy and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I am here to support House Bill 3614 to bring chaplains into our public schools. Trained chaplains provide the priceless ministry of presence as frontline spiritual first responders. Chaplains bring a level of confidential care and emotional support that is desperately needed amid the growing stress and challenges students, teachers, counselors encounter in our schools today. With the ever-growing anxiety and stress produced by social media, school violence, and teen suicide, the need of spiritual grounded intervention has never been greater. As a pastor of a church, the director of a large airport chaplaincy, in fact, the world's largest airport chaplaincy at DFW Airport, a chief flight control and chaplain at American Airlines, I have been in this ministry for over 40 years, and it have seen a huge spike in the demand for chaplaincy care among our teachers, counselors, parents, and school-age children in recent years. I have also heard the same increased emotional support demand of the 25 chaplains on my staff at DFW Airport, as well as many other priests and pastors and colleagues that I work with. Our schools have become places of increased anxiety and emotional chaos, which requires emotional triage by trained, qualified chaplains. Chaplains would complement school counselors to provide another level of emotional care. Chaplains would not compete, but complete the need and level of emotional care available to our students and educators. Trained chaplains bring a confidential and calming presence into the chaos found in any stress-filled environment. Chaplains, like two of our most well-known household resources, and I would say WD-40 and duct tape would qualify there. Like them, we can reduce friction and hold things together before the things gets out of control, and that's why chaplains are needed at this time to intercede in the most stress-filled environments our nation has seen in centuries. We have had chaplains serve in this country since 1774, our military, first responders, and public institutions. It's time for Texas to provide that service.
We're going to show you for the bill, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Hold up, just 1 second. We have a question for you. Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Reverend, for being here.
Absolutely.
I have some questions about qualifications to be a chaplain, associations that folks go through, degrees or clinical pastoral programs that different folks go to. Can you talk a little bit about that? Because that's I've told Representative Hefner, that's what I want to look into in this bill and how this bill may be going forward is what kind of qualifications are we putting in place, guardrails, oversight, maybe also talk about oversight. You said you manage a group of chaplains. So just want to talk more about that. And if you can offer some insight on any of those.
Sure. Well, we got institutions now and seminaries that are both offering certified, qualified chaplain tracks, and they're completely trained and qualified. Personally, the chaplains that I hire, I try to look for former military chaplains. We call them plug and play. They're very good at doing ministry in the world and in ministry of presence in settings like that. But there does need to be a level of trained people that are in these roles. They have to be certified. They need to be trained in this. It is different from pastoral ministry in church settings or in parish settings.
I completely agree. I'm glad that you're talking about that, Reverend. So to go through seminary, you have to have a degree, whether it's an MDiv, a Master's in Divinity. That's correct. Okay. And they have to go through some of that clinical.
That's right. You have to have CPE training. CPE is another topic that right now that I'm working in this arena to become more qualified, because CPE basically trains people in two categories. It's going to either be hospital or hospice. Right. And so we're looking at that differently now than we have in the past, because we're seeing a need to broaden the chaplaincy ministry. This is being provided in corporate spaces today like never before. American Airlines has provided in airports and all kinds of different settings. We need to get a better CPE program. I would push for that, to better qualify people that aren't just going to be working either in hospitals or in hospice situations.
What about associations? Are you a part of any associations, or
Yes.
or your chaplains a part?
Yes, we are. We're part of the International Association of Civil Aviation Chaplains around the world. Okay. There are chaplains in airports all over the United States and all over the world.
Because this is, it's a serious job and it requires a lot of training to do. I do feel like I am aware that there are some organizations that kind of call anybody a chaplain, and there are some that have high professional standards.
That's right.
Can you talk about the difference between you and the chaplains you employ versus maybe someone who's called a chaplain but doesn't have to go through the same rigorous training?
You have to do your research, and you have to do your homework on it, and you have to get qualified people. There are plenty of qualified people out there. That's why if we look to the military, we're going to find someone who's been qualified to be in all kinds of various spaces. And so we know that they're going to be easy to put into play. They've been approved. They've had to have an ecclesiastical endorsement by both an ecclesiastical body, by a church body or someone. That means they've already been through seminary, which means they've got a master's level degree. So that qualifies them at that level. Then the military brings the chaplaincy training into them if they need to be more effective on the front line in our military situations, or also as far as first responders.
And so I'm glad you brought up those endorsing organizations in addition to the associations. And if I'm understanding this correctly, DOD for chaplains in the military or chaplains in a hospital or in a prison system have pretty well-controlled regulatory policies to ensure that kind of high level of professionalism.
Absolutely. There has to be a level of accountability. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up. So we try to maintain that because we know we aren't under scrutiny all the time.
Sure.
And obviously, we're there to provide a level of care. Right. We're not to compete with counselors or anything else. We're to bring a better level of care to where it's desperately needed. Schools are different than they were when I was a kid. And so what we experience in our schools today, and what I hear from teachers and people that are educators and faculty workers in schools, is like what I would hear normally from first responders or people who are dealing with PTSD from the military. They're dealing with a level of stress and anxiety in their work right now that's never been there before. And so it's created an environment that we need to put this in place to provide for them. We owe this to them and our children.
That's right. And the last thing, and we'll move on, is I do want to make sure, because whenever we have adults or employees working with children, I think there have to be certain protections in place. Almost every employee who works with children in our state has to go through some kind of background check. When I was being a teacher, they got fingerprinted and they did the criminal background check. And so you would be open to that being applied to just any chaplain who's working with children?
We do it for our chaplains. We do it. Anyone who's serving in a church or any other capacity like that has to have that.
Great.
So, I mean, it's redundant, but it's never too much redundancy.
That's right.
Because
Especially
we're trying to protect our most valuable resource, and that's our children. So, yes.
Thank you, Reverend. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you so much.
All right. Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Okay, I'll go back to wherever I missed. We're good, okay. Chair calls Tom Nobis. All right, Tom Nobis. Okay, we're going to show Tom Nobis on behalf of himself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls William H. King III. Okay, we're going to show William H. King III on behalf of himself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Teresa Benedetti. We show you registered as Teresa Benedetti on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Buckley, Sponsor Hefner, and the rest of the committee members. I am Teresa Benedetti. I'm a resident of San Antonio, Texas, and I'm here to support HB 3614. Please forgive my voice. I had a stroke, so if it kind of hesitates, give me a bit of grace, please. I'm a wife, a mother, a grandmother, a business owner, a coach, a mentor to thousands of individuals. I'm a retired firefighter paramedic. I have served going in when everybody else leaves. I want to stand here tonight and share with you I have first-hand day-to-day experience with teachers, staff, and children. Our schools are in trouble. Violence and suicide are at an all-time high, both for children and educators. The educators are in over their heads and cannot focus on the process of educating as they have become placed in a position of policing and not teaching. Chaplains are trained in situational awareness and risk management that provides a layer of school security by observation and interaction. We are witnessing the constant state of stress and anxiety already spoken to by chaplain in our children and again our educators. We are seeing decreased teacher retention across the nation and very strongly here in South Texas. Our passionate, loving educators are walking away from a profession that they have given their life education to. Chaplains in the schools will result in a decrease of bullying. It has been seen. It will facilitate a reduction in school violence and suicides. Why would anyone oppose reducing violence against teachers and children? Targeting and trafficking of children, as well as trafficking of drugs, are being pushed upon our school campuses at an escalated rate. Chaplains create a safe space for teachers and students and facilitate improvement in self-respect and confidence. The military, as well as first responders such as myself, have chaplains, as does this building. Thank you. I support.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much.
Chair calls Kevin Sanford. We show you registered as Kevin Sanford on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Good evening. This is very cool. Thank you all for hosting us, Mr. Chairman, committee members. It's a joy to be here. My area of expertise is spirituality in a local context. I'm a Marine, lived overseas for 20 years, planting churches. My wife, Heather, and I returned to the States to attend graduate school. She's a psychotherapist, has a master's degree in psychology and behavioral science, and she's an MFT and an LPCC. She works in a charter school, an international baccalaureate school in McKinney, and she's a school counselor. I'm a hospice chaplain while finishing my own doctoral studies, and I was also the chaplain for my son's high school football team. Go Cardinals. Being a chaplain for many years at hospice has shown me the practical value of the position itself in important moments in the lives of people, many of whom do not request a chaplain, do not believe they need a chaplain, and are not religious, etc. However, nearly without exception, one of the most valuable members of the entire hospice team, which includes a mandated psychosocial team, a social worker, and a chaplain, ends up being the chaplain. Their unique experience for those that are leaving this world, as well as for those who remain behind, proves invaluable to those of different religions and no religions. The wisdom and experience and pure spiritual power, healing elements available in those moments for people for every background are invaluable and irreplaceable for those irreplaceable moments that cannot be repeated. As a chaplain for our local high school football team, I know that the connection that the students have in some of the most important moments of their lives so far are much richer when they bring spiritual truths and strengths into those moments. Spirituality helps them deal with victories, defeats, pains, disappointments, etc.
Reverend, we're going to show you for the bill, and we appreciate your testimony.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sir. I
Thank you
appreciate
so
it.
much for sticking it out today. Chair calls Lorena Garza. We show you registered as Lorena Garza on behalf of the National School Chaplain Association and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right,
yes.
thank you.
Dear Chairman Buckley and members of the Texas House of Education, my name is Lorena Garza, and I'm here with the National School Chaplain Association. I'm also here as a concerned parent. I am for HB 3614. For 20 years, I've been a youth pastor, and for 13 of those years, I've been sponsoring Bible clubs at DISD high school and junior high schools. I believe we're all on the same page when it comes to school safety. Because of the many incidents, schools have tightened their security. But what about taking care of the emotional needs of students and teachers? Chaplains can provide mental and spiritual help to the students and help them navigate through the pressures of life. I want our students and teachers to be safe at school, and chaplains have proven to make schools safer. I went to the Santa Fe High School after the school shooting. Chaplains were called in after all the trauma, but after that time, after a while, they went home and the chaplains went back to their places. Sadly, many in Santa Fe were still dealing with the shock after all that happened in their community. Security and preventive measures were put in place, but what about using preventative measures for school safety so that these horrific events do not take place in the first place? Teachers may not always know what to say, or they are limited to share their faith. If a school has a chaplain at every school, they could help with the emotional stresses that the students and teachers face. Chaplains have also proven to reduce suicide. In 2020, because of COVID, schools were shut down. When schools reopened, extra clubs were not allowed to meet. A student came to find me in my youth group and told me they had tried to take their life. I had known the students since junior high and know they were usually happy and outgoing. I wrote the superintendent and begged if I could please come back and have the Bible clubs at the schools again. I was invited back. The need for support and providing a safe place was greatly needed. I heard the students' stories of great loss and fears. That student that wanted to end their life graduated and went to college. That is just one of the many stories. Students need a safe place and a safe person that can listen and help and guide and protect them and help them and lead them in the right direction. In a world that is constantly changing, students can trust a chaplain to help them with God's help.
Ms. Garza, we're going to show you for the bill, and we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Chair calls Ronald Topping. Ronald Topping. We're going to show Ronald Topping on behalf of himself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Luis Cabrera. We show you registered as Luis Cabrera on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right.
Good evening, Chair and the committee. Thank you so much for having me here. I support this bill 100% as a chaplain, as a pastor, as a community leader in South Texas. If there's a time where our kids needs emotional support, it's right now. Our kids are under so much pressure, they don't even know who they are. So just imagine all the stress, suicides are up, violence is up. Every time I see social media, I'm tired of seeing kids beating up teachers, teachers beating up children, kids, just beating up each other. We gotta have some kind of peacemaker inside these schools. And it's a proven fact that chaplains improves a student's behavior, self-respect. It improves their confidence, their openness to discuss personal and family issues. It improves their motivation, their goal setting, and it gives them a purpose-driven life. Our children right now don't even know what to do. And a chaplain can go in there and help them, guide them in the right way. And so, a chaplain is a no-brainer. It improves so many things. It improves student-parent relationships. It improves self-awareness and self-esteem. It improves high school graduations. Actually, it improves it by 37%. So do you see the importance of having chaplains in our public schools? School chaplains are a source of godly counsel, biblical wisdom, and a safe hand to hold. Schools are safer with chaplains. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gay Heron. We show you registered as Gay Heron on behalf of Project Destiny Texas and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
Again.
you. Thank you all. I feel like I need to curtsy for your longevity and your steadfastness. I've watched you online before. I've never been in a committee meeting. Project Destiny Texas is a pro-life organization in Lubbock, and we are in support of HB 3614. We've won some wars in Lubbock. We're doing some changing in Lubbock. Now, I'm nothing but a grandmother. I'm just a grandmother. I have not found my rocking chair, and I must tell you, I'm not even looking for one. So as long as I'm here, I'm going to try to change things, just as you are. Just as you are. Our organization is just not concerned with the unborn. We're concerned with all children, just like every single one of you. I think y'all are pretty awesome, actually. When I heard about chaplains in schools, I thought, it's a good idea. How could that happen? You know, oh ye of little faith. So I was taught as a child to research, find out the truth for yourself. And so that's what I always try to do, just like y'all. So I began to educate myself on about the proven facts about chaplains. There are a lot of chaplains. They're just not in schools.
Ms. Heron, please wrap up your testimony. You came a long way. Wrap it up,
One of the chaplain's main objectives is to support teachers. And as we know, teachers are leaving. This is my concern. I did teach school. The prime educators, I know some of them, are leaving the profession. And that's what I'm concerned about. I think chaplains will help teachers.
All right. Thank you very much.
Which will help the students. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you so much for coming. Chair calls Allison Newman. We show you registered as Allison Newman on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
My name is Allison Newman, and I support HB 3614. I was born and raised here in Sugarland, in Texas, and currently live in Sugarland. I'm a nurse and a mother of 10 children, 6 who are adopted. Our 2 youngest children are here with us today. I think it might be obvious that I believe in investing in children and care deeply about the next generation. I also believe it's safe to say everyone here loves this state and wants to see it prosper and wants to see it blessed. However, without all of us pouring into the next generation, our state will look very different in a few short years. The suicide rate is through the roof. Anxiety and fear are at an all-time high. Education doesn't deal with spiritual matters, yet it's an essential part of our being. Spiritual advice and counsel are valuable for discernment and clarity, especially on issues that impact life and destiny. A chaplain would be someone safe for a child to talk to, or a teacher, and a trusted person who gives honest advice without personal gain or expectations. Spiritual well-being has to do with relationships, not religion. Youth desire guidance on spiritual issues. Please think about our children. Think about the children in your life who you love. What if it was your child with a real struggle and needed someone to help them work through it? The school chaplain could be there when they need it the most. Thank you.
All right, members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Brad Dacus. Did I get that right? Is it?
Yes.
Okay. We show you registered as Brad Dacus on behalf of the Pacific Justice Institute, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of this committee. I founded the Pacific Justice Institute back in 1997. I'm a constitutional law attorney, and we handle cases dealing with parental rights. We have 29 offices in 23 states, and we have a considerable amount of experience dealing with these First Amendment issues. Let me give you a real quick, brief overview. Marsh v. Chambers, 1983, the Supreme Court upheld Nebraska's constitutionality with regards to their having chaplains. In Kadoff versus Marsh, the Second Circuit in 1986 upheld chaplains for the military. And then in 1988, the Eighth Circuit Court of Appeals in Carter versus Broadlands, dealing with a hospital, and you had a person there who was a chaplain, and they upheld the chaplaincy not just for purposes of the patients who are confined to their beds, but also for outpatients, also for parents and others coming in. Now, the Second Circuit historically is not what I would call a major free exercise kind of a court in the past. They've been much more restrictive, much more establishment clause oriented. So this is very significant. And this is all when we had the Lemon Test that was utilized, which requires for there be a secular purpose. The principle or primary effect neither advances or hinders religion, and they're also not foster excessive entanglement. Very, very restrictive. Well, then something very interesting happened. The Supreme Court, the recent Supreme Court, started peeling that away, the Lemon Test, to give even more liberty and freedom. So it's Espinoza versus,
You keep going, you got a little bit.
Okay,
Wrap
good.
it up. You'll be-
So I'll wrap it up. So Espinoza versus Montana, Carson for Macon, the court says, hey, funding for kids going to religious schools, that's okay. That's constitutional. Here we're just talking about this case in Kennedy
Please
versus.
wrap up your testimony.
Bottom line, Lemon v. Curse test was was thrown out, and we have more liberty and more freedom now than ever to do this. I'm convinced it is constitutional. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, members. Any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Chair calls Kristen Newman. We show you registered as Kristen Newman on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Kristen. I'm supporting HB 3614. I live in Sugar Land, Texas, and I'm a 7th grader. My friend called me a few days ago crying hysterically. She witnessed a friend in her bathroom at school holding a knife to her throat. I personally know many people my age that have crippling anxiety. Some are suicidal, some have permanent scars all over their bodies from cutting. One friend of mine has over 100 scars all over her arms and legs. There are many stories I could tell you, but I simply don't have the time. Suicide, anxiety, and fear are unfortunately very common in schools today. Our generation is falling apart from the inside out. We need chaplains in our schools. If students had someone safe to talk to and someone that could help them work through things, it would be a great step in the right direction to changing my generation. Please think about your own children and children you care about. And think about the mental, emotional, and spiritual health of our generation. We need your help. Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? Hey, Kristen, that's a great job of testifying today. Thank you for sticking it out with us, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Chair calls Carrie Proctor. We show you registered as Carrie Proctor on behalf of the Texas Counseling Association, the Texas School Counseling Association, and you are testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Hi, and thank you, committee.
Thank you for staying so late to hear this important topic as it relates to students in schools. My name is Carrie Proctor. I'm a licensed professional counselor supervisor, certified school counselor, and national certified counselor. I currently work with Texas Counseling Association as an education director, and I have 23 years of past school counseling experience. I do appreciate that the committee has created a substitute to this bill as originally filed, where the chaplains are not replacing or taking the place of school counselors, but are supporting alongside. We do have a substitute that we prepared because there are still some concerns about the credentials of the chaplains, wanting to make sure that they have a master's degree, whether it be in divinity or pastoral counseling, wanting to make sure that they are credentialed with certification programs such as the ones used by the U.S. Department of Defense that do require background checks so that we can make sure that our students are safe as we would with any other volunteer in a school. Lastly, we would request that parents be able to consent before a child sees a chaplain, because parents should have the right to know who their kids are talking to and making sure that it aligns with their beliefs as well. Lastly, I would like to say that it was mentioned when the bill was laid out about the school counselor ratios, and I agree. We need to do something about that. Having worked in schools in the past, or sometimes I was 800 to 1, 500 to 1. I think the best I ever had was 450 to 1. I would have loved to have been able to do more work had those ratios been less. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Tallarico. Sorry, I missed you there.
Thank you. No, that's okay, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here and for your service.
Thank you.
I just wanted to you have in here, in your suggestion is parental consent being required for a student to receive advice or spiritual care for a chaplain. And we actually just voted a bill out of the committee saying anything this kind of spiritual care or mental health care, you have to receive parental consent. So curious if you're aware of that and how this would interact with.
No, and when this substitute was created, it was before we were aware of the substitutes that you had put in. So you'll also notice in there how it talks about not replacing school counselors, and I recognize that you've already taken care of that detail as well.
Well, no, and I think it's consistent with what this committee has already voted on.
Great.
But thank you for
Glad to hear that.
Members, any more questions for this witness? All right, thank you for being here. Chair calls John Newman. All right. We show you registered as John Newman on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Let me say first, I don't want y'all's job. Way to go. Y'all are amazing. I'm going to read a little bit of a letter real quick from a high-powered man. His name is Douglas L. Carver. He was a general in the U.S. Army, retired. Now he's the executive director of chaplaincy for North American Mission Board. And he joins us in support of House Bill 3614. Chaplaincy is one of the fastest growing ministries in the United States. Just wonder why that is. The chaplaincy team of North American Mission Board believes chaplains fulfill a sacred calling to accompany, provide, or advise religious and spiritual support in any context outside the walls of a church, including public education. Our chaplaincy team support 47,000 congregations, and we have 30,000 chaplains in the field. Pretty amazing. Okay, my name is John Newman. I'm a native Texan from Sugar Land. I support HB 3614. I'm the father of 10 children, and I have worked with youth my entire life. From coaching Little League, youth soccer, ice hockey, and referee. I've served in youth camps, and I've led youth ministries. I've also volunteered in many prisons, and I've seen the role of a chaplain up close and personal. And I've found that most of all the good that goes on inside the prisons is because of the chaplains. Every one of the inmates, I know many of them, every one of the inmates know the chaplains are there for them. If they're struggling or hurting, they call the chaplains. We have chaplains in hospitals as well as in the military, and now even corporate America is hiring chaplains to help keep the workforce operating strong because they see the benefit of having someone there to support their employees. We need chaplains in our schools. Today, our schools are full of hurt. The kids and teachers alike are crying out for help. So in closing, just ask anyone who has ever experienced time with the chaplain, and they will tell you it was time well spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Mr. Newman, thanks for being here. Chair calls Bobby Herring. We show you registered as Bobby Herring on behalf of Eyes on Me Incorporated and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
In 2008, I started a 501c3 nonprofit organization called Eyes on Me, Inc., which exists to mentor, disciple, and serve at-risk youth and their families. Primarily in underserved communities, we engage students through in-school assemblies, mentoring, and meeting student supply needs. We also run 3 mission centers near schools where we deploy an annual average of 5,000 volunteers to serve 50,000 people annually and mentor hundreds of youth on and off campus. Our collaboration with schools has been positive for the students in the schools, but also when they exit the campus and continue to face negative pressures. We are often their biggest advocates. We believe school chaplains will be great advocates too. We offer many programs that help students make good choices while at school and at home, but we also help them develop life skills and trade skills to be employable in their future. It would be very beneficial to have paid chaplains on campus because they can connect youth into positive organizations like ours that will support and encourage them off campus. Currently, some schools don't have this advocacy and are overwhelmed. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we focus on physiological needs, safety, security, love, belonging, self-esteem, and self-actualization. I was a trained volunteer chaplain in Harris County Jail for 3 years, and I've seen firsthand how chaplains make a difference. The chaplaincy department helped these jails curb negative behaviors. In addition, when men and women get out of jail, we continue offering support services that decrease recidivism and support a productive life. I say that to make this point. No matter what institution chaplains are in, we care and love beyond building the career, beyond the building, beyond the career, and beyond the job. Paid chaplains can help our youth overcome crisis situations and other pressures in life and connect them to aftercare programs such as what Eyes on Me provides. Chaplains bring a value that goes beyond head knowledge because of spiritual wisdom and unconditional love that drives these servants. On behalf of our organization, we ask you to pass HB 3614.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Peggy Murky. We'll have Austin Lanier, Chad Green, Nathan Kirby, then Damon Linehan. We show you registered as Peggy Murky on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. Thank you all so much. Y'all are rock stars for staying because you do this all the time, and this is just a one-time thing for us. So thank you very much. My name is Peggy Murky, and I have been working with schools in Texas for 17 years. I work with former NFL players, Harlem Globetrotters, Olympic athletes, and music artists that impact students, and it's been almost 2 decades. One of our top programs is in direct competition with getting chaplains in schools. If we get chaplains in schools, my company will not be needed in these schools. But more than money, more than my own enterprise, I know that chaplains in schools is the best thing that can happen for students. Our children need consistent help with all that is going on with student depression, isolation, suicide, and mass shootings. If you vote for chaplains in schools, Texas has the awesome opportunity to lead the country in changing the lives of students across the nation when other states will be jumping on this bandwagon. Can you imagine the impact nationwide with Texas at the helm? Many of you may be too busy to watch the news or read Twitter, which is the largest news source in the world, but I stay up late reading and watching. Now teens are messaging each other to plan and execute smash and grabs at stores across their cities. First it was adults, now it's trickled down to teens, and they leave bigger messes than the adults. Why are we allowing the overinterpretation of separation of church and state to ruin our kids? What are we not teaching them if groups of them rob, loot, riot, shoot, and do all the things that are going on because of social media and the violence that's taking place across America? Was that my time?
Nope. Just about. Wrap it up, please.
Okay, so I'm asking you to pass this bill, but my encouragement is for all of us not to stop here and to keep on giving our students healthy things so that we can allow them to be fully functioning adults. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Austin Lanier. We're going to show you registered as Austin Lanier on behalf of Austin Lanier Incorporated and yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, pleasure to be here. Hello. My name is Austin Lanier, and I'm for HB 3614. I live in Houston, Texas. I've been working in the public school system for the past 6 years as a motivational speaker. I've spoken to hundreds of thousands of students through school-wide assemblies with a message that touches on everything from bullying, mental health, social media safety, and drug use. I was the first, and to my knowledge, the only speaker to speak at Santa Fe High School after the 2018 tragedy took place. I know firsthand the density of darkness in many of our schools. After every single assembly, I received dozens of messages from kids and teachers reaching out to me to connect further, many of them just wanting to be heard by sharing their story. They're dealing with real-life problems like broken families, abuse, depression, anxiety, suicide, and self-harm, and poverty, just to name a few. Ultimately, many of them feel hopeless, alone, and unheard. With over 50,000 followers across my platforms, it's impossible for me to get back to every single person in a timely, intentional manner. I do my best to listen and love as much as I can, but there is so much more of a demand than I can possibly supply. This is where I believe that chaplains will make a huge difference. Having a school chaplain on every campus dedicated to listening and loving on students and teachers will lead to drastic changes for the better. Chaplains will be a light of hope to people that feel trapped in their darkness. Chaplains will be an ear to people that often feel unheard. Chaplains will not only change lives, but save them. We need chaplains in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we really appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Chair calls Chad Green. We show you registered as Chad Green on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'm a trustee at McKinney ISD Place 3, and I'm representing the students and parents who have elected me to this office. But I do not speak on behalf of the board. I speak on behalf of myself. So I am in favor of this bill. I have gone through the training of IFOC chaplains. It's really been a blessing to me. As I was going through the training, a person near to me had expressed their intent to commit suicide, and I knew the resources to actually come in and deliver some help to that person. So a tragedy was avoided. Several years later, I was speaking to a very good friend, and she started telling me what was happening out in her area. She works at a regional education center and had become aware of a house in the country there where they had 18 young girls, all with different last names, that had registered in the school district. The school district had not reported it, had not found it interesting enough to report. She had reported to the police department, but the police department did nothing. And as she's telling me this, I stopped her and I said, now, wait a second. You're telling me some very specific things. You know, if you tell me any more than this, I'm going to have to bring some resources. Are you comfortable with this? She said, absolutely. I called my mentor in that, and within a week, the FBI shut down the house, and it was a child trafficking house. So what chaplains do is very, very different than anything else within the school district. They are looking for areas where there's anomalies, problems that are occurring within not just the students, but students that should be showing up there. So this is a gap that's happening within our schools today, and as a trustee, I'm telling you, we really need this, not just to support the students, but to support the teachers and to support our police officers within the schools as well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Nathan Kirby. Then we'll have Damon Linehan, Joshua Houston, Julie Pickren, and Troy Thomas. Okay, we show you registered as Nathan Kirby on behalf of FDR Engineers and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may begin.
Yes, sir. Good evening. I would first like to thank the chairman and the members of the committee for the privilege to speak tonight. I believe that everyone has had or currently has someone that they look up to. Some would call them heroes, because like one of the greatest fictional heroes, Superman, his symbol represents hope. Heroes produce hope, hope that people can cling on to and depend on. But not only do the people cling on to the hope, but the heroes as well. The heroes cling on to the hope of restoration for their city, the hope that their efforts are beneficial for the betterment of their city. In today's world, here in the United States, and especially here in Texas, our students and teachers need hope more than ever. A hope to cling on to throughout the day-to-day struggles of seeing and witnessing nothing but hopelessness in our broken world. It is a fact that chaplains have been proven to help point our students in the right direction with a hope that they can cling on to. Their guidance and wisdom has helped save many of our students and potential future heroes' lives. For this reason, I, Nathan Kirby, am in favor of HB 3614. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Nathan, thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. Chair calls Damon Linehan. All right, we show you registered as Damon Linehan on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chairman. I want to thank you guys, thank the House. Thank you, Chairman, for being able to hear this. I also work with Peggy, and I'm here to talk myself out of a job. So I'm many things. One of the things I do is youth advocacy. I coach youth, and I do that because I was a troubled youth. And I grew up in a rough household. It was a broken home, and there was lots of violence. I didn't have anybody to talk to. If I talked to counselors, I got in more trouble at home. If I talked to my friends, I was looked down on. I think a lot of times whenever we get into conversations about youth, and I understand you guys have to go by numbers and accreditations and everything else, and I think this can just be a simple conversation. Our youth need help. And if we can provide one more person, one more point of contact to offer that help, why would we not? Why wouldn't we do that? And so my question to you is today, as you look at this bill, don't think about accreditations or anything like that. Although I know that the chaplains, I'm very familiar with the program. They are accredited, they are knowledgeable, they are prepared. What I ask you is do these kids need another point of contact? Do our counselors need help? Do our teachers need help? Does our school need relief? Do our youth need hope? Thank you.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate you being here tonight. Sure. A lot of what you said resonates with me. A lot of the work I've done in my 3 terms is trying to get more mental health professionals on campuses of all kinds to try to deal with this escalating mental health crisis. The only thing I want to put a caveat is, since the only way this is unlike hospitals and the military and prisons is that we're dealing with kids, and that's the work you do, I know. And when we're talking about kids, when we're talking about adults, being in private conversations with children about sensitive things. That's why we just got to make sure there are some of these guardrails. And, sometimes there's chaplains who don't go through the same kind of rigorous training, and there are chaplains who do. And so we want to make sure we're putting on those belts and suspenders to ensure that the bill has a lot of has standards to meet for those professionals, and things like background checks, parental consent, I think would also help ensure we protect those kids. So what you said resonates, but I just want to make sure we have protections in place if we were to move forward with something like this.
I would agree with that. The one caveat to that caveat is these kids are reaching out to people anyways, and with the internet and with, just all the access that we have, there's no way for us to say, there's no way for us to control who they're going to reach out to. So I do agree we need to make sure that the people who are on campus are responsible people. But you know what we really need? We need time with kids. It's proven. The statistics are out.
Yeah.
Time with children makes a difference over the long term.
And that's right. And I don't think it's mutually exclusive, but the difference between YouTube and us, is that we're spending taxpayer dollars, and the kids are in our care.
And
so
I respect that.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Absolutely, I respect that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think to me, the most poignant part of what you said is you talked about as a troubled youth, and our school counselors are great. And they are the most overworked folks on our campuses, usually due to other duties as assigned, and that's a whole other story. And the fact about taking issues to your friends, and I've been a youngster before, that's a tough spot.
Yes.
There really needs to be someone to fill the gap, properly vetted, but able to sort of reach out to young people because, I know where I live, if you don't provide someone for them to sort of bond with, they'll bond with the wrong crowd.
That's correct.
And so I really appreciate your testimony is really resonating. So thank you so much for being here.
I want to say one last thing before I leave. I'm glad you guys are looking a little tired. I was wondering if some of you weren't human, so I'm glad to see you're fading just a little bit. So thank you so much.
All right, thanks for being here. All right. Chair calls Joshua Houston. Okay, we show you registered as Joshua Houston on behalf of Texas Impact, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chairman.
Okay.
I'm Joshua Houston, Advocacy Director, Texas Impact. We're opposed to House Bill 3614. Texas Impact is the membership organization for the state's mainline Protestant, Jewish, and Muslim denominations. Our membership includes chaplains, and we, of course, affirm our religious professionals. Our concerns about the bill amount to two things, a lack of qualifications for the individual and a lack of oversight, especially in a setting with children rather than adults. Regarding qualifications, the bill lacks any educational requirements, any requirements for an endorsement or commission from a religious organization. It lacks experiential requirements like CPEs, where a chaplain is supervised by a more experienced chaplain in the training process. It lacks continuing education requirements. There is no actual training for the duties required under the education code, such as mental health or career counseling, and there is an unclear job description. Regarding oversight, the bill lacks requirements for the endorsing organization. For instance, in the military, there's federal regulations. For hospitals, they often have codes of conduct, and they work in partnership with that endorsing organization. And the endorsing organization maintains disciplinary history on professional conduct like a licensing board or a state bar. On the government side of the partnership, we think any chaplain needs to be an employee of the school, not a volunteer. That's because employees can be hired, fired, and supervised. Employees also receive the background check in Chapter 411 of the Government Code, whereas volunteers may or may not under 220835E of the Education Code. Finally, we think the bill should explicitly clarify parameters for parental consent, for confidentiality, and clarify what the clergy penitent privilege is in such a case, in such a context. And finally, if they have access to any private medical information, that's protected. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. Members, any questions of this witness? Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. A lot of your testimony resonates with some of my concerns. I just want to be clear, though, if all those protections were put in place and we had these guardrails, you're not necessarily opposed to the idea in the bill itself your concern is the current draft lacking some of those protections. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, that's fair to say, correct. Our position as an organization was we would be neutral. We have not fully thought about whether or not it's a good idea, but it certainly, if we had guardrails in place, would get us to neutral.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Members, any additional questions for the witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Chairman.
Chair calls Julie Pickren. Then we'll hear Troy Thomas, Tyra Hodge, Natalie Blassingame, and Rocky Malloy. Okay, we show you registered as Julie Pickren on behalf of the Texas State Board of Education, District 7, and yourself, and you'll be testifying neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is
All right.
correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Buckley and representatives of and members of the Texas House of Representatives Public Education Committee. As a State Board of Education member, District 7, I serve the residents of 11 and a half counties, about 10,000 square miles of Texas, and we already covered the number of voters earlier, so I'm sure y'all remember that. Okay, but previously to the State Board of Education position, I was a trustee of one of the fastest growing school districts in the state of Texas, about 30,000 children and about 4,000 staff. And so, you know, we had some issues. This was pre-COVID when we developed this program, but, you know, we had problems with stress, especially among AP students. I mean, I'm not sure if y'all are aware of this or not, but there's a lot of data that supports that AP students suffer the same amount of stress as an 18 or 19-year-old going off to war. So, you know, we had some problems. So I engaged in a dialogue with our superintendent to create the superintendent's pastoral team. What we did with the pastoral team is we background checked everybody that was going to be on our campuses. We invited youth pastors and pastors from all faiths inside our 252 square mile boundaries. And then we asked them to visit our campuses regularly during lunch. And the benefits that we saw was just tremendous. We saw an increase in test scores. We saw collaboration. We saw an overall boost in morale in staff and students. Everybody just seemed to be happier on campus. I mean, everybody just seemed to get along better and enjoy being on campus more. A great aspect of this bill is that this bill respects the authority of the local school board by not requiring the school districts to employ chaplains, but allowing for their employment. Also, this bill respects school board fiduciary duty by not creating an unfunded mandate. The chaplains will be funded through chapters which provide funding for school safety and mental health. This bill does not affect the funding for academic counselors, but allows for chaplains and LPCs or school resource officers or chaplains. Texas
Please wrap up your
Youth.
testimony.
Yes, sir.
Minutes is up.
Thank you, sir. Texas Youth Crisis Hotline is a state resource for all school districts in Texas for mental health. They do an excellent job with the resources they have, but unfortunately, the counselor shortage is also affecting their services. Texas Youth Crisis Hotline is
I'm going to show you registered on the bill. You
Yes,
need to
sir.
wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I guess what I'm just saying is Texas Youth Crisis Hotline, they provide about 30 hours of training for their counselors with our youth. And then there's many.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. One more sentence, please.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you, Mr.
You've gone
Chairman.
way over time.
Oh, I'm sorry,
We're
Mr.
trying to treat everybody the same, so just please wrap it up. Thank you
Yes,
very much
sir.
for coming down.
The school districts also refer many peer-to-peer counseling for our kids who are having problems, and those peer-to-peer counselings provide about 8 hours of training.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. All right,
Thank
appreciate
sir.
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chair calls Troy Thomas. Hi there. We show you registered as Troy Thomas on behalf of yourself.
Yes,
and
sir.
you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Troy Thomas, a school teacher from Katy, Texas, and stand in favor of HB 3614 because I want my children, students, and teachers providing an opportunity to have true comfort at school. As I get ready to complete my 6th year of teaching, there are two things that come to mind when I think of what has been consistent in my teaching experience. An increase in student body count and an increase in the number of students who have been identified as highly depressed or suffering from anxiety. To sit down with school counselors, my wife being one, as they explain how students have become seemingly more prone to talk about suicide and death is extremely heartbreaking for me. What can make a 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade student want to not live anymore? That's the question most people tend to ask when I share my concerns. Understandable. But the worst part about this is when I find out that some kinder, 1st and 2nd, are also among those talking about wanting to die. Many will probably try to make the argument that we are living in a much better world today than in past times when it comes to what's available to our youth. Fact is, quality teachers are resigning, test scores are questionable, and to add to that truth, the suicide rate is continuing to increase at a disturbing level, and there's not much in place within the school settings that promote progressive wellness as well as individual spiritual growth and healing. These are things that have been proven to sway in a more positive direction through the access of chaplains. How can our students win the battle against depression if they don't have any life weapons to fight with? How can they overcome anxiety if there is no real life armor to clothe themselves with? School chaplains will be able to provide and help sharpen their minds while also helping to clothe them in their individual spiritual armor that is needed to conquer each day, which as we realize come with many challenges. The school shooting sound familiar? A chaplain can help with that. Check the stats and please allow school chaplains to help equip students to effectively and positively deal with issues now and later.
All right, thank you very much for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Thank you. Chair calls Tyra Hodge.
Tyra's gone.
Okay. We're going to show Dr. Tyra Hodge on behalf of herself, registered for the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Natalie Blassingame. Then we'll hear from Rocky Malloy, Mike Flores, Katie Tash, and Stephen Tash. We show you registered as Natalie Blassingame on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Dear Chairman and very hard-working members of the Public Ed Committee, I'm Dr. Natalie Blassingame, and I'm a citizen and a parent, and I support House Bill 3614. I love kids, all kids. They're bright, innocent, eager, and full of potential, and they are our future. I've served them in Texas schools for over 30 years as a bilingual teacher, assistant principal, assistant superintendent, and I currently serve as a trustee, serving 118,000 students in Cy-Fair ISD, where we're charged with addressing the achievement gap and the health crisis left behind from the pandemic. I'm also the mother of an 11th grader in our schools. Based on this background, I know schools pretty well, and what I can say is in my practical experience that there's really no role in the school whose whole job is to take care of the kids. Teachers have to teach the TEKS and make sure they pass the test. As a principal, I have to hire teachers, supervise, deal with families and parents. And our counselors are incredible, hardworking people in the schools, but they do not get to focus on wellness and mental health very often. They have to pay attention to issues such as credits, class, graduation plans, CTA, lots of the things that roll out of here fall on our counselors. I think that they would welcome the reinforcement of chaplains. Kids today want to be seen and heard. They're dealing with so many issues, as you've heard from others, and they want to be supported as whole humans. So I do believe that we can bring a better level of service to our kids by allowing chaplains to come in as reinforcements. I've seen a version of this working at Booker T. Washington High School in HISD when I supervised it. A pastor who volunteered every day to walk the halls. We had way less discipline in that school than any others I supervised, and we had every metric go up in that school. So I asked you to really give us, local school boards, the opportunity to serve our students and have this option to have chaplains in our schools. I appreciate your time tonight letting me present.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Rocky Malloy. Okay, we show you registered as Rocky Malloy on behalf of the National School Chaplain Association and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Dear Chairman Buckley and members of the Texas House of Education Committee, as a member and as a founder and CEO of the National School Chaplain Association, I have the honor of representing chaplains in 23,709 schools in 23 countries. I've been a chaplain for 31 years and started addressing the needs in prisons and working with abandoned children in Bolivia and Honduras. We are currently serving 8,300,776 students, 986,556 teachers, and 12,048,024 families for a total of 21,343,356 lives impacted. We have partnered with national, state, and local governments to bring stability, safety, and counseling to schools and classrooms throughout the world with the school chaplaincy program. And the chaplaincy program is very effective in providing stability in schools because chaplains are trained to create productive conversations between teachers, students, and parents. Additionally, chaplains are trained in de-escalation techniques to alleviate frustration and tension. Another function of the chaplain program is to encourage respect for authority, therefore supporting teachers and improving student behavior. School chaplains also provide multilateral intervention because chaplains are resource officers and have access to food, shelter, and emergency services. Increased school security is an excellent benefit of employing chaplains. Chaplains are trained to identify behavior threats as required by Senate Bill 11, 87th Ledge, and can act preemptively to protect children and teachers. Schools that employ chaplains have seen a drastic reduction in school violence, violence at home, alcohol and drug consumption, and decreased bullying. A significant benefit is that in the last 13
Wrap your testimony
years,
up, please.
no school
2 minutes are up.
with one of our chaplains has reported a suicide, sir, and that's 24,000 schools in 13 years.
All right. Thank you very much. Hold up. Members, any questions for the witness? All right. Representative Hefner.
So we've heard some questions and some discussion on some qualifications, maybe some guardrails or some things like that. Do you think that there's some reasonable qualifications or limitations we could put in here that would not hinder the program, but add some additional comfort or safety?
You know, sir, each individual school district will be allowed to, they're making the hiring decisions, and it's been discussed, there's a broad range of training available for chaplains. And in my experience, and in experience internationally, every industrialized nation in the world has chaplains but the United States. Based on their experience, a high school student with just 1 year of training has proven to be one of the most successful chaplains in the system. That's very profound. A high school student with 1 year of college, similar to a social worker in the country of Australia, is some of their most successful chaplains at preventing violence and curbing issues in school. There's a lot to be said for that. So I appreciate all the degrees and everything else, but as other people have witnessed, is that people want to be heard. And the proper training of how to listen to people, to disengage their anger, and to allow what we call PTSD to be taken off. Actually, in children, it's called ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences. Been very successful. So I support this bill. I hope you vote for it. And I support everything in place to support our teachers and students.
Thank you.
Members, any additional questions? All right. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Chair calls Mike Flores. Okay, we show you registered as Mike Flores on behalf of Eyes on Me, ACE, and yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, can I start?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you guys for having us and sticking with us. My name is Mike Flores, and I support the HB 3614. I am a former NFL player and current chaplain for the nonprofit organization of men and women and children who minister and serve in the hardest and most troublesome areas in the cities of Houston. I am the result of many caring chaplains who were very instrumental in keeping me on track in all phases of my life. Every NFL team has a dedicated chaplain. I have worked in multiple school systems in various parts of the country. I have had at least 16 years of experience in working with students from junior high to college. I've learned that every kid has a hidden story. Before they even get to the classroom, they have a history, they have an unseen message, a predicated attitude, and an intention that's good or bad. There's something deep within many students that no one knows about. It's in a part of them that can only be reached by certain types of individuals. Individuals trained to listen, to counsel, to love, to discover, to support, and who has their best interests at heart. So let me tell you a story about a kid that I know very well. This kid was full of anger. He was severely abused, physically, emotionally, and psychologically. He watched intense fistfights between his mom and his drunken stepfather very often. His anger fueled his athleticism, but it also led to many other troublesome things. He created a plan to inflict much harm to his stepfather, but he was unsuccessful due to an alibi that wouldn't cover the 6-hour distance from his home to school. However, he attended
Please wrap up your testimony.
However, he attended the FCA meeting with a team chaplain. He listened to a message of forgiveness. His heart was changed. His plans for murder became a letter of genuine forgiveness. That kid was later drafted to the NFL and became very involved in the community. I am that kid. I am extremely grateful to those who looked deeper and cared a little more. Thank you, chaplains.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? Could, hold on. Yeah. So you're currently involved as a chaplain with young people in Houston, in the Houston area?
Yeah, Trey 9. Eyes on me.
And so tell me where y'all engage them now. Is it after school or at sporting events or through camps, and how does it work?
Well, my job is I encourage the encouragers. They have reps all over the city. They have programs all for the kids. Occasionally I'll pop in and give a talk or say this or say a prayer. But yes, I hit it from a higher position, and but I've been working with kids all my life. I got 10 of them myself, so I'm an instant youth pastor, even if I don't want to be. But I've been a
congregation.
Non-denominational.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No. Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Chair calls Katie Tash. Hope I said that right. Yeah. Okay, we show you registered as Katie Tash. Excuse me, on behalf of yourself and testifying for the bill, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right, you may begin.
Chairman and committee members, thank you so much for listening this late at night. We appreciate you. I am a Christian by faith. I've been an educator for over 20 years, and my husband and I are actually licensed foster parents here in Texas. Most of the time that I've spent serving students has been here in Texas, but almost half my career I spent overseas teaching at international private schools. For the current school year, I teach 111 students. Of those, 28 have IEPs with diagnoses of anxiety and/or depression. That is 25%. And that 25% does not account for the students that are not properly diagnosed or medically diagnosed. They're the ones that come to me and tell me that they feel depressed and that the world is heavy on them. There's no evidence in the school system, only what the student shares. While working overseas, I worked at a school that had a chaplain. He was there for our international students who were often struggling with identity and sense of place, typically from transitioning into a new environment. These experiences are not as vastly different from those of our own Texas students. It was very helpful for those students to have another adult to talk to that was not a teacher, not a counselor, and not a parent. We can discuss the causes of this crisis for a long time: social media, relationships, natural disasters, school shootings. The list grows longer each year. Meanwhile, our kids are hurting more each year and need an outlet. They tell us every day, we are listening, but what effective actions are we actually taking? A campus chaplain could provide desperately sought pastoral care for our kids. He or she could serve the entire school population as a problem solver, a listener, a prayer partner, and a
Please wrap up your
champion.
testimony.
And that is why I thank you for your time and for supporting House Bill 3614.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Stephen Tash. right. We'll show you registered to Stephen Tash on behalf of yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairman Buckley and the committee members. I would like to thank y'all for staying out here tonight. My name is Stephen Totch. I'm a Christian by faith, a teacher for 22 years. I have a master's degree in school counseling. I'm a veteran and ordained minister, and my wife and I are also licensed foster parents. I'm here in favor of House Bill 3614. I'm here to represent God's children. Sadly, one thing in common with every educational facility that I've been affiliated with is they all have experienced the loss of students. Grief leads to a variety of mental illnesses such as depression, alcohol, substance abuse, and left untreated, these can lead to suicide. When we learn about the loss of a student, there is a need for additional counselors on campus for staff and students. Chaplains on campus could bridge this gap. In the military, I've experienced soldiers taking their own life in our unit. We were blessed to have chaplains that came in and helped us through this difficult process. As licensed foster parents, my wife and I were blessed to be placed with the sweetest 8-year-old girl for over a year. We supported her through chemotherapy treatments for T-cell leukemia, which meant spending a lot of time at Children's Memorial Hospital. One of the greatest resources for the children there is their chaplains. They would provide prayer, pastoral care, and a listening ear for families and patients. According to the Texas Education Agency, there are nearly 16,000 school-age students in the foster care at any given time. It is estimated that 80% of foster care have significant mental health issues. PTSD in foster children are also significantly higher than in the military. Chaplains could help these particular students out tremendously as well. Teachers and counselors, we have all been taught about the negatives of culture gaps and the negative influence they have on student success. However, nobody addresses the gap in mental health. The reason I'm in favor of House Bill 3614 is we currently have students and teachers that struggle with mental health problems.
Please wrap up.
This could be the first bill to help close the gap in the current mental health crisis and save student lives. I pray that y'all pass this bill out of committee. Thank you all.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions of this witness? All right. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you. The chair wants to acknowledge that we are 13 minutes before midnight. And there are 13 more minutes on the day of Representative Hefner's wedding anniversary. So we want to congratulate him and his wonderful wife and recognize his commitment to this issue by being here. And I know he'll pay for it when he gets home. But we hope that that they have a great anniversary dinner tomorrow when he gets back home. So I didn't know that just until a few minutes ago. So 21 years. All right. Congratulations. Chair calls John Litzler. Okay. We're going to, John Litzler. We're going to show John Litzler on behalf of the Texas Baptist Christian Life Commission, registered neutral on the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Josine Kanaj. Do what?
She's on her way.
Okay, Malloy. Sorry about that.
Josine Knigge Malloy. I'm Rocky's wife.
Okay, so please say your name, who you're representing, and your position on the bill.
My name is Josine Knigge Malloy. I represent the National School Chaplain Association, and I am in favor of HB 3614.
All right, you may begin. Thank you.
Okay, so we've had questions about the training of these chaplains. Our chaplains have had such success or achieved such successes due to our standards of training. We have 24,000 chaplains, and our training program was modeled using best practices of industrialized nations' school chaplain programs. There are two programs that we do. Individuals with certification, ordination, and experience, such as educators, counselors, and other professionals, receive 80 hours of training, which include active shooter and personality threat assessment. Individuals with no experience or credentials receive a 1-year accredited study, 30 college hours, plus active shooter and personality threat assessment. Of course, we as an organization do our background checks, not only on social media, We do our background checks nationally and internationally to assure that the individuals, the chaplains we provide for the schools who will also have to do their assessment and their background checks are vetted properly.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Chair calls Melissa Martin. Okay. We're going to show Melissa Martin on behalf of herself, registered for the bill, but not testifying. Chair calls Joshua Sanders. Okay. We show you registered as Joshua Sanders on behalf of yourself, testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee. I really don't have much to say because everybody said enough. I just live in the now, and like today, I like to say, you know, all this is about loving one another. Even today, I came with my mom today, and one thing we do, we ask people how their day's doing, just random people. And you can see how just things change when you just, you know, genuinely care about what they're doing throughout the day. Yeah. And I think having these chaplains in the school, I think they can set that standard as far as showing that care. You know, just asking children, hey, how are you doing today? And they develop that relationship, even with the teachers and even with the counselors too. Because the counselors, like I'm hearing, they're like 300 to 1, 400, 500, 600. Like, so I think the counselors will really benefit from having that support from the chaplain, because I remember watching a video one time when counselors really, you know, focused on like, hey, a counselor needs a counselor too. So it's very important to have that. And if you have somebody with that spiritual background that really loves people, it will really pour into that counselor to help those students as well. So I'm in support of the bill, pretty short and sweet. Thank y'all once again for being here. Thank y'all for serving Texas.
Amen.
All right.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Hey, Joshua, I just want to say, you know, that was off the cuff and from your heart, but that was really, really important to me. Recently went through a situation when my father passed away, and the chaplain in the hospital ministered to us in a way that didn't really address Scripture so much, but he was there to ask the questions. How were we doing? And that, I think that gets lost sometimes. That obviously there's a religious and ministerial component to this, but those questions that you mentioned of asking young people, I think that may be what's missing. Mm-hmm. I think that's what they're craving. So your testimony, you said everything's been said, but I think you just said more.
And I've lived through this. I've lived through this too. You just listen to people. I've had my good friend now. He's actually my boss at work, and I just listened to him. And later on, he confessed things that he wanted to do that was not very good. He's an Iraq veteran, and he went through a lot of PTSD. And he even told me just you listening to me, wow, really made me think about what I was doing. And I think that's very important, what we need in the schools today. Even my brother had issues in school, and we had to pull him out and bring him to homeschool because he couldn't handle what was happening. And he was an athlete. He has friends. He made good grades. But for some reason, there was something that was just digging into him. Wow. So it really hits home having a chaplain in the schools for me. And that's why I'm very emotional about it, because I know what listening does.
You bet. Well, thank you very much for being here. Members, any more questions? All right. Thanks, Joshua. Chair calls Todd Taylor. Okay. We show you registered as Todd Taylor on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
All right.
First off, I'd like to thank you all for hearing this bill and staying so late. My name is Todd Taylor, and I stand before you on my own behalf to advocate for House Bill 3614, the School Chaplains Bill. I'm a veteran teacher of 29 years in the public school system, the last 8 being in Houston ISD, which makes me in need of a school chaplain. Sorry. On January 1st of the school year, we lost a kindergartner at my school to an accidental drowning. Excuse me, I might get emotional. Upon the return to school, we were informed of his passing, and we were informed that the district's crisis response team would be sent in to meet with that child's class. The crisis response team is a group of counselors from other schools who don't have a personal relationship with the students on our campus. They spent less than a day with that class and left. If there had been a school chaplain on campus, that chaplain would have already built those relationships with the students, would have been able to help them through this. Even to this day, we have some of the kids in his class who say, "When is Ethan coming back?" So they didn't get the help they needed. So school chaplains would be there in the aftermath, the additional days to provide continuous support for those students who need it. Students in other classes or in other grade levels who might have been affected by the loss of this student were not given any support. Their teachers were just told them to refer them to the counselor, and he would get to them when he could. The staff, we were just given a phone number, and we were told to call that number if we needed help. Nobody checked on us. If schools had a chaplain, there would be that person there to pray with us, to help us through that grief. My school has one counselor for close to 1,000 students, and schools should have counselors. However, he
Wrap up
spends
the testimony, please. I know
he
it's
spends most of his
very
time
personal.
performing triage as opposed to counseling. I would ask that, appreciate your time and ask that you pass this bill. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thanks for being here. Chair calls Sophia Di Loretto Chetty. All right, we show you registered as Sophia Di Loretto Chetty on behalf of yourself, testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, y'all.
Hello.
As you know, I'm a teacher. And I am so grateful that we are talking about the issues that teachers have in the classroom. I am so grateful that we are talking about the lack of adequate counselors, the number of counselors on campuses. I want to be especially clear that we do not have a shortage of people who want to be counselors, nor do we have a shortage of people who want to be teachers. We have a shortage of adequate funding. People are leaving this job because they are sick of living in poverty. And we have expectations placed on us and pressure placed on us that we cannot live up to, that this body has the ability to help alleviate. I actually don't have, I don't think Texas has ever understood the separation of church and state, so since we've already thrown that to the wind, I really don't have an issue with chaplains being in schools. I do have an issue with the draft of the bill that we've been given, and specifically the word "or." We've got to be kidding ourselves if we think that a chaplain can replace a counselor. And it bothers me. I'm concerned a lot that a lot of the people that have come and spoke up here have an issue with having proper accreditation for the chaplains that would be working with children. I really hate to be the one to say this, but we do not have that great of a track record for spiritual leaders being alone with children in this state. So I think it's especially important that we have accreditation, proper accreditation, and parental consent for faith leaders to be alone with children. Again, I don't have an issue with chaplains being in schools. If you have a master's degree from Divinity School, that is incredible and amazing, and I appreciate you. I think that my Muslim student who's a refugee from Afghanistan would appreciate having someone wearing a hijab and speaking to her about her religion in our school. So I have no issue with that. I think the language of the bill needs to be changed. There needs to be a proper accreditation for the people that are going to be working with students and supervision.
Please. All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? Representative Hinojosa.
So there's a committee substitute here, and I've only seen the committee substitute actually. And I think that's been changed. And so.
Isn't it but and or? I think the word instead has been taken out.
Okay. My understanding of this bill is that you can have a chaplain. There is the issue of the school safety allotment, and of course that's limited funding. And so there are trade-offs with money that you have to do if you choose to hire a chaplain. You may have not enough money to hire a counselor. So there's that. I don't see one or the other though as a required option.
So I think that is the issue, is that allowing schools to make the option to choose between a counselor or a chaplain creates a gap in a student's actual needs, and then puts parents in an awkward position. If you have a chaplain on a campus but not a counselor, where is your student going to go if their chaplain sorry, I don't know the word appropriate for that, doesn't work well with their faith. And so I think that we need to be very specifically clear that there needs to be a requirement that is actually met for the number of counselors per pupil on a campus. And then we can also introduce and include the aid of chaplains. Teachers wouldn't really need chaplains if we weren't afraid of being shot in our classrooms. So I think that having counselors first, being funded adequately, and having the appropriate number would be amazing, and then including a chaplain I have absolutely no issue with. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any more questions to this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Chair calls Robert Kuhn. Howdy. And get that right?
You got it.
All right, we show you registered as Robert Kuhn on behalf of the National School Chaplain Association and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may begin.
Good evening, Chairman and Chairwoman, Chair people. Thank you for being here so late. We appreciate you. I wanted to voice my definitely support of this bill. I am a hospice chaplain. I do hold a Master of Divinity, and I do work within chaplaincy in a very delicate area. But also I have 12 grandchildren that I'm concerned about. And I'm worried about how they're being brought up in the school system and how we're allowing these things to happen and nobody being there with the shortage of LPCs, the shortage of training of teachers, and the shortage of qualified individuals to be a confidant for these children to reach out to when they need help. We know that the chaplain has no skin in the game. We're not there to support the left or the right. We're there to support the children. We're there to meet the needs of the teachers or anybody else that reaches out to us in a confidential manner and in confidence that we can meet the need not only spiritually, but also in a manner that's worthy of moral excellence. I want to stress that moral excellence point because I heard a testimony that the religious community is caught up in some defiling behavior. I want to also point out there's been some teachers in some defiling behavior recently too, okay? And we need to recognize that as well. Chaplains can be there as an advocate for the kids. Chaplains can be there as an advocate for kids who are contemplating suicide. Ages 10 to 15 have skyrocketed in suicide. And in recent year, we've heard testimony after testimony of mothers losing their kids to fentanyl, other drugs that are pouring into this country.
Please wrap up your testimony.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And I just want to, again, reiterate my support for the bill, reiterate my support for each one of you. God bless each and every one of you.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. We appreciate you being here. Chair calls G.F. Watkins. We show you registered as G.F. Watkins on behalf of Jordan Ranch and yourself, and you're testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm a sixth-generation Texan. My parents were both educators. My brother's an educator. He married an educator, and I was an educator. I have a master's degree in educational psychology, but I'm a pastor. So I kind of combine both of those. About 6 years ago, I turned over the church that I started. It's called Powerhouse Church in Katy, Texas. And from there, when we began to create things, atmospheres and areas where we could train young men. So my focus has been on men around the world for 30 years. So I've traveled Africa and South America over 22 different times, planted organizations all over the world. Men are men wherever you go. One of the things that we found out is that with men and with the world, we're a fatherless world. Statistics will tell us that. I want to read you a couple of thoughts. This is going to take a little different direction, but I believe it'll add to why we need chaplains on our campuses. 60% of all homes are fatherless. This weakens us as a state and a nation and as people. 90% of homeless runaways come from fatherless homes. 71% of high school dropouts, fatherless homes. 85% of behavioral disorders, 85% of teens in prisons, and 80% of rapists all come from fatherless homes. When you put a chaplain on a campus, he becomes a surrogate father, just like the coaches are. One of the things we do at Jordan Ranch, which is a extension ministry in Schulenburg, is that we partner with Chick-fil-A. We take care of every coach in the state of Texas for free. We teach them about those three things: mentoring, marriage, and money, so that they can go back into school and be a father figure. It's important that we restore this deficit. We desperately need mature, responsible adults governing our schools, our state, and for God's sakes, our nation. We need fathers. Chaplains, like coaches, act as surrogate fathers, male role models that fortify a child's identity, and strengthen their resolve by giving a father's affirmation. Both male and female are suffering from this fatherless pandemic. Let's be the leaders that reverse the curse of fatherlessness. Pass H. Bill 3614. May God bless you. God bless Texas.
Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Megan Bahoon. We'll have Richard Vega, Mark Gollaby, Mandy Giles, and Judy DeHaan. Okay, we show you registered as Megan Bahoon on behalf of yourself and be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct. I'm sorry, my laptop went to sleep because we were waiting for a few minutes there. So, thank you. Good evening. My name is Megan Bahoon, here against House Bill 3614. I'm a parent, a nonprofit education professional, and a constituent in the 121st House District. This bill appears to simply address a hiring crisis. Unfortunately, it seeks to do this by reducing the educationally focused requirements for school counseling in Texas schools. School counselors deal with complex issues on a regular basis. This includes the issues that certified professionals are educated for, that address academic performance, school concerns in a school setting, learning pathways, and alignment to peers, things that are not covered in depth at all for those chaplains who have ministry-related degrees, much less those with shorter or no formal training. In other areas of Texas public hiring, a simple GED and ordination from a recognized organized religion with qualifications up to each such group is sufficient educational background to be a chaplain. Texas students deserve direction and guidance from professionals who understand their needs in the educational system, along with their social and emotional needs. The simple addition of including the utilization of chaplains does not address the needs of students and incentivizes budgetarily pressed schools to replace qualified professionals with religious community leaders. Religious leaders who frequently have a call or a mission to lead people to faith, with differing ideas on what constitutes a healthy lifestyle or acceptable religious path, often touted as a benefit of the direction of chaplains, directing the moral and religious path for Texas students, something many members of this House and many Texas parents have expressed concern over without chaplains in schools in this very session. Additionally, this has the possibility to disproportionately impact students who are members of the LGBTQ community, with varying religious stances on gender and sexual identity, and what students should do with regard to those identities. Should a family or student choose to have religious direction, I can't think of a city in Texas that doesn't have at least one church, synagogue, mosque, prayer group, circle, or other religious grouping that has leadership willing to provide this direction. Freedom of religion includes freedom from religion. Students have the right to access counseling and guidance services free of religious overtones, bias, or direction. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
Chair calls Richard Vega. Oh, okay. We're going to show Richard Vega on behalf of At His Feet Ministries and CT Church and himself, registered for the bill but not testifying. Chair calls Mark Gollaby. We're going to show Mark Gollaby on behalf of himself, registered for the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Mandy Giles. Okay. Can we show you registered as Mandy Giles on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
My name is Mandy Giles. I live in Houston, and I'm testifying in opposition to House Bill 3614. A chaplain should not be doing the work of a public school counselor. First, unlike school counselors, chaplains would not need to be certified by the State Board for Educator Certification. Texas school counselors must complete an education preparedness program, hold a master's degree, complete a test, and have at least 2 years of teaching experience. This bill would dismiss all of that training that counselors go through and instead allow uncertified chaplains to counsel students. So this bill would actively harm children by not giving them access to trained and qualified professionals experienced in working with children in a place and time where kids need help more than ever. Second, religion does not belong in public schools. I'm a Christian. I go to church regularly, I pray every day, and I still don't want chaplains providing support, services, and programs for children in Texas public schools. Parents and guardians should guide their children's spiritual journey, not religious chaplains in public schools who were granted counseling responsibilities by politicians. Texas parents should feel comfortable sending their kids to school without wondering or worrying what religious views their children might receive from a chaplain, intentionally or not. Please vote no to House Bill 3614. Thanks.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Thanks for being here. Chair calls Judy DeHaan.
Are we turning into a pumpkin now?
It's about that time, isn't it? And we show you registered as Judy DeHaan on behalf of yourself and testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
And thank you for hanging in there. Like I said, I'm sure that we're all ready to go home. And thank you, Representative Hefner, for all of the comments that you said and for also the substitutes. I'm going to try to just basically talk off the cuff. You've already heard so much testimony already, and I know that there has been some great changes to the bill that is what I was going to talk about. First of all, the importance of having certification, that it was not in the bill, and so having that and clarifying that, and we've heard testimony in regards to that. So I would hope that that is added, that they must complete the chaplaincy certification program from whatever program, whether it be the one that you heard about or some other ones, which would include the extensive background check. The other thing that I think that needs to be added to the bill is that it is opt-in, the parental opt-in for the child to receive not just from a chaplain, but from any counselor. We have some great counselors. They've gone through training. However, that does not mean, as Representative Tellericchio said, there is not always necessarily the boots and suspenders to help ensure that all of our counseling services are provided accurately and correctly, and that the parents are supporting of those services. So that's one of the things that I think that we need to ensure. And the reason why is that I can give you like 3 examples off the cuff. One where a child went in and was given counseling to receive an abortion pill. One counselor provided for a suggestion that the child was gay, and then came home and told the parent and said, "Where did you hear that from?" Another one said that they had to...
Okay, please wrap up your testimony.
So those are some just examples that I can share as to why we need to have certification, why we need to have parental opt-in, and I understand that there is a bill that has just been approved for that. This will provide for standing in the gap for our children so that we can have all the counselors, regardless of whether it being a licensed or from a chaplain, that they will be able to support our children. So I thank you for your time and for your support on this bill.
Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Appreciate you being here. Chair calls Chloe Goodman. We show you registered as Chloe Goodman on behalf of Equality Texas and yourself testifying against the bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Let me begin.
My name is Chloe Goodman. I am an LMSW, and I do want to clarify, I heard earlier, what was it, high school education and 1 year of college being compared to being a social worker. It takes 4 years in an accredited university. They are not the same thing. On to the main point, counselors are in high demand after years of isolation, anxiety, lots of mass shootings, and loss. We've known for a while that young people's mental health is on the decline, and queer students, LGBTQ+, report the highest rates for every single indicator of poor mental health. We do need to increase support for Texas students, but what does not make sense is the state addressing a counselor shortage with uncertified chaplains. Because yes, this bill is permissive, but would permit chaplains to satisfy requirements otherwise met by counselors. Chaplains cannot replace school counselors. For many young queer people, religious figures and faith leaders represent rejection, discrimination, contempt, and efforts to change their sexual orientation or gender identity. Do you expect them to turn to a chaplain? They simply will not. What kind of standards are we holding chaplains to? Because from what I read in this committee substitute, it's none. Why would we replace certified, inclusive professional counselors with someone that wouldn't even be able to serve the entire school population? Certified school counselors can help us disrupt the downward trajectory of mental health for Texas students. From what I have heard today and the companion bills hearing in the Senate, there is nothing a chaplain can offer that a school counselor cannot, but chaplains cannot fulfill the obligations of school counselors. Thank you.
All right. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here.
All right.
Chair calls Mary Wilson. Mary Wilson. We'll show Mary Wilson on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Patricia Goforth. Patricia Goforth. We'll show Patricia Goforth on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Callie Butcher. Callie Butcher. We'll show Callie Butcher on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Laura Morgan. Laura Morgan. We'll show Laura Morgan on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Eve Malner. Eve Malner. We'll show Eve Malner on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Anna Wynn. Anna Wynn. We'll show Anna Wynn on behalf of PFLAG Austin and herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Catherine Regis, Catherine Regis. Catherine Regis. We'll show Catherine Regis on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Kira Deschler. Kira Deschler. We'll show Kira Deschler on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Jamie Sigler. Jamie Sigler. We'll show Jamie Sigler on behalf of herself, registered against the bill and not testifying. Chair calls Galen Keys. Galen Keys.
I'm here.
Okay.
Finally, you have somebody.
All right. We show you registered as Galen Keys on behalf of yourself, and you'll be testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yeah. Y'all gave me too many hours to perfect my reading, so I hope I.
You can
Right,
do it.
do I
You can
get
do it in
the
2 minutes, I
extra
bet.
20 seconds? Okay.
All right.
Greetings, Mr. Chairman and distinguished representatives. Hello. I'm here on behalf of myself and some students and some teachers and some parents that asked me to represent them to favor this bill. I've been a teacher for 20 years. I have taught elementary through high school. I do not live in poverty. I work 185 days a year like most teachers, and I thank you for my job and my salary. For the past 8 years, I've been a teacher at Klein ISD's Disciplinary Alternative School, grades 1 through 12. It's in Houston. We could use a chaplain. More and more, I see students are suffering with social anxiety from personal conflicts, divorce, negative influences, drugs, fear, bullying, and separations from their families through foster care. My school district has the largest population of group home foster kids in Texas. In my years of interactions with students and parents, I've learned many are families of faith. My students sometimes share their struggles and have asked for prayer. Many times I've seen a respectful, compliant child start acting out and being defiant because of increasing unmanageable emotions and behavior by others in the classroom. And I think that's why teachers will quit. It's not their salary, it's that they're what they have to put up with without the administrative support. Is that almost 2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
Shucks.
Went by as fast as it.
Okay, a particular boy in my 7th grade class, he can quickly go from happy to angry or to rage. 2 weeks ago, on April 6th, I had a
Real
phone
quick, wrap it
conversation
up.
with his mother. And she said, her name was Ashley Young, and she said to me, I don't know if you are allowed to do this, but whenever you notice his anxiety level rising, could you just whisper in his ear and ask him to put his head down for a few minutes and pray and ask for God's help?
Thank you.
And she said she would love to come talk to you as well. I tell my colleagues.
Complete your testimony.
Okay, this is my last thing.
All right, real quick.
I tell my colleagues all the time, if you can reach the heart, you can get the academics.
All right, thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, thanks for hanging out with us. Chair calls Adair Apple. Adair Apple. We'll show Adair Apple on behalf of herself, registered against the bill, not testifying. Chair calls Liz Case Pickens. Liz Case Pickens. Okay. All right. We show you registered as Liz Case Pickens on behalf of yourself, and you are registered, you're testifying for the bill.
I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, you may begin.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Good evening. I am a mother, a grandmother, a former educator, and I want to let you know how it really works in a school. I spent several years assisting our counselor in our elementary school, and she was an amazing lady. Problem was she had 850 students, and because she was the testing coordinator, as all counselors are in elementary schools now, she had to administer tests, at least 2 a month. I thought when I started this, it was only the STAR test that they had to deal with. She got into the classroom once a quarter, which meant in a K through 6 school, she might come to your classroom 1 time in your entire school career. This woman had the training, she had the heart to do it. She just didn't have the time to get into that classroom. Our students need help. Every time I worked the cafeteria, I ran across some child that was crying, whether it was their parent had put a gun to their head or there had been shooting in their apartment complex that night. You just never knew what you were going to come across. The other thing I'd like to address is this puts the onus on the district to hire a person that is qualified. And I can tell you, as somebody who works with nonprofits, work with kids in battered women's shelters and homeless shelters, when you teach Vacation Bible School for a week now, you can't do that unless you're background checked. So we don't let anybody on our campuses that are not background checked. So I encourage you to vote for this bill.
All right. Thank you. Members, any questions for this witness? All right, we appreciate you being here. Chair calls Cindy Castilla. All right.
I think she has a
Hold on just 1 second. Yeah. Get rid of one. Do we have 2 of them on there? We have your permission to remove
Yes,
one
sir.
of those. We show you registered as Cindy Castilla on behalf of the Texas Eagle Forum and yourself testifying for the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You may begin.
I sit through a lot of hearings. I have never heard such compelling testimony for passing this bill, and I can't add anything to it. So thank you, and probably good night. I think I'm the last, so
You are.
thank you. Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for this witness? All right. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 3614?
Can I finish my half page?
Yeah.
I know you started me when I first walked up. You wait till I start.
Anyone else who wishes to testify on or against? 3614. If not, okay. That's it. Hold up. All right. If not, hold up. Okay. If not, the chair recognizes Representative Hefner to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members for hanging out all night. I want to thank our capital chaplain, so to speak, our capital minister, Scott Wall, for being here with us. We even have a minister here for us. Thank you all for testifying. Look forward to passing this bill, and I close.
All right, thank you, Representative Hefner. The committee substitute is withdrawn. If there's no objection, the bill will be left pending. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the bill is left pending. Members, I want to thank you for the work you've put in this week. We've had 2 very, very long days. I appreciate your attention. And we'll have a formal meeting in the morning at 8:30 in the Ag Museum, so the hits just keep on coming. But I appreciate you. Okay, we done? Yep. Okay, all right, members, that concludes today's agenda. Is there any further business for the committee to address? If not, the chair moves to adjourn. Is there objection? Hearing none, the committee stands adjourned, subject to call of the chair. Thank you.